Alright. So we should be live on YouTube. For those over here on Twitch, you already heard the whole thing, but I'm going to repeat myself for YouTube. There has been an update on the internal test build. The one thing about streaming the internal test build is I just have to disclose that this is the internal test build, not the unstable build. And all that means is, for those who are playing Build 42 right now who are not in the internal test, you got one version, that's the unstable version. I have the even less stable version, that is the test build. One, I just realized one of my lights isn't on. There we go. I was noticing I had a big shadow on this side. I was like, oh right, my light. But yeah, so if you do see weird bugs and crashes that you aren't experiencing, that's what's going on here. Oh, I need to update our objectives again. So once we get in, I'm going to pause. I'm going to clean up our objectives. Because those bottom two, I believe we have sorted now. The secure the gas station, we haven't done that yet. We're still working our way to it. But we got our fishing magazine. I can just make fishing poles, and that's easy peasy lemon squeezy now. And then the stone axes, I believe I have everything I need to make them. It's just making them. And the only reason I haven't right now is I've got, was it 31 knives we're carrying? Or we crafted or whatever? Okay. So let me fix our objectives before we get in here. Get ourselves a new list. So the stone axes, let's double check to make sure I'm not a liar. Because we'll go to our napping. Yeah, so I can make stone axes now. Let's make sure large stone. So that will require a large handle. Gotcha. Okay. So we don't actually get to take that one off the list, but this one we can take off the list. And I'm not sure what I want to put for a third objective here. Honestly, that's fine for right now. Okay. Yeah, so where we left off, we just finished a helicopter, which is why I'm in the middle of absolutely nowhere. For those who missed what happened with it, yesterday's stream, we made some serious progress. So the first day... Yeah, third objective. Come up with a third objective. Fair enough. So the first day, the other day, we got to here, and we cleaned up around that corner. The second day, we got around here. No, actually, that's a lie. First day, we got to this area. Second day, we got over here. And then third day, we got all the way up around here and down there. So right now, what we're doing is I'm pushing to try and get this house to, be able to leapfrog down here. We have our station wagon. Our target is down there. As you can see, we did have a helicopter right at the end of stream. I did take it really close to the gas station in the hopes to draw zombies away from there. We won't know if that succeeded or not until we get there. But as you can see, I'm up here. We also found a salvage yard, which I feel like this message describes it fairly well. That we took a look at it, and it was literally causing us to lose frame rate because there were so many zombies trapped inside the salvage yard. And so we were just like, no, the answer to that is just no. That's our entire answer, is just no. We don't need to quantify it, it's just no. Eventually we'll go in there and do it. Yeah, no, we guessed 1,000, but the problem was there was so many, it wasn't rendering them all in anymore. So there could be more. The point is, whatever was in there, it's not something we're going to be tangling in the immediate future. We'll go there eventually, probably, but right now the priority is get to the gas station. Because if we get to the gas station, I can start building up a proper base. I have a generator, I have the generator magazine, I have a working car, but I have very limited gas in said working car. So you get the ideas. I'm just kind of inching the car forward, parking it, shutting off the engine, and we're just leapfrogging little by little, hoping to reach the gas station before the car runs out of juice. If it gets really low, like we start getting to the point where it gets into the red but it's not out of gas, I am going to drain the gas out of it into something. That way, worst case, I can run down, drop the generator at the gas station, fill it up with a little bit of gas, fill up my container that I store the gas with, run back to the car, and then drive the car to catch up. Because if I run out of gas, then the process gets more complicated. Because then I gotta find something with a little bit of cast just to jumpstart the generator. Alright, so we should be coming up to the station wagon here in just a minute. We don't really know how this is going to look. Like I said, we did just do a helicopter. Mostly pulled the zombies north out of Irvington, but west to southwest out of all the houses leading into Irvington. So the hope is that I've cleared a path going in to a certain degree. Probably not, but that it would help. Whereas, like, Irvington itself, I probably made worse. That's fine, I don't mind killing you. Okay. So our targeting range is still really long, so that bug's still present. That's fine. Not sure how I want to test the... Well, the one afterwards, we can just play it safely, and every once in a while we would notice the targeting would get weird. But yeah, so supposedly the big things that have been fixed is you'll notice our Nimble is no longer, like, almost running speed. Nope, that was a targeting behind. So their fix for the targeting may not have worked. We'll see. That may have just been, like, one being stunned. We'll have to experiment a little bit. It might also be with the really long targeting. We've noticed the long-range targeting thing, that bug, doesn't apply when they're flinching or something, but when I get closer, it does. So that could also be another thing. Not sure how I would test the targeting behind without putting the character in a lot of danger, though. Alright, and are we all clear for just a minute? Okay, we do have a bunch of zombies down there. Just letting that muscle strain die off. Yeah, definitely with the muscle strain early game. The machete's a little harder to manage. A habanero and mushroom salad. Again, like, certainly not the most exciting salad ever. I would absolutely eat that. I did see that they supposedly fixed the, there was another bug that had to do with you would see a mushroom and you'd pick it up and it wouldn't, when it was on the ground to forage, it wouldn't mark it correctly whether it was poisonous or not. But when it was in your inventory, it would be correct. Supposedly they did fix it. Yeah, so we'll have to see all these things, though. Oh, I've got my pen light on me. I was like, why isn't my character holding their arm weird? Right. I'll deal with that in a second. I mean, a medium handle let me make a claw hammer. The game also feels like it's way louder, so I'm gonna probably adjust that here in a minute. Might be entirely in my head. How high is your search level? Oh, how high is the search? Foraging is at 6. We got lucky and we got the level 3 foraging book. So it leveled really well. Okay. Let's deal with this last one here. And like I said, it does feel like the game's sound effects are a bit louder. Does the volume seem good to people? Like, the game itself volume. Games seem a little loud, games seem about right, games seem a little quiet. It's good? Alright.
Hello there.
Then what I'll do is I'll just adjust my headset itself. Okay, cool. In that case... I think it's a bit louder than before, but it can be you. You think it's good? Think they're a bit loud? Yeah, let's just tweak it down just a tiny bit. So go here and just go 1 tick. Yeah, no, I was noticing the same thing as the zombies seem a bit louder. If we have to, like, I might at some point have to get, there's a mod that lets you adjust every game in sound independently. I've had to get that mod most of the past versions of the game. Usually for stuff like sirens and all that, to just be like, okay, let's just take the sirens down. I haven't grabbed it yet with this version. I'm trying not to, at least for the testing phase. Because the more mods you add, the more false positives and that you can get for things that aren't actually broken, but mods break stuff. So you want to make sure if you're bringing up issues to the devs, you're bringing up real issues to the devs and not issues that are unrelated to anything with the game. Well, the first bit of bad news is it does seem like the zombies got scattered back out here. It's not a lot, but it's definitely some. It's not surprising with how many zombies we drug out to lake. Even if this isn't a helicopter, it could just be those lake zombies, you know, spreading out again. That's fine. Cleaning up from the helicopter? Yeah. That's fine. That's gonna happen. That's part of the reason why, when that day ended, I was probably like, no, I've already, like, because yesterday I went 2 hours longer than I normally do. It was a good night, and I was feeling up to it. It's just one of those things where it's like, okay, let's just kind of push. But once I got to the point the helicopter after, it's like, no, realistically, I'm gonna get in this tug of war to reclaim where I had been. Just because it's drug zombies from farther into the town and the woods and all that. But it's fine. Is there one of these zombies we're killing? Is that many more not over there anymore? We also found, honestly, the stone knives. I've been very impressed by stone knives. Their durability is nothing to write home about, but they're fairly easy to craft. They do take a little bit of time, which is kind of the downside. Let's drop these 2 handles on this corpse. But of the weapons I've been able to handcraft this early, they've definitely, I've been enjoying them more than the axes, just in the sense that I don't have to stop fighting nearly as much. We also get the occasional execution animation that saves me some endurance. Yeah, or people asked about the Hawaiian shirt. There is one. Unfortunately, I stabbed a bunch of holes in it. It's also, unfortunately, like, you know, a dark color Hawaiian shirt so it doesn't stand out that much. Because for those who also missed, we now have ourselves a wizard hat. Knives is the new spear? No, I don't think we have a weapon category that I would equate to how ridiculous that high-level spears got in the last build 41. Not that I felt there's anything wrong with the spears in build 41, it's just not my preference. But it does feel like they're pretty strong. You hate spears? I didn't enjoy them in build 41. They, like, I was very open about the fact that they were my least favorite weapon category. You know, followed by axes. But it was one of those things that, like, they were good. Like, I recognized both axes and spears were good. The axes, the big negative was, they just obliterate your endurance. So you can absolutely demolish zombies for about 30 seconds and your character needs to just take a break. And then spears had that problem to a lesser degree, especially later on in build 41, but for me, I just didn't want to have to carry, even at the highest levels, 8 spears per day in my bag, when I could carry just, you know, 3-4 hunting knives, or anything else. I'd say generally the short blade and short blunts are my favorite one in build 41. Short blade being my favorite, short blunt being a close second. It just means I had to put way less effort into the endurance management. Now granted, I'm breaking stone knives at a pretty decent clip as well, but they are stone knives. I don't expect them to last long. But for what I can craft right now until we get some more tech. About the best I found. And there's a level in short blade. I think that puts us at short blade 3 if I'm remembering correctly. Which means they'll last a little longer, they'll do a little bit more damage, they'll cause a little less muscle strain. Okay. It's maintenance crafting XP? Yep, you're not wrong. I'm getting a lot of the napping skill. Because I am excited to try out like the maul you can handcraft and all that. Yeah, and we're using stone knives. I found them, I like them a bit more than the stone axes. You get them a little later, so they're a little bit stronger in a lot of aspects. They're not like straight up better or anything. But they also let me work in my crafting skills a little bit more. You seem pretty sleepy, you're leveling your napping skills? Hey, man. Everyone can use a nap. Maybe the range did get adjusted back down. You know what I bet it is? I bet you the range is a bit longer than it was in build 41, but not as long as it was yesterday. So I bet they kind of drew it back, but they didn't go all the way back. They wanted to kind of see if they can't find a sweet spot or something. That'd be my guess. I don't know one way or the other. But those last couple stabs didn't feel like I was getting that really, really big range. Are there new skill VHSs? That I don't actually know the answer to. I know we've got new books and magazines, but VHS tapes I actually don't know. I'm willing to bet the patch notes say. Let's worry about securing back to the station wagon first. Then we'll worry about the house, because the station wagon has a bunch of stuff in it already. Plus, I think I might have more weapons stashed either at or in the station wagon. Okay. Back off for a minute. What's your short blade skill? It's 3. I'm finding, generally speaking, when you start to hit like 3 to 5, most weapons, the amount of muscle strain really dies off. With a couple of exceptions of particularly heavy weapons, like the Red Fireman's Axe, I think is one that will always be pretty brutal on the muscle strain. I imagine stuff like the Wood Axe and Sledgehammer will always be awful. The large branch is always going to be awful. Anything that's just really, really heavy, just assume will be forever muscle strain causers. But I think that's fair as a balance consideration. Because then that could do stuff like let them give those weapons even more damage. So you can have a lot more satisfying one-taps, but just know that you can only do a little bit of fighting at a time before your character's spent. Okay, you don't see me. Alright, so what was our situation here? How are we looking? Did I have more knives in here? Not that I see. We didn't have more in that pocket. Right, I wanted to grab a whetstone for sharpening the machete. Alright. I aggroed a bunch over here, that's fine. I didn't see more knives? I thought we had a bunch more. I mean, if we don't, that's fine. We've seen plenty of flint around here. I just need to find a place to use the flat surface for crafting on. Yeah, still some handles. Did I really already go through those knives? I mean, we've killed a lot of zombies. And it's down to this area. We got all these books. I've got some sharp stuff. We got handles. We got a bunch of goodies. That, I guess we were just already low on them. Put the handles away. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm wondering if we quit getting interrupted. Hey, that's fitness 3, I believe? If we quit getting interrupted again, there's a good chance I have all those stone blades somewhere. I may have used them too. We have killed, literally yesterday, we killed almost like 1,000 zombies. I think we did kill over 1,000 zombies yesterday. Like, that's been kind of the funny thing, is we started yesterday's stream at about 800 kills or something like that. So, in the course of that stream, we killed about as many as we did the 2 prior streams. Well, we killed more than we did in the 2 prior streams. But that's just how much leveling up does for you. Got junk magazine. Okay. I've already got all this. Alright. So once again, trying to get a good look at what I've even got here. So, let's not rush through this as fast. Oh, I can make a claw hammer, can't I? No, I can't. Oh, I bet you I need a flat surface. Let's grab one of the claw hammer heads. Because we've got a medium handle, which is what that requires to build. I bet you I just need a flat surface. Because that'll give us an actual claw hammer. Okay, so trunk is actually clear. We know that for a fact. There's nothing in the trunk I need. And we're looking for stone blades or stone knives. I've got the flakes I can make stuff with. Grab the handles. Yep, no, we apparently used them all. Alright, so I'm not going to try and have a lot of this stuff on me. But I'd like to get a little bit of cloth and all that, just so we can, as needed, make more weapons whenever we have the opportunity. In the meantime, I did see that I don't need the lighter, so we can get that out of here. We don't need these seeds. I think the rest is fine. Okay. Regarding the machete, I will. I'll probably wait till we're backing off to rest to do that, though. Oh, I'm also realizing it. Okay, it's fine. We won't worry about it right now. But, let's see. Right side driveway. Let's see. Right side of the driveway, just above the zombies, had a duffel bag. They didn't check yesterday? Oh, I'm not gonna find that. That's fine. I'm not worried about it. If we see it, we see it. If we don't, we don't. Usually when it's only been a survivor zombie, have I had any luck with, like, getting any goodies out of it. Let's clean up some of these stragglers over here. It's gonna get dark soon. And I don't want to really push ourselves quite yet. Alright. So we're gonna eat a bunch of this stuff. And the reason I'm doing that is we're just playing a little bit on the cautious side. We just had the helicopter. The things aren't quite the way we want them yet. Alright. This is Rain Zombies. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, no, it's yeah, it's going pretty well. We're on our way back to. We got to our station wagon already, so that's at least the good news. We had the helicopter, and the very next day we got right back to our station wagon. Looks like there's gonna be some pretty decent cleanup I'm gonna need to do to get back to the back to where we were at the house. There's a big hunting knife. I'll take that. But it's gonna take some work. That's fine. So clean those up there. I'm just cleaning these ones in the field behind us because most likely this is where we're going to sleep and just go up here. It's all these random zombies standing around here, the ones that'll probably be able to sneak up on me at night. Oh, we have a crafting stone right here. That's a good thing. Yeah, can I mark? Oh, actually, this works out really well. Those would be flint nodules just to my south. I've got multiple stones here I can craft on. So yeah, so we got a spot we can craft right here. Make ourselves more weapons. Alright, the zombie behind me somewhere. Okay. Alright, cool. So let's go ahead and get our cloth. So I can mark up here as a place that we can go and deal with the stones and all that. Because, yeah, that and that will be more goodies. We'll just have to get the pickaxe out of the car. So I could probably do is mark this as just like a crafting spot, because that's near enough to the road that even when I have to fall back, I won't mind backtracking to this. Alright, Nitro, you have yourself a good lurk. You sleep well, and thank you again for hanging out. Hey, Red Hawk Black Sheep, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that, and what were you streaming, and how did it go, and all that good stuff. Can I get a shout out for Red Hawk? I'd appreciate it. We got those, we got you, we got these. Get that. Hey, Lucky Chimera. It's going well. Alright, so we've got all that set up. So let's mark this on the map real fast, and I'll get that shout out for you if you didn't already get one. So shout out Red Hawk Black Sheep. For those who don't know, Red Hawk Black Sheep, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing some, let's see, Baroni and Ellen. So if any of those sound good, you can check that out over there. But what we're going to do is I need to mark, I'm going to use a little tree icon. Crafting rock / supplies. And did we have another spot up here? No, we didn't. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, so we've got at least 3 flint nodes here. So that's really good news. Let me see if I can't get back down to the station wagon. And I'm down, just leave the pickaxe here for a minute. And we could start crafting, like, this could be like our weapon crafting area up here. It's enough off the main road that I should be able to just wander out and deal with it. It'll be good for, like, the next 2-3 houses. It'll be close enough that if I have to fall back to it, it won't be that big of an out. You know, like, that far of running out of my way. It's not right in with the zombies. So that should be pretty good. But yeah, so I can grab the pickaxe, go deal with that, top off our weapons, and all that good stuff. And grab that, and we leave. Let's see. Cat's going, Rual, can I have some advice about priorities when looting? You keep having to go home often loot runs because your van and trailer is full. Everything seems useful, and I'll use it all eventually. I mean... So I wouldn't... So, like, early game, there's the loot priorities of make sure you've got food, make sure you've got weapons, that kind of thing. So the early game, it's have something you can carry water in, have at least enough food to survive the day if you're not in an area that you can really forage or whatever, and that you should also have some kind of weapon. Pretty much anything beyond that is purely optional, ancillary, whatever you want to choose for your terminology. It's not necessary, it's nice. But it will be one of those things that, generally speaking, you are going to always have more loot than you know what to do with. It's one of the reasons in Build 41, it was kind of a meme, but after, like, the very early game, I would stop looting any buildings whatsoever, because it just becomes clutter. Like, it's all useful, you just don't really need it. Now, I think some of that has changed with this version. I feel like weapons are going to be a little bit more scarce from just loot, so crafting them is going to make more sense. But still. And there's more flint here. Oh, there's so much flint here. Because you get that, that, and that. I saw you, zombie. You've got at least 5 more flint, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so we're not gonna sit here and just work on getting all that flint. That's physically more flint than I would be able to manage in like an end-game week. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna break this last one here. And I'll carry that down. And then when I need more flint, I'll go for more flint. Yeah, so it looks like we got tons of flint just above here. Like, there's more over there, too. So this is our crafting rock. A little hurt. Look. Not trying to call you a big baby, but you're being a big baby. Alright. Checking that machete's condition real fast. So we'll sharpen our machete real quick, because I'm not going to be able to make that much before it's too dark. You'd have to stop yourself from grabbing metal things. Yeah, no, like 100% Product Zomboid is a game that will let your inner loot goblin absolutely lose its mind, but also will 100% punish you for letting your inner loot goblin lose its mind. Okay, so you can assemble the medium, the claw hammer. It's Morrowind all over. Oh yeah, no, it's 100% like Morrowind and Skyrim and all that, where there's loot everywhere, and there's just no reasonable way you can possibly carry half of it. We can go here, max, start smashing these. And it's officially too dark for me to do anymore. I didn't even finish the first one, I don't think. That's fine. Okay. Just gonna tear the clothes on this one. That should be about right for us to go sleep. Does he have a gem room in Skyrim? It's like a graphics card test in there? Yup. You guys think of the story of the guy who collected every book in Skyrim to place in his house and it would crash his game often to load inside? Yep. There's just too many objects in the area loaded in. Has to have like an object culling thing or something just to keep it from murdering your poor computer. Alright. Cool. So we survived the night. Pick up her sleeping bag and do all that stuff. I should be able to make a decent number of weapons just here without putting a whole lot of effort into stuff. Alright, let's eat a snack. And we can top off our weapons and all that, and that'll be good. And by cooking stuff, you get more nutrients out of it, and you get more hunger handled. You can actually get to the point with the bowl, it'll even let you cook with rotten food, and it'll be totally fine. You just get way, way, way less, like, hunger and stuff out of it, so it's not really a sustainable thing. But it's at least a thing you can do. Alright, so we want to go down here. Let's make the knives we can with what we've got here, which should be, I believe, 11 knives? So it's going to take us a hot minute to do that. But that's fine. Even with weak stomach? Yeah, so the thing is, once you have high enough cooking, it literally makes it not poisonous or anything anymore. The idea is your character is so knowledgeable about cooking that they know how to remove the unsafe parts. But it's something like 7 or 8. It's pretty high up there. But we're talking, you get like 1, 2, 3 hunger out of it. It really does just obliterate what you get out of it. I think we just broke our hammer. And I don't know where the tree branch came from, but okay. Bum. Alright, so I have to find, like, a regular old stone, and I needed that tree branch to make another hammer. That's fine, we got a tree branch here. That's a large rock. That's limestone, right? No, that's regular stone. Okay. So we broke our actual hammer we were napping with, so I had to get another one. You used to do that in real life? Don't eat at sports bars? There's a lot of places people eat. I saw the zombie, I'm just working my way up here. Gonna drop this on the ground fight. There's a lot of stuff in food services that gets real sketchy. It's kind of one of those catch-22s of, you know what you're in for when you prepare it at home. Now, keeping in mind you don't necessarily know what's happened to your ingredients from the point they were grown and shipped and everything else and packaged. But still. It's honestly amazing we don't have real problems with people always being very ill just because how many steps along the way we have for producing stuff. Why can't I? Ah, there we go. We can make the hammer. Can I use a handle for that? No. Alright. You should be here. Let's do a radio. And keep on working. But yeah, that way, like, what we can do is we can process materials and then just keep an eye out for whatever we're missing. The big one's going to be the small handles. That I'll have to actually go out of my way for. It looks like we've got more than enough flint in the area to last me a very long time. And then the zombies are a source of cloth. Like, does game have a goal to finish, or are you just trying to survive as long as possible? You basically make your own goals. It is a sandbox game. Any game that markets itself as a sandbox game usually doesn't have an ending, a conclusion, something like that. It is what you make it. Product Zomboid is no difference. There is no cure. There is no escaping the exclusion zone. There is no ending the zombie menace or anything like that. If you listen to the intro to the game, it does say, you know, it was the end days, there was no hope of survival, this is how you died. If you think about what that means, it literally means at the time you start your character, they have already died, you're just retelling the story of how it happened. It's gonna break like 2 hits. I'm not gonna bother sharpening that. Alright. And for some people, that'll be a deal breaker for them, and that's fine. But yeah, so people will have different goals of like, I want to survive for a year, or I want to clear this town of zombies, or I want to collect one of every car, or I want all the plushies, or I want to get the Spiffo outfit, or I want to get to the secret military base, or clear the mall and make it into my home. Like, whatever objectives, you gotta come up with it yourself. The only inherent objective the game gives you is don't die. Don't get the game over screen kind of thing. There's a bunch of blades there. Yeah, so we're losing a lot of time this in-game day, just because I am taking the time to make my next batch of weapons. That's going to be the back and forth that's going to happen. I should have to do this less and less and less as we build up our maintenance skill and as we build up our short blade skill. Has anyone ever cleared the whole map of zombies? No. It's not really a feasible goal. You gotta keep in mind, so the current world record number of kills, if I'm not mistaken, and I could be, if I remember correctly, with the kill count of 954,000 or whatever it was that Lamprey got, that still would not be enough to full clear the map on Apocalypse, with how many zombies there are. Now with Build 42 it might be. But even then, that's where you have those high density where you can keep going at it pretty aggressively. Versus as you clear the map more and more and more, you do run into the problem that you're no longer getting 500, 600, 700 kills of zombies a day because you're having to take the time to locate the zombies to kill. And the number of random zombies that are like out in the middle of nowhere, woods and all that. Plus, even if you do succeed, unless you dev mode it, or sorry, debug it, you'll never actually know if you did clear. Like, new zombies wander in. Well, we're talking about from respawns off. And there's actually no zombies walking in from the edge of the map. Zombies just appear when you have respawn on. It's just they have rules around they appear, and one of those things is that there is, from where they would appear, some path to an edge of the map. So like if I wall in an area, they won't spawn inside that walled in area. Alright. Yeah, so basically burning this day, just making weapons. That is going to happen. I do kind of hope that later on that we get some type of way of, like, as you've done enough of a trade skill, that particular skill, we can go a little faster. I'm just worried about how much time I'm going to be spending just sitting here. No, alright, let's go ahead and eat a raw habanero. Drop that on a body. Okay, can I make, what, 4 more? And then we need to locate food. Yeah, no, you're all good. But yeah, no, it's one of those things that, like, actually clearing the map is not a realistic goal. It's certainly something to aspire to. But, like, you'll have the problem of there's giant forests that you'll never know if there's even a zombie in there. And you go, like, well, what about just clearing the whole towns? Well, because there's zombies out in the forests and all that, the towns will kind of repopulate themselves again and again by those zombies wandering in. So it's just one of those things. Okay. We're looking for a little bit of food. And I'd like to also put in at least a little bit of damage into the zombies today. But the good news is we got ourselves enough flint for like 30 knives and a bunch of other goodies. There's another habanero plant. And we're getting hungry enough that's an issue. Okay. I'm glad they didn't notice me long enough for me to grab those berries and not have to worry about it. No, you're all good. You're good, Alice. And we gotta keep eating our berries and all that to manage. We still had a bunch of zombies here. I don't really know where they went. Yeah, and the poison, not poison labels are supposed to be fixed on the foraging. Because there was a thing where you'd see something be like, this is poisonous, and then you pick it and it wasn't. And then just the reverse, you'd see something that says it wasn't poisonous. And then you'd look in your inventory and it would be. They got that resolved. It's not that, like, it would still show correctly in your inventory, so you wouldn't accidentally use it and poison yourself. At least now it's just not watching at that point. Alright, next weapons. Okay. Grab that hunting knife that's close to breaking, get that out of our inventory too. Okay. Well, it was super chill, and then everyone started rolling in the moment I started hitting some. Which just seems par for the course for Build 42 these days. That little shout your character does when they're fighting sometimes that aggroes everything nearby. One second. Zombie, you gotta wait your turn. Okay. What is going on that I'm just getting more and more? We've needed to stop fighting for a while, and they're just trickling in twos and threes. Yeah, we're exerted and drowsy and muscle strained, so our damage is going to be basically non-existent. Okay, you can have those handles. Let's get the heck away before anything else has a chance to show up. Okay. Yes, unfortunately we got exhausted. Well, that's right, because we spent the whole day crafting. That's what's going on. We lost a lot to the crafting side of things. Let's go ahead and tear up some more clothes while we wait. Is that not my crafting? Oh no, there is stuff there. It's I don't have cloth there, and the cloth is the noticeable thing. I was about to be like, where's all my stuff? Right, there's still all the junk there. It's just chipped stones, and that's they hide pretty easy. Okay. So I can go here and say, yep, I'd like a couple more. Put those away. Keep making her food. Yeah, so today was productive in the sense that we did get a bunch of weapons. We didn't hardly do much against them. We probably killed like 10 or 12 or so, which isn't nothing. But we did spend most of the in-game day crafting. Just that's gonna happen, and that's even true before Build 42. It's just you had other chores you had to do, whether it was like managing your traps or stopping and spending a day to fish and all that. That seems to be one of the big things in Build 42 is just that there are more things we do there. And there's pros and cons with that. See, Elson did a thing in Build CDA mode where she was building doorways and walls because the zombie sees the doorways as spawn blockers, like walls in unloaded chunks. Yeah. There's lots of things that you can do to make an area be considered enclosed. And then once you do that, respawns are ineligible to show up in that, or sorry, not enclosed, that it's not open to the edge of the map. And that does make it ineligible for zombie spawns. Alright, so we're starting to run out those. We can go ahead and sit down for a minute. And recoup a little bit. And see if I can't... Oh, I got some zombies over here. Let's deal with those. I was gonna say, see if we can't tear some more cloth while we wait for it to get darker. Just that way, before the day we've been doing all our crafting, we can keep that going. Hey, Strider, how's it going? You arrived late but happy? No, you're here exactly when you mean to. Like, I don't mean that in a negative way or anything. Just, you know, there's no late when you're not scheduled, like, to be, like, there's no expectation of people being here. You choose to be here. Let's go down, tear these clothes. That'll give us more fabric. Alright. And that'd be 9 more knives worth of fabric. It will be interesting when we can start getting like proper blacksmithy, what we can actually make. Because I do think that's going to be the big advantage. Some of those later ones are just going to have way more durability, which will spare me that much more having to stop and craft and all that. Alright, so this is the last knife I can make until we find more wood. Which is fine. Can unpack this. Place it down here. And let's go see if there was that one zombie down there by their lonesome. Let's get rid of that. Alright, Alice, you have yourself a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Yeah, so just want to keep an eye out for zombies nearby. Oh, what I should have done... Let's grab this large... Oh, wait, never mind. I can't make the large handles. That's right. See you wandering. Okay. Finally got your Fallout 4 working. The Deathclaws are toast now. The fact that you mod so heavily that you have to let me know that you got your game working. I don't know how people play with that many mods. Like, it's cool that people enjoy that, but like, as it being a regular thing of, hey, I got my game working again. I was like, man, I just want to be able to enjoy the game. Could you not? I'm trying to do things here, zombie. That said, on the counter argument, Bethesda couldn't get the game working. I'm teasing. It's fine. Bethesda games just have that reputation of being being a whole lot of janky. Did they change the Moodle? I don't remember tents looking like that. That sucks a lot. So we woke up. I'm assuming we had a nightmare because I don't see a zombie. Okay, well the good news is we managed to get back to sleep. We're not really getting a good sleep here. I'm assuming it's the fact that not only are we getting a poor sleep because of sleeping bag, but adding on top of that, we're literally sleeping in the rain. I'm assuming it's just giving us a really, really bad sleep. I can honestly live with it. That sounds more like our character's problem. Yeah, and I definitely changed that. I wonder if it was to make it stand out a little bit better. Because I remember there was another Moodle that was vaguely orange. Like putting the giant eyes on it, I think that makes it pop a little bit more. So out of the corner of your eye, like, you know, you're not confusing that for another one of the other Moodles. Because that was definitely one of the big goals of the Moodle changes, to make it so, like, just out of the periphery you can kind of see the color and be like, oh, that's a whole, you know, that thing. Alright. So now today, we're just going to worry about fighting. What shape is our machete in? That half condition. The downside is using the machete is going to slow down my ability to fight. We also need to unequip our light. Put that away. Honestly, I'm thinking about just leaving the machete in the bag and just using it as a tool. It's just way too much arm strain on the machete. I swing like 2-3 times. My assumption is I'm gonna have to get some levels in long blade before the machete really becomes not terrible. Yeah, I think they adjusted the range a little bit on there. So I think it's longer than it was. Alright, so we got Thunderstorm 5 days. I think it's longer than build 41, but it's not as long as we had on the test build the other day. It's like somewhere in between, where at least it feels not quite as absurd. It's still a little bit on the, maybe it's too long, but at least it's in the, you know what, but it's probably fine. Yeah, no, yesterday was like, alright, you know, you're straight up like stabbing 8 feet away and the zombie's falling over. This feels like, it's like, okay, you know, it's a couple inches out of range, it's probably fine. Alright. Okay, so just trying to get to this house just down this driveway. And then that'll be our new base of ops once we get there. And then we push on to the next house. Was there not one on the left aggroed as well? That's fine. The thing is, I keep getting right up to the house where I'm aggroing zombies, like, from out and around the house. We haven't gotten anywhere near actually getting inside the house, unfortunately. Actually use the actual hunting knife. Trying to just clean out equipment. Let's see, there are death calls you can talk to early. Oh yeah, no, it's there's a lot. There's a lot in Fallout. Like, Fallout definitely loves to do all sorts of weird things. Alright, let's back up a little bit until we figure out what those zombies are doing. Okay, I wanted them to stop before we... so we get the muscle strain off, but that's okay. You're aggroed, I gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it definitely feels like we're getting from all those zombies. For those who didn't see yesterday's stream, I drug a bunch of zombies to the south side of these 2 lakes. Like, we're talking a number of hundred. And so I'm guessing this is those zombies, like, slowly starting to spread back out again. Which is fine. I did make the comment that it was more than likely we were going to end up having to fight them. Wait, what color pants were those? Are those really, like, white? No, those are, like, blue jeans as pants. That's fine. We've already said since we got the wizard hat, we need to find a bathrobe. That's the plan. Yeah, so if the anxiety bug with Smoker Louis buys is resolved in the patch, not really worth it for the points. You probably still take it because you like it for the roleplay. Yeah, I was never a fan of any of the traits that had like a maintenance to them, like an increased maintenance thing. So like thirst, higher hunger, smoker, that kind of thing. And that's fine. It's just for me because I like to do like the 0 strength, 0 fitness thing. It's just more crap I have to lug around to keep my character happy. So it's not even the challenge, it's just, to me, it kind of comes a tedium. But I also know a lot of people like to roleplay it, do that kind of stuff. A lot of people saw it as free points because managing the smoking stuff was really easy in Build 41 versus definitely not that in Build 42. Now, granted, it does seem like you're going to be able to roll your own smokes and I mean, you can roll your own smokes and everything in Build 42. Supposedly, the crop death is also resolved in the latest version of the test build. I haven't had a chance to test it yet. There's a large knife. Okay. But yeah, it's that house that you can see the roof right below me is where we've been trying to fight into. Just a lot of zombies here, helicopters, weapon issues, yada yada. I also already have like 10 residence keys for this one house, so I'm just not even bothering anymore. Because honestly, worst case, I'd break it anyways. Let's back off. We're starting to pull things from different sides. It's like, oh yeah, for the challenge, it definitely wasn't worth it. Let's see, you already cheat for points in sandbox settings. Yeah. Alright. I didn't see you over here, that's on me. Got 2 more. Empty backpack. Okay. Alright. Cool. So it's back up. Sit down for a minute. One thing I am noticing is even with like this, the really like overwhelming stench, I have not noticed us actually getting any kind of fever, any type of increased body heat, you know, queasiness, nauseous, anything like that, which is interesting. Because I definitely remember in the past, it would get pretty bad pretty quick. Like when you start getting a proper amount of bodies. We didn't change any settings with that, so I'm curious if they just like really toned it down. I know for a brief while in the internal build, it would just straight up kill you, like how fast it would build up. It's pretty unmanageable, so I think they may have just over adjusted. Okay. Slowly getting to see a little bit more of that house. Okay. Let's back off just a step. Let's see, when the red ring forms around the Moodle, what's an indicator? The red ring. Oh, maybe if this turns red around there, it might just mean I'm at a higher severity of it? Oh, red ring formed around that? Oh, it's just, as this goes from, like, deeper red, it just means it's the more severe version of that Moodle. So, like, the deeper and deeper red it is, like, the worse and worse it is kind of thing. So it's just up by the car, the smell is, like, getting really, really bad. Okay, let's back off. Rest again. Yeah, so the deeper red it is, the worse it is. You can actually change the color if you don't want it to be red. It does respect the good-bad choice you make. Alright, let's take our sip of water. I'm hoping I want to back off to try and get some more food here in a minute. Because they ate what we found, because we didn't spend much time finding much. Been trying to focus on getting into the house, because more than likely I'll find some food in there. Okay. Alright, we're getting real close to the house now. Got a handful down here, maybe some over there. Okay. Hey, Rabbit, how's it going? So we got a rally group out around the front of the house. Also a pretty good garage right over there. I'd like that back, thank you. And almost all the windows are missing from the bottom floor, which we figured the most, like, I mean, that's a porch, so it's whatever. Okay. Just chipping away at it. And next up on the list, get ourselves another knife out. Okay. So the group down here is split up. It was like one group of about 9, and now it's like a group of 3 and a group of 4. And you'll notice I could almost certainly sneak in there at this point. I'm not going to. There's a lot of danger in doing that, and I need the area to be clear to do anything meaningful with the location anyways. So instead I'm just going to keep working at picking away at the zombies, little by little until we're able to get in there properly. Okay. Okay, looks like we pulled a decent group. I'm not sure what to expect from that house. It's a weird design. Like, it's got kind of like a little bit of a modern thing where, you know, the back porch is fully glassed in, like very open floor plan. And then considering this is supposed to be 1993, that's like, you'd consider that like a very modern home for the time and all that. And this is like one of the few homes we've seen that has that kind of an aesthetic in the game. You'll probably have most of your basic house loot. I'm just wondering if we're going to have like a little bit more tech or something in it. You're eyeing this house, if you could fish in that water? Yeah, you should be able to fish in any water. Usually with Project Zomboid, what they do with the water is like, that is a water tile. It's the same as any other water tile. They don't differentiate river. Well, actually, I take that back. They do differentiate now. They did used to differentiate between river and pond and lake. How many days survived? 1 month, 18 days. Okay. I keep dealing with these ones behind me because they keep kind of closing in. Okay, so he cleared up behind me. Hey, Gibbs, it's going good. Yep, so we got a handful down here. Keep pushing for the house. The good news is that as we clear this area, that should have it so like we're only dealing with the zombies from one side, which would be Irvington. Ooh, hatchet. All right, dark green shirt. We want to loot the dark green shirt one right here. Oh, I'm sorry, not hatchet, meat cleaver. I'm honestly just as happy with that, anyways. Currently, the only way for you to play Project Zomboid is on mobile. I don't know how that would work, and also that sounds terrible. I'm sorry to hear that. I'm assuming it's something that, like, it is a mobile device that is Linux-based, or... Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, or, like, game streaming kind of thing. But yeah, no, I couldn't imagine trying to play on a mobile device. Having so little screen real estate, because this is already a game that, visibility gets to be a problem. Like, all these bodies building up. Fine details can be pretty important and also very hard to distinguish. Alright, again, another wave coming out of the house. Let's back off so we don't aggro stuff in the backyard more. Top off our water in the meantime. Like a thimble's an actual item in the game now? Yep. I imagine it just changed the type of things you do in the game. You wouldn't do like sweaty try-hard settings. You'd probably go through and, you know, make some decisions around what settings you have based on that, like lower the weather, density, that kind of stuff. Just to compensate for the poor visibility from a mobile device. Probably depend on the foraging mechanic for noticing stuff on the ground and houses. Alright, we'll pull one more group, and then I gotta back up because it's gonna start getting dark. But it's getting really good. We're getting, like, literally down to the house now. Well, there's, like, no zombies back there. I mean, there are, but, like, I was expecting there to be zombies, like, right here. I don't know how many there are. Let's turn around this way. Hey, that would be the targeting issue improved. If the targeting wasn't fixed, I would have hit the wrong zombie there. So it does look like they did actually get the targeting thing fixed for this one. They said they did, and I had one that was kind of a gray area that hit one I wasn't expecting. But that one would have been one that would have triggered... Oh, let's not play with that. Back off more. There's our weapon broke, and we're about to get drowsy... Oh, actually, we're not about to get drowsy, but we'll get drowsy soon. I mean, we're gonna get dark soon. Yeah, this will be the group I wanted to pull. And I think I'm gonna work my way back to where we were crafting. And just use that kind of as, like, where I'm basing from till I get into the house. And we'll clear the zombies around the house. Keep pushing up to the next house on the road. Another 4, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, so it does seem like exertion might be directly impacting Nimble now. I don't remember it used to doing that. Oh, no, it just came back. There's something that occasionally my Nimble drops to, like, half speed and then comes back. Every time Rual plays, they nerf another thing. No, I mean, they fixed a bunch of stuff. I'll get that meat cleaver out here. Alright, so put the empty water bottle in here. No point carrying an empty water bottle. Alright, so let's move our way back out towards where we were crafting our weapons. I don't need to craft more right now, but I want to get out there before it gets dark. That way if we just run to zombies out here, I'm not just standing here being like, oh yeah, we're good. As there's like zombies that are just standing out in the periphery. Plus, we can eat our delicious, delicious violets. Poison. Put down her sleeping bag. But we'll still forage around here. Also keep an eye out for like zombies out in the edges here. And then when it starts to get proper dark, we'll drop in and go to sleep. Because the hope being that we find, like, acorns or something and we just don't have to worry about food for a bit longer. My other hope is once we claim the house that I'll just be able to make myself a fishing rod and just pull up some fish. And have that all sorted. Start getting our weight back on. Let's kill this zombie. Okay. Because that zombie killed, I can go ahead and cut up that branch into more stuff for more knives. Rual enters search not to hunt for food, but to hunt for victims. I mean, I want the food. The victims are just what I'm finding. Hey, Sam, how's it going? So we can carve that. Make yourself a couple more knives over here. Probably won't get the last one done. It'll be right on the fence. It's gonna be too dark any second now. And we got it. Oh, no, we didn't get it. I saw the handle. Alright. Run's going pretty good. Been slowly working our way into Irvington. We've got our generator, we got our generator magazine, we got a working vehicle. I just need to secure a gas station so, you know, those things can do basically anything for me. Alright. The wait here a bit longer. So hopefully we don't wake up in the middle of the night again. Go with that. Alright. Cool, so we got a much better sleep this night than the other one. That's good news. Let's put our sleeping bag away. Because the water I collect will need to be boiled. It'll be contaminated. And I've got tons and tons of clean water. So I'd rather just go ahead and continue using the water I've got. Because I've also got a lake nearby. Hi.
Hi. Can I get you anything?
I'll take a drink.
That kind of drink?
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, it's because I love you, you know.
Yeah. But yeah, so, with, like, the tainted water, I gotta boil it and all that. And since carry weight's really, really a problem, there's that. And then plus, if I do need water, there are those lakes there. I can run down to lake and then drink from that really fast, and that'll work. Because even though it's tainted, it's not dangerous. Like, I'm able to drink that and be okay, because it's not that bad. But, all the other stuff.
Enjoy.
Thank you.
Lovies.
Yeah. And if it gets really, really bad, I do have more fresh water in there. So is rainwater worse than lake water? Yeah, weirdly, if I take the lake water and put it in a bottle, it is far more dangerous than if I just drink it from the lake. Does it make sense? No. Is it the way the game works? Yep. It just is. That's interesting. So the labeling on that isn't fixed yet. Because that is supposed to be one of the things they fixed, is that the poisonous mushrooms, if they show as not poisonous and you pick them up, they'll be not poisonous. If they show as poisonous and you pick it up, they'll be poisonous. And weirdly, it doesn't seem to actually be doing that. Bug report, it's a known bug. I just need to update and be like, yeah, that's still a problem. Yeah, they both labeled as poisonous. I was just double checking to make sure it wasn't like they got split. Hey, Lauren. Was that Lauren the Short? Thank you so much for the raid. Let me... Oh, hey, Mr. Nice Gamer. Good to see you as well. But thank you so much for that raid. I really do appreciate it. Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. And what were you playing, and how does it go? Says Project Zomboid according to Twitch. But... So people looking for more Product Zomboid, it's happening over there, and with Mr. Nice Gamer coming over, I know Mr. Nice Gamer has good taste. So very much that is a positive in my book, that Lauren the Short has obviously got something good going on there. Let me drop a follow as well so I can check you out later. But welcome in, Raiders. So again, looking for something like this is your second in real life day on the save. Nice. Well, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so are you new to Product Zomboid? Have you been around for a while? Somewhere in between? Just curiosity. And if you got a raid and run, like, don't let me keep you. Obviously, you're welcome. But I do know that a lot of people, it's like, you finish your stream, like, no, I gotta take care of things. I need the food. But yeah. But tell us a little bit about Zip. I told you it's good people. Well, thank you. And thank you for all those follows. I really do appreciate it. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for this game, Product Zomboid. While I am a variety streamer, I got most known for this game because I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life, with no mods to change itemization or vehicles. And it was on sweaty, try-hard settings and all that kind of stuff. That said, you'll notice there's a past tense on that record, that my record was beaten. Let's see, your main game right now is 7 Days to Die, gotcha, and now quickly beginning to get a new obsession.
Thank you, Marina Remenas, for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you, Marina Menace, for not only getting a Tier 1 sub, but 6 months in advance of Tier 1, that you just went, yep, I like this half a year. I really do appreciate it. Thanks for that. The tryhardiest, but the, whatever. Used to be subbed here? Yeah. But the new record is like 954,000 is what the record is up to now, and I think that's the forever record. So you're after, what can you tell us about the test build? Yes, so I can actually tell you a lot about the test build. I can't tell you when it's coming to all of you because can't tell you what I don't know. But it's got a bunch of stuff that's been fixed. So they did fix that you get more calories out of butchering the animals. They do have the targeting has been fixed, so you don't hit the zombies behind nearly as much. They've got it so you're now getting the XP from discarding stuff that was forged correctly. There's a whole bunch of stuff. Let's see, wait, this is test build is super special first hand look? Yes, this is the, like, alpha test, whatever you want to call it, of what will be coming for the next update for Unstable. Some of the stuff here may or may not make it in, we'll all see. With that said, there is also a complete overhaul in the aiming of guns. They've got a new setting that you can do at the beginning where, depending on where you put your cursor on the zombie when you're shooting, it'll actually have less of a roll on your chance to hit and more on your chance to damage, which means you'll more consistently hit the zombies when you're shooting, but you'll have a wider range of amount of damage you do. In the end, it ends up being roughly the same number of zombies you end up killing when you're shooting at them, but it feels way better. because at least you're not sitting there the whole time just firing and watching the zombie walk at you as if nothing's happening. The zombie just flinches and you go, well, I must have hit their pinky toe. Like, I hit the zombie, just it was a wholly ineffective hit, or not really, you still did damage, just, you know, you didn't hit anything important. But the patch notes, I don't know what they're up to now. The first version of the test build had 500-ish line items. And then they've added more. Let's see, the 42.1.0, how does it feel? Our bug has been fixed. Did you find new stuff that can be annoying? I haven't run into any net new bugs on, because for those who don't know, Twist on Fire is also doing the internal stuff. And so the first internal test, we had a bunch of pretty rough ones. I believe almost all of them are fixed. Supposedly the poisonous mushroom showing is not poisonous mushrooms when you go to pick them up. So like you'd see it on the ground, it'd be poisonous, you pull in your inventory and then it's not, and vice versa. Supposedly that was fixed. It still appears to be broken to me. But the other stuff they said that they fixed got fixed. So like the hitting the zombies behind the one you're targeting seems to be better. It still seems like the range is a bit longer than it was before the internal test, but not as long as it was last time. So I think they're trying to find some middle ground there. Like right now, if it stays the way it is now, I'd be like, yeah, that's fine. You know, we're just really getting them with the very end of the knife. That's all. Don't worry about it. But it definitely feels like it's way better. Like if they took this one and they said, "Yep, that's going to unstable," I think it's in a place that might be fine. Versus where it was the other day with like every other hit hitting the zombie behind the one you want to hit, and everything is like, no, this can't go to unstable yet. It's just not ready. So what do you do with the poisonous mushrooms? I throw them on bodies and pretend they don't exist. Right now, you can get away with eating poisonous mushrooms if you're careful. They used to be in Build 41, nibbling on them at all was a death sentence. They've done something with poison that it's not as severe. I would not count on it staying that way, is the way I will phrase it. I haven't heard anything. There's no rumblings going on that they're like, oh yeah, we're totally making this worse. But right now, poison is pretty undertuned. I would expect that to not stay that way. I'm gonna grab this because I will want these later. Alright, before we get into like proper fighting, I want to see if we can't get ourselves a snack. Yeah, no, right now you can actually manage poisonous mushrooms the way you could berries. Like you could always berry juggle, where you could take like a little nibble of a berry, and if it starts to make you sick, go, okay, well I'll stop eating that. And then you can, nibble at it a little at a time, and you'll be fine as long as you let your character recover. So it's enough that if you're eating a poison berry, you'll still eventually die of hunger, but you can drag it out a very long time. Let's see, build 42.1.10, the build date today. It's awesome. Diaspard letting y'all get the internal builds, very much enjoying the streams. Yeah, because, like, imagine if they had rolled this out, which I assume they would have more testing and all that before they did, but imagine they had rolled the build we had yesterday out. You would have had some pretty upset people with the targeting issues. Now, I think they would have done more internal testing themselves, and that probably wouldn't have gone out, because that one was pretty bad. But you get the idea. Now, what we need is food, and we've had 2 fog days in a row, so I'm getting a little salty about that. Which, that's normal. But, I need a little bit more food. We are trying to push, there's a house down here that we got right up to the house. And I'm just worried if I keep trying to push it without stopping to get ourselves some more food, that's gonna end up... I don't think we'll get killed from it or anything. But it's gonna put us in a bad way so far as, like, we won't be able to carry as much, and that's gonna make us less capable of fighting, and all that kind of stuff. I'll do one more pass down. You're playing music like I'm in a fight and I'm not seeing anything and it's spooking me. Alright. Yeah, so we got some groups up the road. We did end yesterday's stream with a helicopter, which is part of why we've got these zombies out here. So, like, weirdly, my path back is actually more dangerous than where we've been going. That's fine. Alright, well, let's just start clearing back towards the house. Because when we get into the house, there's bound to be at least 1 or 2 things to eat. If not, then we just go back out to the field and start going. You'll notice I'm not actually, like, sweating going, oh no, I'm in danger of dying. Honestly, if you're forging, like, even with, like, negligible forging, as long as you don't wait to the very last second, you can get away with letting yourself get pretty hungry. Been trying the antibody mod yourself? With some hilarious results? I have no idea what that mod is. And I apologize if I'm missing part of chat. Product Zomboid, especially when you're dealing with fog, just requires you to focus on it. So I have to kind of like wait till I'm stopping to take a break to rest or whatever to catch up. It's one of the downsides of streaming this game is it's really hard to split attention. And it's like one thing when you're doing like little throwaway runs that you don't care about, or like you just start a run so you haven't got much investment in it yet. But once you start getting to the marathon runs and you start getting, you know, 20, 30, 40, 50, 100 plus hours, you know, becomes way more important to keep a bit of focus. Hey, another point in strength. That'll help so much. And I already have dozens of keys for this house. Rual is ignoring you? I do that. Wait, have you seen the things you all say? I'm teasing. But no, also, you all say some weird stuff. Alright, let's catch up with chat for a moment. Let's see, okay. Yeah, okay, I didn't miss anything huge there, alright. You never say anything weird? On the contrary, I think you especially do. No, I'm again teasing. Alright, so you got 2 of them coming. They're weirdly, like, going for a flanking maneuver. Ah, never mind, the one stopped. I was say they're, like, weirdly going to, like, either side to, like, pincer me. Okay. How is the sharpness on this thing? I feel like the damage is pretty... Oh, there's no sharpness on it. Really? Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. Yeah, I mean, the sharpness is about the condition, so taking the time to sharpen is probably not worth the while. Let's see, for a firebomb, do you take the engineering trait or find the recipe? That seems extreme. I don't use fire at all. I want to look the zombies in the eyes before I fight them. Generally speaking, I've never enjoyed using the fire as a way of killing zombies in the game. It just destroys too much of the environment that I don't like it. And it's just the same, I also don't use cars to kill zombies intentionally because it just ruins the car. The way I've stated is using a car as a weapon in the game is a way of converting a perfectly good car into a coffin. Because you'll end up having, like, a tire blow up at an inopportune time because you haven't been watching, or your engine will die, and suddenly everything goes sideways. And people would have all these tricks where it's like, oh, well, if you go into reverse and you spin one way and then you spin the other way, you prolong the car. I don't even know if that's true anymore. There's, like, all sorts of strategies to maximizing the amount of kills you can get out of a car before it fails you, or to do it as safely as possible, and yada yada. I'd rather fight the zombies. Like, no judgment for anyone who does use fire and all that. I just find it to be, like, I genuinely find doing burns way more dangerous than just straight up fighting the zombies. And same with the cars. Using the cars to, like, kill a whole bunch of zombies. I've lost more characters doing that than just fighting the zombies straight up, because just things can go wrong in ways you don't expect. Yeah, no, they actually changed the way fire spread works. I don't know the details on it. I believe it is less aggressive than it used to be. I could be wholly wrong in that, because again, I just don't use it. But part of the other reason I didn't like to use fire is you light the zombies on fire. You go ahead, you know, walk away, cook yourself some dinner, have yourself a nap, read a book, watch a TV show, come back outside, the zombie will be like half dead. Basically, it just takes the zombies for absolute ever to actually die to fire. Whereas, if so much as like a single ember seems to get in your character, you're basically made out of sawdust and lighter fluid. You die in a matter of like 2-3 seconds. That, like, even if you have people on hand with like fire extinguishers, which do let you put out fire, it's still likely you're gonna just die from it. So, like, fire is just way more dangerous to you. You hate the way fire damages like the ground? We wear a bunch of cold gear and just sprinting down the street, intensely working out to induce fear to beat a bite today? Oh. Yeah, with your mod, I was like, beat a bite? It's like, you can't beat bites. Literally Boolean. If bitten, yes. Dead. Dead comes soon. Alright, we're almost in this place. Just gonna clear around the outside, because otherwise I'm just gonna walk in there, aggro through the window, and just trash more of the house. Okay. The burn injuring is so punishing. Oh yeah. Burn injuries are right up there with deep wounds. They just take a long time to heal. Your character's gonna limp. The only difference that does make the burn injury not as bad. See, yeah, with the targeting I would have hit this one with the hoodie if it hadn't been fixed. So that would have been dangerous. But the only reason it's not worse is I at least don't have to stitch close a burn. Okay. So I can just run down here again. We'll rest up for a minute. Yeah, that's the big advantage of short blade, is they're very, very light weapons, so you get very little muscle strain and very little endurance thing. The downside is they usually have only okay durability. Their range is crap. Their damage it's goodish. It's not amazing. But yeah, bear with me, chat. We're about to have an ad break. I delayed it as much as I could. I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. I'll be right back. In the meantime, you'll have some clips to watch here, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Alright. Hey, train, could you not? Hey, train, please. Train. No. This is not my stop, train. I don't want to go this way. Let me free. Alright, so we're going to... Oh, God. And we just need to straighten it out. And everything will be fine. Alright, I'm gonna do something I know is not gonna end well, but I'm gonna be cursed until it happens. Okay. We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. If at first you don't learn your lesson, honk the horn more. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. Yeah, but I was just kind of showing, I talked about like putting like a giant pile of bodies to try and ramp. But you can see where you can get some pretty good air. Ah, that hurts. That was just 1 second. Alright, we're back. Yeah, that last clip was one of my my first big marathon runs. That one we got, it's like, you saw the numbers, like 75, 74,000, something like that. And where I talked about with these runs, the thing that ultimately will get you killed is like one mechanical bad input, one like just dumb decision. You know, the straight up fights stop being a threat pretty quickly. And so it'll only be like that lone zombie that you just weren't paying attention to. And so with that one, what actually got me killed is there's, I haven't heard anyone mention in a while, there's the type of zombie that we jokingly call mourners. Not jokingly, it's just they're referred to as mourners. Which is where you have like a bunch of zombies, like a bunch of bodies piled up, and one zombie will go over there and just stand on it. It's not like some special AI logic or anything like that. It just, the zombie happened to stop there and doesn't notice you till you're like right on top of it. But because of how much like visual noise there is with all the bodies, you fail to see it until you're right on top of it. Then, you know, you don't get a chance to react. It just grabs you and your run's over. And that's exactly how that character died, was there was all the prisoner zombies in their orange prisoner uniforms. So the ground was just this scattering of orange, and there's just one zombie chilling on it, and it just ran right into it. After which, I had been talking about that the car physics get pretty wild when you have stacks of bodies. And so you could see that I had tipped the car up on its side by just driving over bodies and not even particularly fast. I had tried to jump it, but I didn't want to put in all the time to really, really pile the bodies, so that's about as far as it's gone. But to give you an idea of how ridiculous the physics can get driving over big piles of bodies, I once rolled a bull driver, which is the big truck. I once rolled one onto its side, going, I think it was only like 10-15 miles an hour, which is like really just a crawl. And that was all it took to just go plonk. but it's because I had been killing zombies in one spot for so long that when I hit, it was effectively like I was riding over a mountain of bodies on one side. It wasn't delivered either. And the worst thing is I can't show it on the map because we don't have the map revealed. But it was one of those situations where I was just... was it just north of Rose? Yeah, no, it's just north of Rosewood, like one block north of Rosewood, fighting my way in. I think it was Rosewood. It's either that or Markwood. It doesn't matter. And I had come from Ekron, and I had to walk the entire way back to get my spare vehicle to go flip it back over. It's very much a walk of shame as I spent like the next 2 in-game days just going back, retrieving my car, and then coming back out just to pick up where I left off. The big rub of it was just the fact it was so slow. So it's just like watching the vehicles kind of fall on its side, like in absolute slow motion. You're just like, really? Okay. And I definitely see there's at least 2 or 3 sets of fish in that lake right now. I do have the magazine I've already read to be able to make fishing poles. We have not made one.
Thank you Soul Adams for subscribing for 14 months. Look out behind y'all, it's a soul.
Thank you, Soul Adams, for a tier 1 sub. That is 1 year, 2 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot that you'd support the channel this long. And there is always a soul behind us. Wow, you loud, lady. Okay, get our next knife primed. Okay, so we pushed you, so there's at least one more aggroed somewhere. I don't hear it or see it yet. Alright, there it is. Because otherwise I would have execution animation them instead of pushing. Alright. Okay. I'm pretty sure someone heard me. So I'm not going to loot that yet. Just checking goodies. Because that Mechanics 2 will probably be a book we'll want in some time. May have made a lot of noise when I executed that one, that's fine. Let's go deal with these ones. Because we should be good to go inside once I'm not actively aggroed. Alright. I missed a hunting knife, apparently. I'll be taking that. I'm trying to make sure we don't have any zombies close enough that they're just gonna spot me through a window, and then in, like, close quarters, I get caught. Or I've also had it where, like, I won't realize the zombie aggroed, I'll be walking around the house, everything seems fine, and then suddenly a zombie comes around the corner, I'm not expecting it. Where in theory I should be relatively safe. Those are way far enough away. Yeah, looks like we're good to go inside. We're not going to worry about the loot yet. Step 1 is we're just going to go through here. And make sure we don't have any friendos. Sounds like there's a zombie upstairs. Is that forging too? Oh, there's a book for maintenance. I didn't know that. That's what I figured. I had that spooking feeling that there was a zombie along the side of the door there. So we just went to the door outside to bang on it to draw them out. Yeah, with how many voices or zombies I'm hearing inside here, just being a little bit on the cautious side. It's not, that doesn't really work, right? No. I don't think I've ever seen a ladder inside a house. Okay. Ah, you're probably in that closet. I hate that I'm hearing the zombies and not seeing them. Okay, well, we've cleared the area. Bathroom? Did I miss a bathroom? Got that bathroom, got this way, got there. Is there a basement? I haven't seen a basement. It might just be the zombies outside we're hearing, but we'll double check. Want to keep that empty pot. Want the meat cleaver. I think I may have just been hearing those ones. Okay. Let's top up our water. And we will fill up the pot as well. Okay. Let's drop this in our truck. And then we're going to clear the zombies a little bit farther around the property, just as a precaution. That's perfect, because I want this. Because with this, I can carve it into a long... Actually, do I need to carve it? 1 second. Let's check our... fishing pole, make fishing pole. Yeah, so I need a wooden rod. And then 2 twine. Or premium fishing line. I forgot about the twine requirement. That actually kind of sucks. That's fine. We probably have the twine already. So let's carve the large stick. Drop the twigs. Honestly, drop that in the ground for right now. We'll have to see what I need to do to make the wooden pole. I believe... I can't remember if I need carving 2 or not. We'll see. If I need to grind the carving, that's fine. I think twine should be easily crafted on this build after the... after Portugal hemp. Yeah, I just need to get the wooden rod. Because then I'll use the wooden rod to make the twine... And at that point, I'll also have the wooden rod for the fishing pole, and I've got enough nails. Did you clear the around the house at the side of the lake? Yeah, no, I cleared around it a little bit. I'm just trying to drop off the, Are there 2 different types of hemp? I don't believe so. I believe you take the one hemp and then you process that into other stuff. Alright, so let's drop you in there. Drop you in here, drop you in here, drop you in here, drop those in here. For right now, I'll drop these in here as well. You're full. Drop that in there, drop this in here. Okay. Wait, don't I have the paper? Oh, the paperclip's in here, right? I also keep accidentally throwing more and more and more matches and stuff in my bags. Yes, I've got the paperclip. Yep, so we'll just need twine, and I'll need to make enough to, Yeah, let's double check on some of these things. So, twine. So you can craft twine from 20 of the hemp, and I just need a surface. Yeah, so okay, I literally just need 20 hemp. Or I can use a wooden rind and use scotched hemp. So yeah, so with that recipe, I just need a bunch of hemp. It'll be good. What's your stats? Stats are coming along nicely. As far as combat goes, we're getting pretty close to maintenance 5. I'm at axes 3.5, long blunt 1, short blunt 2, long blade I'm just about to hit 1, short blade 3, we're at 3 1/3 napping, cooking 2, carving 1.5, well 1 1/3, fitness 3, strength 4, nimble 2, foraging 6. Yeah, so we'll need to find some hemp to make ourselves a fishing pole. It'll need to be able to make a wooden rod, which is carving. Alright, so let's see here real fast. So I can make a wooden rod out of that directly. So that's one of the pieces I need to make a fishing pole. So the other thing I need is just the hemp, and then we can start fishing. So in the meantime, we're just going to, you can grow hemp, right? Yes, I believe so. We're going to forage for it, though, because all the plants that require growing, they take forever.
Thank you She-Wolf0777 for gifting a sub to Secret Squirrel 75.
Thank you, She-Wolf, for gifting that sub to Secret Squirrel. So Secret Squirrel, you now have yourself some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. So thank you so much, She-Wolf. I really do appreciate that. Okay, so right now I'm just going to chuck these here. Because I don't have the carry weight to deal with this. Alright, so let's sit down real fast and recover. You having yourself a good time there, zombie? Get out of your system? Alright. That was terrifying. We whiffed the execution animation, which I didn't know was a thing. We're okay, though. We were far enough away, it took the zombie an extra second or two to close the gap. I didn't even know you could whip the execution animation. And of course, everyone for square miles closing in because we've been fighting. Alright. Okay, so I'm just trying to dispatch the zombies nearby, and in between waves, we're going to try and find ourselves some hemp, some things to eat in the short term. Basically, we're at that point, I want to start the process of being able to sustain my weight. Because we're a bit underweight right now, and we should have everything I need, so far as, like, that I can get that resolved right here by just fishing this lake. And if not just this lake, even if we can just slow down the weight loss, that's still fine. And we can just expand from there. A zombie had a hunting knife? If I didn't see it right now, it's probably not getting seen. Like, if it was something amazing like a katana or something, I'd be like, alright, let's go find this thing. A hunting knife, I'm not going to put the effort in. Like, hunting knives I like, that they're not that big. Okay. It didn't actually get... What? Oh, there we go. I was like, it only wanted to be able to detach on one side. Yeah, it's more glasses. Okay. Because part of the reason I want to clear the zombies out as much as possible is my intention is to actually sleep in this house tonight. Speaking of which, you can have all your residence keys back. I really don't like that those are coming from inside that house. Okay. I think realistically, with how dark it's getting, we don't keep pushing. That's going good. How about your own? You don't see more. And we can... That's probably fine. Okay. So yeah, so now we'll actually be able to sleep in a bed. Yeah, let's wait till it's a little bit later. How is the steel rod for a blunt weapon any good? I don't know, but I know steel rods are really hard to get a hold of. And you can use them for blacksmithy. Because I remember that was a lot of people when they were discussing the crafting, and a lot of people are saying it's too hard. That kind of the feedback I was seeing repeated was that like a lot of people were using the crafting material as weapons in the early game, which is causing them all sorts of grief because then they just didn't have the materials they needed. That's glasses down there. Okay, but now I actually have a really good area of coverage. What I need to do is get away from the bodies a little bit. What I can probably do is where we've got that crafting point I set up here, we can grab those last few things and just work our way up that way while we look for the hemp and all that. Because I can grab that and I can chuck it into the house. Pen light away. We can discard that for now. Alright, there's some. How much did that give me for doing that? 3, and I need 20. Needless to say, that's going to take us a little while to make that happen. Ah, poisonous berries. I can, in a pinch, use the poisonous berries for food. I don't think we're that desperate yet. Okay, with that, I can actually make a salad. Okay. Alright, so we're just working our way up here. Got garlic. A lot of these things are going to want tons of later, like the clay. It's just one of those things that I don't want to drag it everywhere. We're going to need lots and lots of it, but that'll be something to worry about when we actually got our feet down someplace. Hey, there's some food. Acorns are usually pretty solid as a food source in this game. Right, and I've got all of this here. Okay, so we're going ahead real fast and consolidating these what we can. Made sushi rolls today, just, you know, it's fun. Yeah. I'm not a big sushi person. I've tried it many times because I don't understand why I don't like it, because I like everything that goes into it. It just is. But still. It's still fun to make. Alright, so keep making the knives to lighten them up. This character is tough eating salad with no dressing. Oh, we've done so much worse in this game. Like, the many times we've just eaten bugs, bug after bug. They're only worth, like, 1 or 2 hunger. But, you know, it's one of those things, if things are desperate, you can just eat them, and that 1 or 2 hunger still delays your character starving. Alright, we got severe thunderstorm in 3 days. So let's turn that off. That back away. Alright, let's get these knives made. Because then I'll bring the pickaxe back to the car. Because then I shouldn't have to do that. You knew a lady that grew up in East Germany when she was a kid, her family drank coffee made of roasted acorn? Because they couldn't get actual coffee? You don't think it had coffee? It's probably better placebo than cup. I mean, I don't know anything about... Like, I know you can cook acorns to make them safe and all that, but if you don't, they're, like, pretty awful. But I don't know the details on any of it. Like, I remember there's something you gotta be very careful of with acorns. If you don't take the time to prep them. It's interesting it's still showing the icons for that. Despite me having taken everything away from it. Alright, so let's go ahead and get back to the car. I can drop off the pickaxe. So that the pickaxe stays with the car. Eat the one berry that's not in there. Actually, cancel that. Okay. But yeah, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna fight around the area. It's the Tannis that could be toxic. Gotcha. You know, remember there's a whole thing about processing them to make them safe. Okay, so pickaxe can go here. Just wanted to check here real fast. That's fine. We got drop the rags off for now. Drop you off for now. Yep, that should be fine. Okay. The big thing we're carrying for the moment is just a crap ton of knives. Which will break. And I don't have to worry about carrying them anymore. Okay, so let's start working over here. Again, we're going to kind of circle around the house here. Both foraging and killing the zombies immediately around. Oh, sage. Okay, sure. Because I do need to find that hemp to make the fishing pole. Yeah, those ones are close. Mostly trying to focus on the ones that are close to the house first. We'll give ourselves a little bit more breath to it. If we do still not find enough, like, of the hemp and all that, after killing the stuff immediately around the house, we'll just work our way up the road and keep looking. Because there's no type of, like, real urgency, it's just, I now have the ability to solve one of our problems. So it feels good to have, like, the milestone, as it were, sorted out. Okay. What do you have stuck in you, lady? Ice pick, maybe? Ah, Mason Straw. I got a bunch of those. Yeah, there's definitely a lot of animals that can eat stuff that for human beings would be completely and utterly unsafe. That's a pretty common thing, actually. I don't need the lemongrass. Kill this group, they're close enough. Okay. Then go kill this one. Maybe we'll find hemp down in that brush. If he wants to turn around and go away, I'm not minding. Because my goal isn't to kill every single zombie for miles. It's just to keep my home safe. Because ultimately we're trying to get to the gas station as our base. Pain relief, I'll take it. Okay. Yeah, it's getting pretty far down there. Nettles we can eat. Racking up kills fast? Yep. Because we're actually starting to get some combat skills in here. We're getting better weapons. Let's go for that one. This one also need to die. Yeah, this will be a staging point for a little bit, because I think this house, because of the fishing, is going to be important for us. Hey, why are there so many of you just coming across this way now? Alright. There's the exertion. Just like, once again, suddenly, two rally groups just decide it's the place to be. Alright. Yeah, that strain is massively killing our damage. What is going on? Okay, well that was enough zombies for one go. Let's go ahead and get you staged. Go ahead and just slam those nettles real fast. We need a sip of water. Okay, we all clear for a minute? Okay. So let's see. You don't like the hit range of your weapon if the zombie is lunging at you? That's way too far away for hitting? Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's definitely... It's not as far as it was yesterday. But it still definitely feels like, okay, this is a little bit too far. Because it is making it pretty easy to manage the zombies so far as, like, I don't feel like I'm in that much danger. It looks like a workaround? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Because, like, yesterday, it definitely felt like we were able to hit, like, twice as far as I'd expect to hit. And then today, it feels like it's only maybe 1.5, 1.25 as far as I expect to be able to hit. So it definitely feels like they made an adjustment. The push still seems like it's really, really long range. I mean, if they push this out, I wouldn't be upset about it, but it definitely feels like it needs a little tuning still. But it seems like they're on the right course, they just don't have it quite dialed in. There we go. Onion salad. Yep, onion in a bowl. Onion salad. Don't worry about it. Still, like I said, if literally just said this, boom, update to unstable, I think it would be good. I think it would be a net improvement on the unstable branch, even if it's still got like its own issues. Would that ruin people's saves? No, not usually. Usually the only time you have real problems with updates messing with saves is when they, one, if they make map changes. Map changes will usually break things. I've definitely had that happen to me before. Not with Build 42, but in, they made changes with Build 41. The character's been alive for just shy of 2 months. We haven't had any real problems with erosion yet, no. The other character I had been building up where it was genuinely, like, really out there on dirt roads type thing, that character was having a bit of nuisance from stuff just growing in on them. So let's go down here, keep killing the zombies, keep foraging. You visited the western town, it's expensive? It wasn't pleasant, yeah. Well, it reminds me of going to the military, like, secret military base after you've been in a run that's been like 4, 5, 6 months old. That was always a rough time. That poor road would just be mostly forest. Sticks. Okay. That's why anyone who used the base like McCoy Estate is gonna have to build a road. Yeah, and that's always been a thing. It's a little bit more aggressive in Build 42, but in Build 41 it was still a problem that if you set up in a very outdoorsy location, you had to be prepared to spend time chopping down trees and spend time like making yourselves actual roads by just putting down a bunch of gravel or wood floors or whatever to keep the trees from growing back in. It just get completely overgrown. Okay. Yeah, the erosion has two different aspects to it. One is, the one that's more of a nuisance is like the trees growing in, the bushes growing in, like all the plant life kind of recovering, which is cool, like to slowly see the world go wild or whatever. And then the other aspect is if you look at these buildings where they've got like the cracks and all that on them, that is also something that over time the erosion will make it worse. Like, the buildings never have, like, structural integrity or anything. It's cosmetic. It just puts some gashes, pittings, and scars and all that on the buildings. But is the thing. Okay, so once again... Yeah, so the poison, not poison labeling's wrong. Still. Where supposedly it was fixed, it's not actually fixed. They probably likely fixed one thing that causes it, and there's likely multiple different issues. So, like, maybe where it's saying it's poisonous, but then it's not, maybe when it is not, and then it shows it's poison, maybe they got one of them fixed, but not the other. Or it could just be something like the code didn't get committed. That kind of stuff does happen in real life lots. Where you get your patch notes and everything, and one piece of code that's supposed to be in there didn't make it. Alright. There's a rabbit running for its life. Okay, so clearly we made a lot of noise and we aggroed a bunch. Yeah, it's just how many zombies you get. I know I keep repeating that, but it's like I can't seem to get over. It's just like every time we do a little yell and suddenly half the area closes in. I think I'm okay with the idea that you have a little yell that you'll sometimes do, that combat can have like a variance in noise. But it's just how far it seems to draw them through. Yeah, no, I've been picking up some bugs. I've got a lot of bugs here. It's just, again, inventory space. Like, that's, like, my backpack is basically full. And if I grab more, we just go overburned. Like, that's the same reason why every single time it's like, people are like, why aren't you grabbing that? Inventory space. Why don't you do that? Inventory space. We're low strength characters, so every gram of inventory space is precious. All right. Alright, so I think at the end of this endgame day, we're going to change our strategy, and instead of just doing orbits around the house, I'm going to take up the strategy I normally would do in 16 times pop. Where are you coming from? Am I missing a basement on this house somewhere? Because we had cleared the entire area. It's possible a zombie walked through there, but you usually don't have them walk that far. You know, outside of, like, meta events and that. There's nothing on the sides here and here. And this doesn't go down anywhere. That's all accounted for there. There's no staircase under the staircase. Oh no, I'm not gonna bother doing the doors and windows. Those stay gone. Okay. Bit of halt with the house too. Oh no, we're not repairing that house. That house is just being left the way it is. If it was someplace that's planning on staying long term, sure, I'd put the time in. But it's not. It's just a means to an end for the time being. Alright. How much? Did I grab more than one onion? I must have grabbed more than one onion. Okay, it is losing hunger. So there's like, what is going on that this thing keeps going? Let's see, are these fixed maps or is the structure and terrain randomized? It's a fixed map. It is a handcrafted map. There are some things that vary, like the basements. There's some that are static that'll always be there, and then there's a bunch of houses that can have a basement, and it'll roll the dice on, you know, does it have a basement this time? What basement did it get? But generally the map is handcrafted and static, which I think is good. There's a lot of games who lean on the procedural generation, which is fine, but there's definitely pros and cons. By having it all handcrafted, it can kind of tell stories in different places and all that kind of stuff, where when you do the procedural generation, you either have to like then revert back to handcrafted here and there. And I do find a lot of procedural generated maps, most of the map it's kind of it's map. That said, what you find in the buildings and loot and all that, there is RNG to that. You go to the building, you don't find the same thing all the time.
Pros, it's handcrafted. Cons, it's handcrafted.
Thank you, Marinara Manus. I do appreciate the 100 biddies. Yeah, I find I enjoy handcrafted maps in most games these days a lot more than I tend to enjoy procedurally generated. Like, don't get me wrong, there's games that do, like, really good procedural generation. But I do find a lot of maps that are procedurally generated. Exploration doesn't feel very fulfilling. Beyond, did I get the item? Like, did I get the resources? Like, actually walking at the buildings, it's like, you know, you don't have those moments of, oh, that's a really cool building. Because it takes a long time? Counter-argument, procedural generation also takes a long time. Unless you want to have procedural generation that your world is just weird. There's definitely time-consuming in either one. I will say there's a difference in scalability. But there's also an argument to say that just making the worlds bigger isn't necessarily a good thing. Like, how many open world games have we played that you go, right, but the map is really empty, or like the map doesn't like it's just not interesting. And the games for 7 days to die, it works well since it just generates points of interest. Yeah, no, that's the thing. There's pros and cons with both of them. I'm not saying that procedural generation is inherently bad or anything. There's just pros and cons that a lot of times your procedural generation, your world is very samey. Other than, like, as you said, you can put, like, points of interest and stuff like that to flavor it up a little. But then it starts to really be stark. Here's a point of interest. Here's the crap in between it that no one cares about. Versus when people have taken the time to handcraft the worlds. You know, exploration is meaningful. Consider, like, for example, the Factorio versus Satisfactory comparison. Factorio uses procedural generation. And, yeah, there's worth, like, locating another ore node or whatever. But generally, exploring the world, kinda, it's not very exciting. Versus you go to Satisfactory, it's a fully handcrafted map where they hide the slugs everywhere for you to go find, so, like, exploration is not only meaningful, but rewarding and all that. And so it makes the world way more interesting. That said, between the two games, I actually prefer Factorio, but that has to come with the scalability, which is one of the benefits of procedural generation, is you can just keep building as far as you want. You know, there's a technical limit, but it's so obnoxiously high. You know, it's like, technically you can kill all the zombies in Project Zomboid if you turn off respawns, but on a practical thing, no, you can't. JD mentioned that handcrafted maps are good to play explore once. After that, you know where everything is. That is a negative of learning it. That's one of the advantages that Project Zomboid has for how ridiculously large the map is. It does take you a very long time to learn the map. Now, that said, I'm up in the area of like 4,000 hours or whatever I'm up to now. Yeah, other than the new part of the map, I basically know the map. And so, that is a negative that I do know, oh, I go over here and I can find these tools. And I just know this town. So, like, the moment I go to Rosewood's, like, I know where I can find certain things. In general, like, I won't know exactly where I can find the generator magazine, but I will know what places are good places to look for the generator magazine. But at the same time, I think getting 3,000-4,000 hours out of a game is an outlier. Arguably that's canon because your character has lived here. Yeah, no, I've had people argue your character should know the way around, the map should be pre-populated, and there's a setting for that if you want it. But there's plenty of reasons that you can come up with, like, oh, the character just moved here. You know, so they haven't spent the last 10 years here, they've been here for like a weekend, and they just wrong place, wrong time. 3,000 hours in RimWorld? Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Games like RimWorld do a particularly good job of having really absurd replay value because of how much you can change the game. I wouldn't say the procedural generation of the maps is necessarily, like, the biggest thing for it. It definitely, having that randomization, I will say, benefits RimWorld. But honestly, even if it wasn't, like, obviously the ore and all that you'd want to be randomly. I wouldn't say that's the big draw. The big draw has to do with stuff like you have all your different ideologies in biotech, and the events are all randomized, so even if you choose the exact same settings, the exact same seed, you still get different runs past the very, very beginning. So it's just kind of one of those things. But that's like RimWorld's entire value prospect. Which I say as someone who's also put thousands of hours in RimWorld. But just the same, I'd also argue exploring the world in RimWorld is pretty empty. You just have your tile and you go, okay, but where am I going to do what in the tile? Yeah, I mean, I would say both Project Zomboid and RimWorld heavily benefit from the modding scene. That I agree to. Because again, that lets you mix things up. But to that credit, there are plenty of mods out there that let you have different maps. So like once you've learned the map, you can just grab the mod and now you don't know the map. Because it's a different map. I'm doing pretty good. Okay. Is there an options adding areas and changing the map entirely? Yep. Oh yeah, that was one of the some of the big mods for this game entirely all had to do with being able to alter the map so you could... Oh, I can't pull up my map because it's too dark. Being able to go in so you'd have, like, you know, Rosewood and March Ridge would be down here. And there's kind of an area that's just some little farms, and so someone would just stamp a city in there. And then there's kind of this empty road that went up to Muldrow, and so it would stamp an entire city there. You could just grab a mod that put a giant city there. So you can always mix up the map with the mods. And that's what you usually do in a lot of these games. When you start getting to, like, the hundreds to thousands of hours in the game, by the time you start learning the map, you can just pop that in. But even then, I've checked out the modded maps, but I don't usually play with them. I haven't needed to. Because, like, the map is huge. Huge. I would, like, that's the reason I wanted to pull up the map, is to give you an idea of the scale of this thing. Now, that said, if you sit there and you keep going to the same starting city again and again and again, yeah, you'll learn that. That's actually one of the reasons, one of the mods I would highly recommend if you're like, man, I wish, you know, I want to learn more of the map, I want to see different parts of the map. There's a mod called Pillow's Random Spawn, and what it does is it spawns you everything. Have you had your food break? I ate before stream. But yeah, so you look at how much, this seems like it's a huge area we've explored. That's nothing. So, like, we have this area here. We've got Muldrow. So we'd have, like, there's Muldrow. Rose would be down around here. No, actually around here. Martridge would be down there. Riverside is here. You've got, that's probably West Point up there. And then, like, way up here would be Louisville. And you get the idea. We've spent 2 months running around. I've only explored this main highway and that there. And yeah, if I was on Apocalypse mode, we would have gone, like, into town and doing stuff and been faster. But you're talking a save that you get to see all the cities. You're talking hundreds of hours just in that. Like, the world is gargantuan. Let's see. Oh, that is what I was going to ask you. The devs are aware that the vehicle is super weak in hitch points. Not very effective at towing farm trailers is super hard. I believe I've heard something about that. I haven't been keeping an eye on that particular issue, though, because I haven't run into it myself. Alright, so I'm going to do one lap around the building, just to see if there's any zombies nearby. And then after that, we're going to start clearing our way down towards the next house. And the reason I'm doing that is I'm finding if I just sit here and get stuck looping, like fighting around this building, just trying to get the hemp, I might be here a very long time. So I want to clear enough that we're staying safe. There we go. Yeah, so we want to go ahead and make sure we're staying safe here and all that. But at the same time, I also want to make sure we're making progress. And so by just doing some tidying up just to keep the perimeter safe, that'll be fine. It'll be so nice when I have enough carry weight that I can just keep a bottle, like, in my main pocket without having to go overburdened. So I don't have to do, like, the whole juggle where I take it in and out of my main pocket. And once again, you got zombies closing in from a mile because he made a noise. Alright. Cool, we can get rid of that. Let's grab that machete out again. Because I think we're going to be clearing fewer individuals, so this might be a good time to work on this. Oh, it's the rabbit. I just saw a movement out of the corner of my eye. I'm like, zombie? Med event, which way? Looks like straight south. So, that's probably more good news than bad news for us. But there shouldn't be many zombies north of us versus the other directions. But I am likely going to need to be doing some cleanup as the zombies roll through. Let's, switch back over to our knives.
Hey!
What event is doing that? There's what's called a meta event. It was that gunshot you heard. It's effectively just a random thing that occurs that just kind of plays one noise for just a second off to the side to draw the zombies in a direction. It doesn't have like an intelligence where it tries to like target something to like put you off balance or anything. It's just randomized just to kind of muck things up. I think I may have canceled that before I actually turned it on. Nope, I got it. Oh yeah, do we have a thunderstorm arriving like any in-game day now? Yeah, thunderstorm in 2 days. Which it never says 1 day, even when it's 1 day out, it'll still say 2 days. So we're probably looking at a thunderstorm later in this in-game day or tomorrow. Alright. Turn off our radio. Put it away. Yeah, sadly the police officer didn't have a nightstick or anything, so I don't care what mood it had. Alright, so let's sit for a minute. And then because of that med event, I'm going to kind of have to do another lap around the house since it moved around a bunch of zombies.
Hey! Hey!
You were not the most aware zombie. Okay. That was a satisfying level up. Still getting lots of zombies rolling in.
Hey!
The good news is there's not many places these zombies can come from other than the south. The south there's a crap ton of zombies. So this should just be stragglers in the woods. We shouldn't see that many. Alright. I will say this house has given us a really big fight for just living, like, trying to live here at all. Like, it's not even our long-term one, we're just trying to use that. Alright, is there any reason I'm not using the machete? The machete I'm finding to be extremely bad for muscle strain. It is a fairly heavy one-handed weapon, and I have almost no long blade skill. And so it's kind of one of those things that I'm getting more mileage out of my hunting for my little stone knives, whereas I just don't have the stats for the machete to not be a nuisance. Which, to fix that, I gotta use the machete. That's the reason I'm using it kind of on the last one or two I'm trying to be aware of, or when I knock one down. You hesitating? I'll take the opportunity. Okay. And again, our knife ready. Okay, can I stop fighting for a second? Cool. Alright. If you got the execution, can get stuck in them? Yeah. I want to say it's the higher level you have, the lower the odds that happens. But that's been a while since I've worried about it. Yeah, so just trying to get rid of the muscle strain now because we didn't push a lot of that far. Okay. You're sure they'll somehow get you killed? Yeah, so I'm curious, it feels like something changed with the way the execution animation works. It used to be you could only execute a zombie with a knife if you had just one zombie aggroed. And it definitely feels like that's no longer true. I haven't had any of them like, oh man, that's so close so far as like that. I had the one where I whiffed, but that's a different problem. Like I turned myself out of the execution or something like that. Which is bad enough. But as far as, like, starting the animation, about the only way you got yourself in trouble in Build 41 is you go for the execution animation near a corner or someplace where you had no visibility. So, like, I would be here fighting, executing that way, and a zombie would come up behind you, so it wasn't technically aggroed yet, until it was, like, right on top of you. That's fine. Okay. So doing the lap, checking to make sure we don't have any zombies in the house, because especially with how dark it gets at night now, I definitely don't want to be trying to go into the house only to find that there's zombies standing in the pitch black yard. Doing all that. I'll just drink from the lake. It's fine. Okay. There's only one, like, way down there. Not going to worry about that. Alright, so we'll take a sip. And like I said, I'm going to go back up to the road, and we're going to keep pushing forward as if we're moving on to the next house. Okay. Because I want to get this lake cleared. This is where we're going to go to sustain our weight once I can manage to find enough hemp to make some twine. Okay. Now, like I said, usually with Product Zomboid, any tile of water is no different than any other tile of water. I do know they have a thing now where it was supposed to take in consideration, is this a lake, is this a river, is this a pond, and then what fish you could find would vary in it. I don't think that's in effect, or it's not working right, or something like that. There was nothing else by the car? Yeah, we're good. Alright, well, let's just start looking up ahead and see what we find. You found a marlin in a puddle? Yeah. Because remember there was like one giant fish that people could catch that was like 40 plus encumbrance. And people were finding it in silly places. It might be something they're working on that they've got to go through and adjust stuff, but isn't really in yet. Alright, so we're looking at low pops. Let's use the long blade. But yeah, so you see here, I killed 2 zombies, and we're already straining ourselves. That's the reason I haven't been using the machete. Versus my knives, I could just not worry about it. And that's because your muscle strain is very heavily tied to your weapon skill, and I have long blade of 1. Let's make sure there's nothing in that garbage bag. Okay. Alright, well there's the next house. So it seems like clearing down this area looks like it's going to be a breeze. At least till we get closer to town. And who knows, we might get lucky and just find the twine in here. Let's see, why are zombie corpses that can move? I don't know what you mean. Do you mean just zombies? There are zombies that will fake being dead, that you'll walk up to and they'll jump back up at you. Alright. So let's go clear this house. Oh, let's check the mailbox real fast. Yep, flowers. Flyers I don't care about. Yeah, no, the meta event probably helped. That's the reason why when it said south, I'm like, oh yeah, south is actually pretty good for us. If it wasn't for this one, I'd try and open that window to avoid having them break it, but... Okay. Because the more they bang on that door, it's gonna, you know, stress us out. Before there's zombies, they were humans, right? If we're trying to go for, like, the whole moral thing where it's like, oh no, you're killing people because of zombies. Look, man, I heard it a billion times now. It's not actually a moral dilemma because, one, it's a video game. Two, they're zombies. Not everything needs to be a moral crisis. Okay. Is that pants? Oh, you can't. Well, I guess you can see it if I turn my back. Is that considered what layer? Yeah, so you can't see it at all until we change our outfit. I think that's literally underwear, which usually has no stats of its own. Yeah, I think that qualifies as like the thing. All right, well, not gonna worry about that. I'm keeping the tail though. That goes without saying. All right, well, before we go in there, let's not make terrible mistakes. Let's make sure the backyard's clear where I won't just have some zombie sneak in on me. All right. Yeah, it's just 2 or 3 in the backyard. And unfortunately, a garage that has no windows. So unless we get lucky and we get a garage, like a key for the garage, I'll end up having to break down the door. It's only unfortunately because the last door I went to break down took a lot to get through. Also, it's kind of funny where we could, like, have the little bunny tail back there, so you'd be none the wiser. So it's like you only notice it when, like, you turn the backpack at a certain angle. Okay, reattach this, do this. Alright. We've already almost cleaned up to the next house. After we check this house, I might genuinely take a quick peek down the road and see... Well, no, because we get closer and there are dents. They'll start spreading out, which is not the end of the world. But if I'm better positioned, I can kind of, like, hold the line, as it were, as they spread out to me. That was a very open place. Like, one giant room in the whole middle area. Okay. No more zombies in the main area. Oh, cinnamon. Got soda and water. Got a cookbook. We'll cook magazine. Okay. I'm not going to worry about the survivor videos. Like, when I get access to that kind of stuff, we can circle back and try and deal... Alright, cool. So this place has been looted from that. We can grab the sodas net that were laying on the ground. Got a magazine. Not going to worry about those. Oh, there's stuff on the counter here. See if we care about any of that. Jar of bell peppers that are fresh and uncooked. We can pour this on the ground. Got a whetstone. Put you away. Cool. And we can go over here and drink some water. Cool. How's the whetstone if it's currently dry? Check your spelling. That's why. These are not the same word. Alright, so let's go here real fast. So I'm declaring this building as looted. The building itself. The garage we have not looted, and I'm not going to worry about right this second. Because I have to break down the door, and that's going to exhaust our character. But this has the interesting implication of we're just making our way down this road rapidly, which was not what I was expecting. Bonk. 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 Please, thank you. Helicopter might have helped? It probably did. Which was the whole reason why we did the helicopter the way we did. It was to draw zombies away from this area. That plus that meta event, it seems it did clear this area out really well. So the good news is we're almost to the point where we'll be able to see the gas station on the minimap. Like, we can see where we took the helicopter on the minimap already. Okay. So one thing is, I think tomorrow in game we're just rolling up the road, get into one of these houses. What I'll have to figure out is when it can make the fishing pole. I'll probably have to drop by to those lights, re-clear whatever zombies roll into the area, and that'll be my way of gaining weight. So it might be those things. Like, with the change of the fishing, I don't know if it'll be those things I have to drop by and spend a day or two, like, fishing vacation to get my weight back under control before I advance again. Metalworking chisel will take... Fine. Yeah, I can go down here. Grab the keys that are probably for this house. Drop that. Switch to our knife again. Sit down. Eat the stale sage. Alright. Okay. What we can do here is work on reading the magazine while we recover, because that'll be magazines that can drop off as well. But yeah, so we're making solid progress. Way faster, because I was expecting this to be those things that we started like way back here, and then it just, you know, we made slow progress, and it would get slower as, like, it'd have like the wave where it would get a little bit faster in that area, and then it would slow back down again, and then pick up again. That each step of the way, we'd have to deal with it. Alright, you can have that magazine, I'm done with it. Okay. Cool, so nothing else I can do with the salad bowl right now. Eat ourselves an acorn real quick. Start the next magazine, because we're waiting for that muscle strain to drop off. Because just unfortunately, that machete is really rough at this stage. It's kind of a bummer, too, because the machete used to be one of those weapons you'd get and you'd be like, oh man, machete. But with the muscle strain, the machete's actually proving to not be a particularly good weapon. Not like it used to be, at least. Alright, so we read the magazine. Our muscle strain is sorted. The machete's condition still at a third. It needs to be sharpened here. Unfortunately, the condition's getting pretty killed. But I am trying to use it so I can start leveling it, and one, I want it to break and go away. Two zombies? Constrained. And decently strained at that. Let's get that one behind me. Oh, I need to be dropping back. It's going to be dark soon. Actually, no I don't. This house right above me is basically clear. I don't need to drop back. We can just go back to that house when it's time to drop back. Go to sleep there. Run up the road to the station wagon. Move it up. That animation sometimes, even when I know it's safe, most of the time it doesn't get me anymore, but like that one is just like, did I mess up? Did I not trigger it? But as I mentioned, it is scripted, so you literally can't get bit during it normally. Only if it bugs out or something would that happen. So like, even though like the bite animation definitely finished on that one, it just doesn't matter, it's a scripted thing. But I was just worried because the angle, I didn't see my character moving because it's covered up by the zombie. I was like, did I just not click it? Alright. And grab our next knife. Did you make it to the house? Yes. We made it to the house at the lakes, and we've already cleared to the next house, and we're almost cleared to the next house after that. We're just making solid progress now. I'll take you. I'll take the caffeine pills. Hi, friend. You were silent up to that very last step. Bonk. Alright, let's start backing off because it's going to get proper dark here very soon. Yeah, now realistically, when we go in down here, where there's the mark down here, you can barely make it out. Basically the south edge of what's revealed on the map is where we're trying to get to. I do expect somewhere along these lines of houses, we're going to kind of run into a wall of zombies that I am going to have to pick away at. We'll kill that zombie in the backyard. We'll make sure we're safe. Trying to think of what I want to try and break into that door with. Because the machete, we're just going to strain ourselves real fast. At the same time, though, I think the machete has a bonus in the damage. That's weird. I know axes have a bonus. I think I could have sworn the machete has a bonus for breaking doors as well. I might just go for it. We'll like push till we have it's either too dark or we have proper arm strain. And then we'll go in and go to sleep. I don't... Yeah, so you got them, like, closing in a little bit. Yeah, no, we tried to do the meat cleaver earlier. Not on that door, on a previous door. And it worked, but it was definitely nowhere near as good as it used to be. Because it used to be, like, the low-key meta for going through doors without exhausting yourself was just break out your meat cleaver, you're gonna go right through it. Alright, so note to self, banging on that garage door, apparently loud as heck. I felt it was okay in Build 41, mostly because the meat cleaver with its whole identity crisis where it wasn't sure if it wanted to be a short blade or an axe, it was a short blade with axe stats. It at least gave it some real value. All right. Yeah, so I might take the machete to the door when I can actually see. I figure we might as well get in there. I don't know what we're gonna find. It'll draw zombies from the area. There's zombies gonna want to kill anyways. But then the plan is to run back to our car and drive it forward. I don't think we empty the stuff out of the house where we got like all the crafting junk in there. I'm gonna actually, when it's not dark, I'm gonna label that as like a fallback house kind of thing. Just because with those lakes, that is a place I can keep myself alive. Because I do expect once we get into Irvington and to the gas station, there will be a back and forth. where I will clear for a while, the zombies will kind of swell out, bully me out of the area, I'll fight a bunch, get back in, and they'll bully me out of the area, and there'll be that back and forth tug-of-war for a little while, until I deplete their numbers enough that I move that line forward enough that they're not bullying me out of the gas station. And that's pretty typical of 16 times pop situation as well, just with the way that the zombies work. There's also been change in how the zombie migration works that I don't really fully understand now. And my impression is that the game will say, hey, this cell is underpopulated, this one isn't. You know, bring one from one to the other. And that could be very dangerous where suddenly you got, you know, 1,000 zombies rolling into the neighborhood. Go ahead and slam down that whole thing of chips. Alright, so quick lap around the house before we start cutting into this garage door. Deal with these stragglers just so they don't roll up on me while I'm trying to deal with it. Alright, put our pen light away. Calling it garage has 3 generators in it. I already got a generator, though. Wouldn't be bad to have a spare. I believe generators... I mean, they've always worn out and you can repair them. But I'm under the impression that it's a bit more involved now. Which would be fine. It should take a little bit of effort to keep the generators up and running. But you never know what other goodies you might get in there. And it might go in there, it might be an empty garage that doesn't even literally have a shelf for us. There's going to be only one way to find out, and that is a door's got to go. Okay, yes, the machete definitely still has the bonus. I've already got a ton of these things. Okay. Butterfly knife. Grab the tracking book. Weight bench, bricks. Yeah, so let's go ahead and... So there was a metalworking chisel, a saw. Anything else we really care about? Okay. So let's go here, and we're going to mark this as not being looted out. I'm going to put a circle here and say metalworking, chisel, saw, shotgun, shells. Because right now I don't have the carry weight for them. But I do intend on coming back for that. Alright, so let's go get our car. I'm gonna do the same thing we did last time. Not taking the knife, the butterfly knife, probably. Like, I'll probably grab it in a bit. I'm basically treating that as a place, because you can see I'm already max weight again. I'm like right on the edge of being overburned. You don't want to be overburned because it hurts your endurance regeneration. So I'm really trying to not push it too far. Hey, buddy. Turn that back on, hopefully to find some more hemp so we can make our fishing pole. Like, that's my thought is, keep this house back here for that. Honestly, I could see making that into a main base. The only downside is that means I gotta haul gas back and forth. It also means I'd need a second generator. For pragmatic reasons, because I don't want to load up the generator, drag it over, drop it, connect it, do the thing. You know, then the reverse, again. Alright, well, let's go kill this group. Give them just a moment. Yeah, that machete did a number on her strain already. Have you gotten a trailer yet? Not yet, but I know where there's like 5 of them. It's an area with lots of zombies, and it doesn't do me any good to go for it when I can't get more gas. That's what we're working on right now, is getting this station wagon down to a gas station down there. But I gotta clear it because we're on 16 times pop, so I can't just like roll in and not die. Alright, so we got heavy rain gonna be starting the afternoon. Heavy rain and thunderstorm for the entire day tomorrow. Is there a bunch or just 2? Okay. Let's deal with the 2 here real fast. Okay, turn the radio off. Get our next set of knives primed. Okay. You're still full up? 'Cause I don't remember where I was at with this bunch of this. Okay, so you're basically full, you're basically full. You got a little bit of space. And chuck that in there. And you already have one on me, so you can go in there as well. We can drop a soda in there. Drink that. And everything else is full still. We can eat you. Alright. Yeah, so it definitely seems like the zombie sounds themselves got louder versus like the car engine is super quiet. So we gotta adjust our sounds a little bit, unfortunately. It's fine. So we cleared this house already. Let's get this out of the way and this out of the way for right now. Cool. Yep, so just moving the car up the block. And little by little, we'll move into the town. All right. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so we can go ahead and eat the bell peppers. We're gonna try and clear this house, loot it, get it all sorted out. And that'll be the next house secured, and when we get the next house secured, we just keep going up the road. And every house we get farther is that much closer we are there. We don't have that many houses to go. It looks like next I might have a trailer. I say I heard one behind me, I didn't know where exactly. Alright. Yes, the back door's already been destroyed. You just gotta keep clearing everything out, making that. Hey, Randallthorpe. How's it going? Yeah, now we're getting close. We've actually made some really good progress today. Like, it took us a little while to get that house by the lakes, but the moment I got past that, we've been just kind of cruising down the road, getting a house or two farther each day. I expect when we get close to the gas station, our progress is going to slow as we hit the denser area, but that's fine. If we can get close enough, I might even be able to just plunk down the generator, get the cart. I don't want a second machete. I do, actually, but I'm still trying to use up the first one because it's so muscle straining. It's like weird finding machetes to be kind of annoying as the thing to find just because they're so hard to put to practical use. I'm assuming once I get some points in long blade, it'll be pretty decent. But right now, with just one in long blade, it's pretty rough. With that said, we're about to hit our ad break here, and I need to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that real fast. And thank you again for tuning in. I'll be right back. Yeah, no, the engine's like barely making any noise. Let's see, hard to compete when you have points in our weapons? Yeah. Alright, well, I'll be right back. Thank you again for tuning in. She was in a fit of rage. She was really bored. She wanted something to do, and she had a knife. You know, we've all been there, right? Just you get a little bored, and you would just attempt to murder. Okay, so it looks like a, oh no, wait. I managed to not hit it. I managed to not hit it. Okay. You saw that crazy move? The one where I advanced on him with the axe, like, hit him with the axe and ran through him? I did not feel good about that move, but I'm like, man, I'm getting cornered here. You do your best, Semi. You got this, buddy. They're totally dead. Alright. Getting one of the things that really makes it easier to pick up trees. That's not what I want. I knew that was coming the moment that happened. Alright. Come by for another pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. And if after okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. All right, and we are back. What's this game? What are we doing? How does this go? What? All right. Yeah, we're working on this house. We killed a bunch of zombies. We are slightly fatigued. We can slam this juice box to get a little bit of thirst and hunger. That actually didn't get me nearly as much as I wanted, but that's fine. We can have a little bottle of water. Put that back. Alright. Trying to get rid of that muscle strain. Alright. So drop the carton here. And it'll make sure there's no zombies around back. And if it's all in the clear, we go into the house, check it out, do the things. There is a basement on this house. Decent number of zombies out back, too. Okay. Yeah, it's like these knives are solid. I'm very happy with short blades in this one. The only downside is when we go to do a stint of crafting them, it does take me like almost an entire day of just working on it, which is fine. I think that's reasonable, but it does keep me from working on other things. All right, well, with this, we have one zombie in the bedroom there. Looks like we're all clear around the rest of the building. Where are you? Cool. Okay, this door's about to give. Alright, we pushed. Okay. I say we pushed, which means I had aggro on our zombie. Alright. Hey, Based, how's it going? Well, I said we're gonna do it. It is time. We are now officially a wizard. We'll have to see if we're overheating and if I have to, like, ditch other stuff. Well, that's a whole lot of rotten food is what that is. Two cans of beer. This is a dangerous entrance right there. That whole area is a dead end. Don't care about that. Yep, put on my robe and wizard hat. Exactly. You know, honestly, I can make rope. Let's just leave the rope behind. Alright, so with that, we can go here in the residence keys. We don't need those anymore. So let's stop here real fast, and locations. We have cleared that house. And what do you have on you, sir? I'm not, shotgun, maybe? It's not really clear. Alright, let's see. We can grab these out. We don't need these. We can take the book and put in there. I can't use it for a while. Let's grab those beer cans and put those in there. Small handle can go on the ground. I can make those easy. Keep the one thing of flint. I'm accepting there's certain things I just don't need to be keeping here anymore. Yeah, grab those. Those are spares. So drop them on the ground. I don't need them. Okay. Trying to consolidate these as best I can to open up space in one of these. Grab that, drop that on the ground. We'll keep this on us for making stuff. Get the soda in here. Okay. I think that's fine for right now. Alright. Yeah, I think that's a shotgun or a rifle or something. So many seeds? Yep. Nah, I'm not gonna be able to sit there. Pretty sure it's just a pump shotgun. Alright, so I dropped it on the ground so I could retrieve it later. It's not going to do me any good right now, it's just too heavy. Alright, the stones. Because I'm like, I can get stones easy, stop lugging this crap around. Nah, they had a side holster, so the implication would be that they had both a sidearm and a shotgun. And probably just, you know, they lost their sidearm fighting the zombie that they fought. That would be the way I'd read into it. Alright, that's a retreat situation. Because the meta event's going to drag the zombies directly across us. So let's fall back to the other house real fast, because I can also pick up the junk there and move it forward. So where the meta event before this one drew the zombies south, now they're being drawn north. So I wanted to back off, we'll wait to see where it shakes out, and we'll deal with it. Okay. But that's fine. We left a bunch of stuff for crafting in this place. If we're lucky, we're gonna find maybe a bit more hemp. Keep that rolling. I really want to break these machetes already and be done with them. But anytime I see a bunch of zombies, like, I can't sustain that fight with machete. Okay. Just try and keep fighting them off as much as we can to try and not lose too much ground. Okay. I don't want you attacking me from behind. Most of the zombies are coming from this way. I want to keep them on one side. Alright, soon I gotta retreat. We're getting in pain and exerted. And we're running on knives that aren't damaged. How do you get faster staying position? You hold shift and just make sure you are pushing in the direction you are facing. Otherwise your character will, like, turn around and take an extra second. Okay, we're starting to get to the last little stragglers of this wave. Now we can sit and rest. And re-secure the lakes. No, don't come this way. I need a break. Did you do any fishing yet? No, I need to get twine, which means I need to find hemp, and I found some, but I need like 20. So it's just gonna take me a while to get there. And we were trying to find it, but we weren't finding much progress, so I was like, alright, let me quickly back off. And just we keep pushing up the road and looking as we go. That's part of the reason I'm trying to keep this area secure, is because it's the best chance I have, like, maintaining weight. We've got a kitchen knife, because I'm running out of knives we've already got made. Alright. Well, the good news is we kind of held the line right by the house. There's going to be some down by the house itself, I imagine. But at least once we recognized that the meta event was going to overrun us, we backed off, got to a point where it's like, this is where we can hold back here. More than likely, I'll have to do a lot more clearing once you get down there. We'll see. I'm a little worried they're going to get another helicopter not too long. I think we've got like 2 in-game days until we can have a helicopter again. And I'm a little concerned about where I'm going to take it. Because I can't go down to the same spot I did last time. That's just... doing the helicopter the same spot, if it is a busy spot, is usually an easy way to die. Just because of how many zombies will get shown up there. At the same time, I definitely don't want to do it up here anywhere, because I'll draw the zombies out of town over where I'm trying to clear to. And I also don't think, with only having a 1 in-game hour warning at the minimum of where that, like, when a helicopter's coming, I'll have enough time to really take it much farther. I think the answer is I still just go west, and we just kind of play it by ear on if I just need to back off. Yep, I can do that posture check. I gotta use these machetes. They're just getting too heavy. But I keep putting them off, and I'm collecting them. And it's a weird problem to have, to be like, no, but machetes. I need to not have these. Alright. Alright. Okay, we can go here, wash. I'm just doing this to kill time so we can recover from our muscle strain. I didn't expect to get through it before something showed up, but that's okay. Okay. I'm not gonna have enough time to sharpen it. It's getting close to broken anyways. Which is part of why it's dull, is there's just not enough room to keep it sharpened. Alright, we're officially hitting heavy muscle strain. Alright. I think it's nice that devs get the zombies to say "rawr," "rawl" when they get close to you. Yeah, that's definitely what they're saying. They're definitely saying "rawl." Alright, so we have cleaned ourselves. Alright. Very polite, always greeting. Exactly. And for the first time in our character's life, they're not disgustingly filthy. I know, it's weird and uncomfortable for me too. Alright, so we're gonna have to go down here and fight a bunch, it looks like. That's weird. They all turn like someone grabbed their attention multiple times. Okay. Getting really low on not machetes. Weird. When I swing the machete, it forces my character to kind of do a weird, like, sidestep thing. I definitely don't like that. Please die. Nice, gonna break any second now. That's not a particularly good knife I'm using. Well, okay, never mind. We had another group stroll in on us, and that's definitely more than we're taking on, with most of our stuff already spent. Let's go ahead and start eating some ginseng. Yeah, that meta event, that screwed us pretty hard. Hey, Suey, how's it going? Hope you had yourself a good day and all that. For those who don't know, Suey, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone definitely recommend checking out. Plays product Zomboid, Rimworld, a bunch of stuff as well. Planet Crafter, a whole bunch of good stuff over there. But friend of the channel, all that good stuff. Ring Fit Adventure. I have no idea what that is. But it sounds like you had a good time, so I hope you had a good time. Well, this sucks. The good news is it's really not that many zombies, it's just we're very off balance right now. So if I stop to fight them, it could be a one-way trip. So we are just continuing to back up until we're not in this situation. Alright. It's so cool, but also brutal. Gotcha. I'm assuming it's like a fitness kind of thing. Come on, zombies. Stop random zombies wandering everywhere. Yeah, no, that meta event drawing zombies north screwed us real bad. It's fine. We just walk away until we stop seeing zombies, we put down our sleeping bag, we get ourselves to sleep, and then we push back through. It's not that many zombies. The big problem is I'm separated from my equipment. That said, I needed to get more weapons anyway. So in a pinch, what I could do is go to that tree I marked. There's a bunch of flint over there, and there's probably still a bunch of bodies up there. So I could probably get a bunch of knives made there relatively easily. I don't want there to be zombies up here. Get rid of this. It's not going to help me any. There's a group up here. Group down there. I'm honestly not going to fight all these back to where we were. What I'll do is after we get ourselves safe and we do a sleep and everything, what I'll probably do is just start walking down towards the house and deal with there. There's another group over here. Get off the road and just try walking out into a field. Did the wheel ring lets you push in and pull out? There's a leg strap. Okay, so yeah, I gotcha. Yeah, so basically I'm just walking out into the wilderness. Oh, there's zombies over there. And over here. This is annoying. More zombies up here. See, the combo link strat ring makes it really hard to cheat the system since you need both at once. Gotcha. Versus like a lot of exercise stuff, usually people find a way, like the classic, you take your Fitbit and just like have the person juggling it or set it on something. Or you know, like you're doing a dance thing and you just step, you don't do the full body motions at once. No, I gotcha, that's cool. What's not cool is walking around in a random field in the middle of the night and hearing zombie noises behind you regularly and just continuing to wander and not get away from those zombie noises. Because you keep aggroing more zombies that have moved out here between all the meta events and helicopters and all that. It's fine. We're actually not in that much danger yet. We're only on drowsy. You start to really sweat when you're getting to the point of very tired. You're like, I still haven't gotten away. There's another group of zombies up here. Beef is a really easy game too. Gotcha. Alright. Well, the good news is out here with this brush that I can see really well on. And I don't see any zombies. Alright. So we survived the night. We got an okay-ish sleep. A big part of that is probably because we're sleeping in the rain in a sleeping bag. Alright. So I'm not aiming to fight everything our way back. I want to try and avoid what we can, so we can at least get back to where I want to be fighting. I don't think we'll be able to fully avoid it, and my concern is with the whole thing where you whack something and then your character shouts and draws the entire neighborhood. A bad feeling that's exactly what's going to happen. You'll be like, ah, one zombie will just quickly kill it, and then the character's going to yell, and it's like, alright, well now it's 200 zombies. The good news is the rain will help dampen a lot of stuff. It helps with our stealth. But I'm trying to get down to the area that the house is in. That way we're at least fighting zombies in the right place. My concern is needing to back off. Oh no, the pickaxe is in the truck, or station wagon. I was about to say, it's like, well, I can go back and I can mine those flint nodes and, you know, get myself a bunch of weapons. I forgot. We picked up the pickaxe because I was getting far enough away. I was like, oh yeah, I probably don't want to sit here and come back to this spot. Yeah. I have a stone hammer. I figured the pickaxe would be way better, but it's fine. We'll do what we gotta do to make it work. Oh, you did see me. That's fine. And your duffel bag was empty. Yeah, so there's the spot where we had the rock that we were working on stuff. Let's try and dip in back there. You're free of D&D for the night? Nice. Well, I hope you had a good time. We got a main event that straight up bullied us after we got huge amounts of progress. So now I'm going to have to redo that progress. Which is fine. We've still killed those zombies. The zombies we killed are gone forever. So it is just a matter of, again, the tug-of-war. And that's a perfect example where I said even if we get to the gas station, we're going to get bullied out back and forth. That is exactly precisely how that actually works. What was the meta event? It's just a gunshot. When you say meta event, it's like a dog bark, a gunshot, a person screams. It doesn't really matter what the sound is. It's all kind of the same. That it just means you're going to have a bunch of zombies start walking some direction or another. Yep, so thunderstorm all day today. Very thick fog, and something about the storm in the evening. More than likely the storm is ending tomorrow evening. Which is fine. Put our radio away. Well, now we've broken half in our weapons. We actually aren't overburdened for once. Okay. Let's see. So you need advice for a pally lock. You just got something level 2 lock. For the record, I don't really know much about Dungeons and Dragons. Like, I played games based on the Dungeons and Dragons rules set, but I like tabletop, that kind of thing. It's just not something that I really got into. Like, I tried once or twice, it just didn't stick. Like, it was fine, but it wasn't anything that I was like, oh yeah, I want to do this again. Which a big part was I probably, like, just didn't have a good DM or whatever. I'm disappointed how many zombies are out here. Because I already know I'm going to hit one of these, and then everything's going to show up. Alright. Did you... Okay. Let's use a claw hammer first. It doesn't look like I got aggro on anything else. just gonna get bullied from all sides. Okay. Just trying to get that muscle strain down. I'm trying to not fight absolutely everything and just push through. But yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a rough setback. We'll figure. Oh, you know what? I have a bunch of stuff for crafting the weapons inside the house still. That's right, we didn't move them. If you want to stay blissfully unaware, I'm down to just not fight that big rally group right next to you. Okay. Been trying to get to that house to hopefully get ourselves some more weapons. Alright, clearly made a lot of noise. All of them are start closing in. Well, I didn't want to fight him, but I'm just going to get boxed into more. And I'm just expecting once they start getting exerted, I'm just going to have to full retreat. New plan. Do you have respawns on? No, we just got really screwed by a meta event. So it drug zombies from the city up over top of us. Nope, wasn't even a heli. It was literally just a gunshot that was just straight north and the town is straight south of us, so it just pulled a bunch right over top of us. Yeah, no, and I can have a helicopter anytime now. It just wasn't the helicopter that caused our grief. Yeah, they're inside our house. It makes the area feel repopulated. See, if I had weapons, it wouldn't be that problem. The issue is I'm down to a machete and a claw hammer, and the claw hammer's half broken already. And so it's just not great. And I've been finding the machete in build 42 is actually really not good. Maybe when I got some levels in long blade it'll be good, but with low levels in long blade, it's just absolutely obliterating our endurance and our muscle strain. So it's almost not usable. I have to like kill 1 or 2 zombies, back off, and rest. Which makes sense, it's a heavy one-handed weapon. And
pain,
thank
no
you, Marinar, for the 100 biddies. Yep, no pain, no gain. Gotta get that pain. It's gonna happen. So what I want to do is try and draw a bunch of these zombies just away from all of this.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Thanks, Senchi Cookie, for gifting. I'll have to see what's going on here in just a moment. So thank you, Senchi Cookie, for gifting the 5 subs to the channel. I really do appreciate that.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. And thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Oozborn. And I do appreciate that support. I really do appreciate it. I'll give you a better thank you, but I'm currently trying to not die.
For gifting a sub to Kevin16. Thank you, Cynthia, for gifting a sub to John.
Okay. Let's circle back down towards this house.
Thank you, Cynthia, _cookie for gifting a sub to Glower 4.
Alright.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Uzi.
Yep, so thank you for all the gifty subs. I do really appreciate it. Does mean a whole heck of a lot. Trying to draw the last... Oh, there's one right there I didn't see. They're just... The whole area is overrun. I'm gonna just have to back off, find a new place to base from, and restart the push. Which, don't get me wrong, it's not gonna be as bad as the first time, but it does suck. That was about the worst case scenario we could have had for it. Now, what can happen is if we have the helicopter and they play it right, it can undo this problem. But for the moment, it just is what it is. What I'm going to try to do is I'm going to change this to be a little bit more strategic on this push. I'm going to go to where we were clearing over here. I'm going to go up northwest. Or sorry, straight west. And I'm going to kind of just hope by going straight west where it's been open fields so far. We do know that Irvington doesn't go very far. Oh no, because we drew all the zombies to the west with a helicopter. So yeah, there actually would be zombies. I was going to say we can go to the west and it should be clear, but I drew all the zombies to the west from Irvington using that last helicopter at the end of yesterday's stream.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Cheetah.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Ichitenma. I really do appreciate that. And Ichitenma, I hope you enjoy your advertising for doing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you again for that support. This whole place is just completely overrun. That was a real bad meta event. That's one of the worst ones I've had. The part is just setback. I'm kind of right now just trying to get a feel for how bad the situation is here, because we still need to get to the gas station. Like, I didn't choose that as an arbitrary target. That is, I need the gas for the vehicle. I've got the generator. I've got all that. Okay, so zombies do thin out over here. I'm still not in a position to fight what's chasing us, but it's some good news. So my hope, though, is I can cross the road over here and that the west side won't be as busy, and that maybe I can fight into one of these houses and we just kind of write off the lakes for right now. Like, basically get ourselves established again, wait for the next helicopter, and try and clear that up. Which is looking encouraging because I'm getting across here and the zombies have thinned out. So it seems like the meta event really just kind of went right up the road into that area over there. Alright. Okay, let's start clearing ourselves up. Okay, so plan here is we've got a spot. We ditch the zombies who are chasing me. Man, that shout fighting absolutely kills your chance of, like, carving a spot without, like, starting from nowhere. Yep, so I've already, because I got the shout on the first 2 kills, I've already got a ball again. It already muscle strained and exerted. Yep, I've got a wizard hat. Not even memeing, it's literally called a wizard hat. The worst thing is, even if I recover my car... Yeah, no, I think they just need to adjust it. I think it's okay that you aggro zombies around you while fighting. Like, that part's fine. It's just the fact that it's, like, literally the entire screen. Just how ridiculously far it carries is the problem. Kind of trying to draw them away. Thank you for the hype train, I really do appreciate it. Hitting level 3 at 10% with 7 gifted sub and 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that support, it means a heck of a lot. Thank you so much for that. What I'm trying to do is I'm hoping to find an area over here where there's just not a lot of zombies since we're going in the middle of nowhere. Basically, I need to keep backing off until I get a spot I can turn around and fight from. Okay. I need to be finding food as well. Okay, am I clear to actually start working my way back in now? Alright. There's still so many zombies, even all the way out here. Alright. That's all I need to do is little by little carve them up. Big problem's I'm gonna run out of weapons. Like, that's kind of my fear right now, is I'm gonna have to, like, back off, like, properly back off. Change directions long enough to reestablish some weapons. Because I can't, like, even if I can get to the station wagon and drive it out, it's got under a quarter of a tank of gas. It's not going anywhere fast. Like, that car is committed to being in that direction. So if I do back off, I'm back on foot for a while. But I might just have to do one to get my fishing pole and start getting my weight sorted. And unfortunately, other than the two lakes over there, I don't really have much in the way of options for bodies of water anywhere nearby. Alright. And I'm also worried about being in the weird thing where I want to halfway push forward to the gas station, but also need to push backwards to reclaim where I've got a renewable source of food. Like, food to gain weight. And, like, getting kind of in this awkward... I want to be working both directions, and that's not really how this works. I gotta choose one and commit to it, which I think the correct direction would be push back towards the lakes. Since the gas is more of a luxury than a necessity. But then I'd push back there and then push back towards the gas station. Alright. Yep, in the meantime, we're just going to keep killing zombies. Try and clear up this area as much as possible. And the good news is we can make weapons anywhere. How many zombie kills are we at? 2,600 and some change. Alright, well there's Drowsy. So after these ones, we'll back off, evaluate what we've got. Empty duffel bag. No more zombies coming this way. Alright. Wonder if there's any lakes or ponds or rivers or anything even remotely nearby. I don't imagine there is. Just based on, like, the spawn map. That said, this is a weird dirt path thing here. We're just gonna stroll on this for a minute. See if I can't find anything to start making some stuff out of. Zombie way over there. Zombie up there too. Yeah, let's not keep pushing that way. 'Cause that's getting to the salvage yard that we had, like, just completely unreasonable number of zombies that made my game lag. Then I've got a mostly broken claw hammer and a machete that's probably half gone. And that's my entire arsenal right now. The good news, I do actually have all the materials other than the hemp. I could just easily get to make a fishing pole. If I have to go run off and find water. I'm mostly just frustrated because... Not frustrated, that's not the right word. I'm mostly just being indecisive because we were so close to reaching where I wanted to get to. And now I'm in a bad position. So I'm waffling on what I want to do to deal with it. Because got to be able to secure weapons. Alright, so we'll start carving with the intentions of being able to get a bunch of knives made. Because we can keep foraging and working on that. So get one of the two, a couple of bodies right along the edge to get some cloth. Trying to knock into another big fight. Do I have flint nodules on me? I got enough for 4 knives? 5 knives? Something like that? I just gotta get the fabric. We can make this work. Okay. So basically, I'm trying to get myself new weapons, and we can get all that going. So we're going a little bit more rough in the wilderness. Oh, I'm probably still gonna have to go for the lakes, aren't I? Yeah, so we're gonna have to still go for the lakes. And the reason for that is, again, the renewable water. That'll do for now, there. So now I just need to find a big rock, and I saw a couple of those over here, and we can use that to craft some knives. And with some knives, I've got some weapons to do some work. Can't see with this on that well. There were some around here somewhere. Yeah, there's some way up there. I don't love it because they're in with the trees. The snowflake is not centered. Why would you bring this to our attention? I see it. You're not wrong. But if I just didn't look at it, I wouldn't know it, and it wouldn't be able to hurt me. And now it can. Okay. So I don't know if it makes a lot of noise or not. But I only need to nap at the rock. I can actually assemble the knives elsewhere. There's definitely a handful of zombies up in this area for some reason. Nowhere else, just in that little pocket there. Pretty sure you see me. Okay, that's fine. Follow me. We go nice little joggy jog directly away from all that. Did you hear me, or you just... Okay, you're just repositioning. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Alright, give me 1 second to actually do this so I can queue it up without being blinded by this whole screen. Please just die without making me yell. Ah, I think we just did the yell. Alright, let's try that again. Because again, I don't need to send... Alright. Just trying to get the blades made. I should have blown up alone. Please fall down. I don't know where the zombies are out here. I mean, on the plus side, I'm being loud enough. That should clear stuff out here. And I know it's annoying that the music stops every time I do this. It's just that window covers everything, so it can't react. Alright. So then, once I get these made, we're not going to try and make these tonight. Like, actually make the knives, because I can do that anywhere. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go walk off, sleeping bag, wake up, make the knives in the morning, and we start our fight back towards the house and all that. And if I just have to ping-pong back and forth, that's fine. I figured out that we definitely can, like, Pied Piper the zombies around enough that I'll be able to sneak in a thing of water. I don't think I'll be able to, like, Pied Piper to draw the zombies away. And I usually don't do that anyways, because I just find the zombies will re-expand to where you draw them away from. So it's kind of only good if you're Pied Pipering away to, like, grab a car and drive off real fast, or Pied Pipering away to, like, go in and grab one thing you have, like, check one shelf or whatever, versus, like, Pied Pipering to, like, clear an area. It's a very temporary thing. Okay, so put those in our bags so they're not overburdened. Eat our salad. And honestly, probably just as good a spot as any. We killed the zombies that were right here. I'm probably more likely to find more zombies wandering around. So we've got all that, we got all this. Grab the broccoli. Drink some water. Put that away. Don't wake up with a nightmare. We did rally a lot of zombies that were panicked for a long time. Okay, no nightmare. Cool. That's some good news. So let's take a quick evaluation of what we've got and see what we can make happen with the materials we acquired. And try and give ourselves at least some weapons to get started on our work. So I am sitting on 9 rags, 4 blades, 4 handles, and I have some extra tree branches. Yeah, so I'm only going to be able to make a handful of stuff just because I didn't have enough blades. But that's okay. That's still 4 more knives than I would have had if I didn't do that. And I can certainly make more. Like, I see a spot up here I can get flint. I missed what all of that text was. It was a whole area. Okay, so that was napping 3? No, what did we get? Oh, no, it was maintenance. It was maintenance we got a level in. Yeah, so I have no idea what all we just unlocked being able to do. Can we see where it says the required skills? Alright, well, let's, do a quick thing. We're looking for stuff that requires... Was it maintenance 3? Oh, you require strength to cut a tire. Interesting. So maintenance 2, maintenance 3, maintenance 4. So we can... Yeah, so we got a bunch of stuff we can repair. We can epoxy stuff together now. We can make a metal baseball... Oh, we can take a metal baseball bat and put a bunch of nuts and bolts into it to make it stronger. You can make a jawbone axe. Yeah, so that's good. We got maintenance skill. That was what we got, right? We can check here. Yeah. Oh, we're maintenance 5. So that's pretty solid. It means our weapons will last that much longer, so that's really good news. We can turn that off, get our radio out. We can take our weapons we made. Shove those in our bag. Drink some water. Okay, and it's time to get to work. Very heavy fog today. Hate it. Storm most of the day. Hate it. Thick fog tomorrow. Not a fan. More rain tomorrow. Don't like. Just straight up being trolled. Why do you have a jar lid in our bag? Because we had a jar. Okay, and no helicopter, and honestly, I kind of wish it was a helicopter day. Because it was a helicopter day, I could have drawn the zombies down west here. It'd be a bit dangerous because of how many would show up, but... yeah, no, you can put stuff in a jar. I'm not sure if we're going to hold on to it or not, but we'll see. Forget that, forget that, forget that. All right. Yeah, so I think it's work back to the road, wherever I can get on there. And we just start clearing up and down the road. I think that's where we're at. Clear up the road towards the house of the water. Because I'll need that for fishing, I'll need that for water. As nice as it would be to reach the car and do stuff with that, that's going to take time, and it's not actually that important right now. Reestablishing ourselves to be relatively safe is going to be more important. Ah, we hit the next month. Like, man, we're finding pine cones all of a sudden. All right. Honestly, I'm just going to discard the sage. Okay, and won't grab more sticks than that right now, because we can use those to make handles. But I get quite a few handles out of them, and they are heavy. Okay, let's get this party started. We got some coming up from behind. We're not a rush. Rushing is what gets you killed. Just take our time. We fight what shows up. We slowly make our way to the house. Because if I start trying to just rush by, I'm just going to get in there and then aggro everything around me and then have to just back off and then reset again. And sure, we kill the zombies, so like the zombies are gone, progress is made. but it won't feel like progress being made because I'll keep fighting the same place again and again. Don't try to outflank me, please. Alright, I need you all to stay down and dead so I can recover. Okay. Are we in the clear? No, not yet. Slow is smooth, smooth is fast. Yep. Alright, looks like we're all good. Let's not sit right down next to a tree, though. Okay. So it's gonna take us a minute to get that muscle strain gone, because we had to push a bit more than I should have. Come on. On the bright side, this hammer we made has held up pretty well. We found, like, the head of the hammer, and we put a handle on it that we also found. And it's holding up pretty well, like, we haven't had to replace it. Alright. It's glasses, I don't care about that. Cool. Well, at least the fog noped out pretty fast. Give ourselves some food. Alright. There's so many pine cones. I'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, so I've got the one here on the right. Okay, before we aggro the next one, got a momentary opening. Rest just for a second. Yeah, so the poisonous mushroom thing is still a problem. We keep just getting confirmation of that again and again. Where it says it's not poisonous, then you pick up and that says it is poisonous. Cool. back off again here in a minute. Honestly, that head's mostly gone. We're just gonna chuck it. It served us well, but it is done serving us. Alright. And let's just go to the knives. Let's not worry about being efficient, trying to get the machete sorted. We know the knives are good. We'll get them done. And when they're gone, then I'll worry about the machete. Okay, we got one over here. So just trying to re-secure the house first. Then I should be able to get most materials for making more knives inside the house in the kitchen. I have one of the cabinets has a bunch of materials. I don't remember what all's in there, just that there's a bunch in there. I don't like all the visual noise. It's really hard to tell if there's anything alive on it. Okay, we aggroed 2 down here. Not sure about the one on the right. Definitely a decent number of zombies inside the building. Okay. But yeah, meta events can be deceptively dangerous. They'll think like everything's square, you've got the area cleared, and then suddenly it's not. And this is why I went for the knife first, I figured this is going to happen. And with the machete, we already would have been full strained and had to be on full retreat. There's exertion. Which is still pretty bad. Why am I walking slow? If something happens, it's not just exertion. There's something that happens right around the time I exert where sometimes I just walk really, really slow in Nimble after that. Like Nimble, like even 0 Nimble is faster. You know, something's not right. I can't fight a bunch of zombies when we suddenly do that. Like, we're even walking slower. Like, we're walking like we're injured. Like, so far as speed. Like, we don't have the animation like we're injured. Alright, did anyone hear us? No? Okay, so we can sit down and recover. Does mud slow you down? I don't think so. Maybe. Like, that would be new if it did. I haven't particularly noticed if it was rain or not going on at the same time. It could be that there is something that, like, when you get soaked enough. No, I mean, we're only wet. We've definitely been worse than that. Alright, so we are recovered. I still need more food, but that's fine. That was a big pull from that area, though, so that's that many more zombies that aren't there. Which is the plan, just keep on fighting until there's none left. We've already gone through a lot of those knives. Okay. Got another aggro over here on the right. And once we get the one over here on the right done, we should be able to sit down for a minute, rest, recover. Nope, we got aggro on the left. That's fine. I mean, we got pretty close to the house. We actually aggroed stuff from inside the house and around back of the house, which is good. Because that means we're already clearing the stuff out of the house area itself. Alright, let's get back to it. The big hope is I can clear this area out, and then we'll probably go out west where we were doing all that, and I'll have to draw the helicopter out that way. And that should pull a bunch of zombies off of this road back over there. It might get really kind of over-the-top dangerous how many zombies we'll be having over there, because there'll be more of Irvington coming out, plus all the stuff that drew out from Irvington. But right now, that's, like, because I'm going to have the helicopter soon. We just don't know how soon. And outside of deliberately backing off for a couple of days, waiting out the helicopter so I can strategically position it, my only other option is to run west. Are you over there? I thought it was behind me. Okay. Well, all the knives are gone. Good time to using a weapon I can't sustain. Okay, I think we're in the clear. Let's sit down here for a moment. And then meanwhile, since I got nothing better to do while we're sitting here, one last loop around, make sure I'm in the clear. Even though it really doesn't need sharpening, we're going to keep it sharpened as much as we can. Hey, Panzer, how's it going? We're going to go ahead and just keep sharpening it to try and keep it as much damage getting out of this thing as possible. It's definitely not an efficient weapon. As you can see from how long I'm having to sit just to recover the muscle strain it caused. Give it a couple seconds more. Okay, we'll kill this one. I'll get a sip of the water. So get rid of the penalty from being dehydrated. Okay. Alright, so there's still a lot of zombies down here. So more than likely I'm going to kill one or two and then need to like full-on retreat. Which will then draw them up. We'll kill the next batch. Because that many zombies I can't just sneak around or pick off as one big horde with the machete. We just don't have enough endurance to do it. It's already almost 8 PM again in game. Okay, do we aggro? Alright. Let's take a peek real fast. See if this place is clear enough I can get, because it's just right here by this door. It's like right there is where the cabin I'm looking for is. That's not happening. Way too many zombies in there. Figure I'll push until we hit more strain. Alright, well that's level 2. I'm basically waiting until we hit the red muscle strain. Then we're just gonna ditch and go back. Alright, so I need more flint to make more weapons if I'm doing anything. We do have a hammer if I need to try and mine it with a hammer. Alright. And we're on full-on retreat for a minute. Looks like good progress. Yeah, we were actually all the way down the road farther, but we had just like worst possible scenario meta event drew the zombies directly out of Irvington up and then bullied us back out. And that was just like a real big setback so far as our progress there. Now to keep in mind where it is a setback so far as like where we are at location-wise, we still are killing the zombies. So we are still depleting the number of zombies in the Irvington area, which will eventually we will be able to just kind of win the day by the fact that we deplete their numbers enough they don't have any more to throw at me. Okay, we've ditched aggro. Hoo 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 hoo. Hi, friend. I was looking for Flint on the left side of the screen and didn't see you duck out of that bush. Because I was just thinking this is a pretty good area for me to work on some weapons. Yeah, let's kill the nearby zombies. Got like a whole bunch of these that we can mine for Flint. Please stop aggroing. Okay. Why am I not getting the choice to mine that? People mentioned you could mine these with... Yeah, I don't think the, Let me try putting in my actual hand. Yeah, it doesn't look like I can mine with the stone hammer. That's fine. That would have been convenient, because that's a lot of flint we've got right here. Oh, we're finally queasy from being around bodies. Oh, no, that's probably from drinking from the lake. Yeah, that's not unexpected. The mushrooms are fine? Yeah, mushrooms are fine. Okay. Why'd the house get overrun? Oh, meta event. Meta event drew the zombies from the south to the north, and just south of us is Irvington itself. So we had... the town came out to say hi. We were actually quite a ways down the road when it happened, too. So it's a pretty bad setback, but it is what it is. Good little ways from the bodies. It was not going to be the safest sleep we've ever had. But I think taking our chances sleeping here is probably better than wandering around in pitch black darkness on a stormy day. Oh, don't do this. Looks like it's eastern bound. Yeah, no, we had, it's not what I want. Okay. Part of it's also we're just not having a great time with weather and what it's doing to us. It's just fog, fog, storm, storm, fog and storm, fog, storm. Like, just no mercy whatsoever on the weather events. Okay. I want people to actualize that we're going to have a helicopter today, alright? I would like a helicopter today. I think the way we're gonna, you know, undo this pain and get ourselves stable faster is just to have the helicopter event and be able to leverage it. Alright, well, if you want to keep that up, I won't complain. Let's get the radio ready. Because my plan for the helicopter is what I think I'm going to do is we did this helicopter down here. I'm going to try and do it over here somewhere. That's going to be dangerous. It's going to be really, really dense with zombies down there now that we've already done a helicopter plus that meta event. But if I do it down there, that can draw the zombies that meta event pulled back, you know, pulled out. It should draw a bunch of them back. At least that's what I'm telling myself. Because it makes me feel better, whether or not it's true. Alright, device options. Radio is on and ready. Let's not commit to the push too much until we know, are we dealing with the helicopter? Because we're dealing with the helicopter, I want to beeline to the west just to make sure I'm in position in case it ends up being like a 9 a.m. helicopter or something like that. How many I've killed so far this stream? 700-800? Somewhere in that ballpark. I don't know the exact amount. Right, let's wait to aggro that. That's like a whole rally group. Thick fog today. Moderate rain in the evening, of course. Moderate rain ends at early morning tomorrow. And no helicopter. So we keep going as we were. Yeah, let's get more food here in a minute. Okay. So, we're going to be very inefficient fighting today, and at some point that machete's going to break, and then we're going to be even more inefficient because I won't have a weapon. Which might just mean I have to... Would you stop, like, there, right here? Which means what I might have to do is go to our car, sneak up to it again, and by that I mean probably run at it very loudly and not sneak at all. But just get over there and grab the pickaxe out of it, because if we get the pickaxe out of it, then I'm able to pretty reasonably sustain weapons. Okay, that's fine. Unpleasantly hot. Right, because I just drank from the lake and... You know, that does make us a little sick. So we're getting upsetty spaghetti about drinking unsafe water. Okay. Okay, we got a big group closing in. Get to see how much that level in Longblade's gonna do for us. Man, it seems to be doing a decent amount. Okay, that's a kitchen knife. And we're just cleaning ourselves up. Let's see, the bodies by the water can't help clean water situation? Nah, it's fine. They're mostly made out of ammonia at this point. Just gotta wait on that muscle strain again. Just... Okay, give it a couple seconds, and we pull another group. Alright. There's always the possibility as well that we just get a meta event that solves this problem. The west to east event should have helped, just not as much as I was hoping it would. How's the sharpness? It's fine. Okay. Where in the map are you? We're literally just north of Irvington. So the new part of the map, but on the far south. It seems like between the wind and all that, they're really not aggroing much, which I will take my blessings. Because if we were pulling groups of 20 and all that, it's just we wouldn't be able to sustain it at all. Looks like the fog's starting to break, so the aggro is starting to be more prevalent. It does seem like that second level in Longblade made a pretty significant difference on how much I could do damage-wise. Like, we're killing them much faster. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, back off a little. Work on sharpening it. Let's see, you're using long blunt and now you're just one-shotting them? Yeah, no, that's what I'm figuring, is once we start getting to some higher levels, it'll be fine. Are we queasy again? Yeah. That's because we're standing in all these corpses. Yep, we did find a bathrobe. So while we're recovering, I'm just sharpening the machete. Come on. Okay. There was a rally group right behind the back of this building. Okay, so we might get lucky and be able to do stuff with this. Alright, Randall Thor, you have a good day at work. Thank you for tuning in and all the support and all that. And what do you have stuck in you, lady? A broken garden tool. I mean, it's a handle for making a weapon. Okay, I think we can go in here now. Gotta be careful, there could be zombies inside, and there are. Alright, bear with me, chat. We just got an ad break here, and I gotta use the restroom. And I will be back in a minute, and hopefully we'll be able to clear out this house and actually make some progress again. And I'll be back here in a minute, so thank you again for tuning in. Well, that's not going to help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow, welcome to the stream. Okay. Good job, man. So we got a bamboo... Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town you'd have to... Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Okay. So, what happens if instead of going from the tree to lumber mill, we take the lumber mill to the tree? It works. It does work. If I just walk through it, does it work it? All right, and I am back. Yeah, Overthrown's an excellent game. I can't wait till it actually like comes out versus the demo, but that Overthrown demo, running around the lumber mill, chopping down trees with the lumber mill was pretty fun. It also had like weird Naruto running across the top of the water, running, and all sorts of just over-the-top silly shenanigans. Okay, so let's sit down here. Rest up for a minute. I'm going to avoid drinking the lake water for a minute. Because we're near all these corpses, I am slowly building up the corpse sickness, but it's not going away. Because normally that's how it happens, is you drink it, and your problem gets solved, like over just a little bit. But because I'm standing in stink the whole time, right here, our sickness is building, as opposed to getting better. Alright. So no on the... Actually, there is one back here. I'm just going to keep clearing until the zombies are clear. We're going to go and do exactly what we did the last time when we first cleared it, where I go around the building, get ourselves like a little bit of a perimeter. And then once I have the perimeter, then I'll start pushing back up the road, just to try and keep this as secure as possible. Realistically, this goes to the helicopter, and how the helicopter plays is going to completely change everything we're doing. Okay, so I have a couple of flint nodules. I thought I had more in here. I'll grab the mechanics book and the handles. That has our bag full. We're going outside. I hear a zombie and I don't know where, and it's not going to be a smart decision to be chilling with so many narrow corners and everything. Alright. Alright, got aggro on a couple down there. And the good news is we found a pair of kitchen knives, so at least I have some backup weapons when this machete goes. Alright. And we're at high muscle strain again. Let's see, do gas masks actually help now? Yes, I'm under the impression they do. I haven't bothered, because it's still just not that big of a deal usually. Like just corpse sickness, you gotta be pretty much ignoring corpse sickness at all, or you know, sleeping on corpses or whatever before it becomes actually that big of an issue. I really need to stop aggroing. We're pretty spent here. None other. There you go. Do this. Put down for a minute until our exertion's all sorted. Because like as you can see, I am literally just staying with the corpses, just completely ignoring it. Trying to give a chance for that muscle strain to go away. Because I'm hoping to clear it enough that we could sleep in the house tonight. And then we have to do a mix of foraging for food, fighting zombies, and then dealing with weapons the next couple in-game days. Oh, come on, muscle strain, please. Now, the bodies only last here for 9 days, and then they decay, so, like, all these bodies we're seeing littered everywhere, that's just a couple days worth of bodies. I do think ultimately we are going to have to run down to our, not to this in-game day, but probably the next, maybe after the helicopter, run down to our station wagon, grab the pickaxe out of it so we can start making weapons more reliably again. Because I'm going to need that to get this under control. Or when the machete breaks. When the machete breaks, I'll probably force my hand anyways. One thing I meant to do was ditch the jar in the house. Because I'll probably want it eventually, just to try out the new, you know, jarring changes and all that. But it's not going to be useful for a while. Or I can just put in that thing on the front, not even go in the house. Or the garage. Yeah, let's move towards the garage. I can just chuck the jar and the lid in one of the boxes inside. Yeah, so we got one big rally group there, and then a bunch of stragglers. So, jar, lid. Cool. Okay. So I'll probably have like 1 or 2 more pulls before I need to back off. Okay. Just all that muscle strain. That's discouraging. We can try and make it work. Alright, we got the thing where we're walking really slowly again. Definitely not in mud or soaking wet this time. I can't fight like that, we're just too slow. I'm gonna let that strain go down a little bit. We're gonna eat a bunch of ginseng to try and push ourselves back over the exerted. Because it does seem to only happen while I'm exerted. But it doesn't do it consistently, which is what's throwing me off. It could be related to the panic as well. Yeah, we slowed down again. I'm trying to not aggro even more. Come on, don't make me run out of the area just to find a place to sleep. Yeah, that slowdown is gonna get me killed, and I don't know what's causing it. It's definitely when we get too exerted, but it's the fact that we suddenly dropped 1/4. We're not panicked anymore, so it's not related to the panic. Yeah, and we still have the slowdown. Pain? Maybe. No, because we just dropped to minor pain and we're still slowed. It was worth the test, though. It's not the weapon either, because we go that slow even when I'm just not swinging the weapon. It's not gonna work. So you can separate a little bit, I might be able to turn around, finish them off, because there's only like 5 or 6 left. It's just that slowdown, I'm in trouble, and it definitely seems to only happen when I'm out of breath. The good news is there's like no zombies right up here now. The bad news is it even seems to be slowing down my regular walk speed. Like, I'm still faster than the zombies, but... Alright, so it's only 5, let's get it done. Like, it's treating it like I'm very, like, you know, really high exertion. Could I be doing the overweight? Maybe. We could test that real fast. I think that's it. I think it's a combination of being exerted and overweight. I'm just not used to even, like, the lowest, like, the first tier overweight causing that. It didn't used to stack that way as much. Not until you got to like really high, either exertion or whatever. Please die. so that I may sit down. Because we're about to be in a real bad time here. I was expecting that to make me not overburdened anymore. There we go, now we're not. Zombie up here. Need to get away from the corpses. Is it a zombie that's alive or is it dead? It's dead. Can't see anything, it's too dark. Okay. We're no longer getting stunk up. You know what, let's go ahead and just drop the bag here. Yeah, no, it's one of those things I'd be curious if that's intended or not. Either way is fine. It would just be something I need to know. Because if it is intended, it means the answer is you absolutely, whatever you do, don't let yourself get overburdened when you're gonna fight. Is what that would mean. Oh, I got a zombie right over there to my right. Come on, execution animation. You can do it. Thank you. Do I hear a zombie? There's one way over there. I think we'll be okay with that. Alright. Can I still sharpen stuff while it's dark? No, that's fine. Makes sense. Alright, so at midnight we go to sleep. If I'm not in too much pain, which is a maybe. I am, so let's go ahead and take another round of painkillers, that's why I have them. And go to sleep. Alright, so that time we got a really terrible sleep. We didn't even get like half our fatigue filled. That's just the nature of a poor sleep in the rain. Do internal testers ever get a heads up when a patch is planned to be released? No. Honestly, them letting us play the internal test on stream is even a new thing. But yeah, no, it's like, to give you an idea with the internal test, I had no idea that Build 42, like, the day it was going to release or whatever, it's like, oh, you know, the test is going well, this will probably be soon. You know, yeah, we think it's going to be before Christmas. Like, okay, and then so it's like, oh, by the way, it's out in 1 hour. Or I think we got a 15-minute heads up. That's like, okay, you know, they're pushing to Steam, it'll be available in 15 minutes or whatever, you know, which it's not like It's not like I'm sitting there hovering, watching the communication, so by the time I realized it would dropped, it was already like half an hour after. But yeah. And I don't feel bad. It's not like I'm getting... Me being able to be in the internal test is already a privilege. Like, I wouldn't expect them to, like, do stuff around my schedule or something like that. But yeah, so basically we all kind of hear it about the same thing. But yeah, normally, like, for example, like, there was an NDA involved with the Build 42 before it launched internal test. And I mean, technically there still is, but we were given the go-ahead that we can stream it, we can create content, so long as we're very clear that's like, this is the internal version, not the unstable version. That way, like, if they had, like, really bad crashes or really bad bugs, this is, like, the alpha version, you know, people weren't going, oh my god, look how bad the unstable version is, kind of thing. Like, no, this is the alpha version. This is... We are the guinea pigs. I might have us take some caffeine tablets today, especially if it ends up being the helicopter day. We're gonna take caffeine and all that. People see that anyways. I mean, you're not wrong. But, like, for example, the targeting bug with the extended range thing going on, yeah, no, if that had gone to the unstable branch, that probably would, like, that's like, nah, that's fair to be unhappy about that. That's a bit much, but it's perfectly fine for an internal test. Like, they're testing a new targeting system for the guns and everything. I'd be surprised if there weren't issues. Okay, so let's go back up here. Rest for a minute. Meanwhile, we can take some water. Take a little sip of that. Was that little bird chirping concert? No, it's not. I heard like the little bird chirp in the background. I saw a zombie move, and I'm like, it's like as quiet as that better not be considered a meta event. It wasn't. It was just background whatever. Which is what you expect it to be. Gonna stroll for a minute while we wait for the fatigue in the radio to do its thing. See if I can't snag something else we can eat. Technically something we can eat. Just rain forever. Okay, no helicopter. Okay. Oh, you're that full? Alright, so take this out. What is weighing so much? Oh, right, we've got all those handles and stuff for making more knives. I've got a piece of flint. So I can make one more knife. But not much. Okay. Hey, FG, how's it going? Yeah, no, it's fine. I've only been back for a couple of days. Let me go ahead and get a shout out for FG Squared. For those who don't know, FG Squared, another fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, absolutely fantastic content creator. Plays a whole range of things. RimWorld, has played Product Zomboid in the past, has done a bunch, does like Legos, whole range of stuff, a lot of indie games. Really, really good time over there. One of the streams I've tuned into more than anyone else, I think you were the most watched stream I had for 2024. It was either you or Ultra. I think it was you, though. I'm pretty sure it was you. Either way. But you get the idea. I'm pretty sure it was you. Either way, like, you get the idea. Most watched stream, that says something. I can only say that about one stream, so you get the idea. But definitely good times over there. So, you know, do that thing where you hit the follow, because that's how that works. But yeah, so we're just trying to get this going. And I know I've actually had a number of people reach out to me that when multiplayer comes out for Build 42, a lot of people want to do collab stuff with Product Zomboid. I'm looking forward to all of it. I've actually been kind of like scratching my head going, okay, do we do like maybe a server of some kind that a bunch of people can hop on, but maybe have, you know, because having like 10 people collabing at once is just too noisy. But I could definitely see having, you know, a server with a bunch of different groups of like 2s and 3s. I don't know. I've been like scratching my head.
Thank you, FG Squared, for subscribing for 25 months. Resubbing to get the 6-month discount.
Thank you, FG. I really do appreciate that. Not only dropping a tier 1 sub, but doing it for 6 months in advance. Having that confidence that I'm going to keep making good content. Alright, let's be fair. Making okay content. Okay, you've got, like, making content. We'll just leave it at that. We won't quantify it. But yeah, so thanks so much for that. I do appreciate it. Been sub the channel for 19 months, almost 2 years. And it will be 2 years by the time that runs out, so thank you. Oh, good. The machete finally broke. So I can go back to being speedy and doing this. Get this thing off me forever. Cool. Let's back off and... Actually, I think I just aggroed those 3. Yeah, then let's back off, get the muscle strain. Let's see, is the inability to sterilize bandages boiling water a bug or intended, do you think? I'm gonna guess it's a bug. Because to me that doesn't make sense. That is literally one of the ways you can sterilize something. Like you can use stuff like alcohol, bleach, chlorine, that kind of stuff to kill germs and all that to sterilize stuff. You can boil it. You know, any of the things that are effective ways of killing germs, because that's all sterilizing really is doing, is it's killing most of the germs, the bacteria and viruses on a material so that it's relatively safe. You're never going to fully eliminate everything, but, you know, making it safe-ish. Pretty sure in the test notes? Yeah, they probably did. I never bother because it doesn't matter. Like, very unfortunately, it just doesn't matter. I've even tried turning on... They've got the new mechanic that's supposed to make infections potentially serious in a game. Unless it's an RNG thing I'm missing, which is entirely possible, I've turned that on. And even just completely ignoring all the cuts and scrapes and all that I was getting running through trees and bushes. Like, just slapping a bandage on it, dirty or otherwise, and not caring, didn't seem to be a problem. Alright. So let's get over here. We don't want to try and go inside and see if we can't get ourselves a little bit of water and all that. As well as, see if we can't make one of these stone knives. You know what? Let's go inside now. Let's just do this right away. So craft. This does not feel at all safe. I'm hating every bit of what's happening right now. Drop all of this in there so it's not as heavy. We want to keep the wooden rods there. I can apparently make handles out of scrap. Okay, so I've got 1 sharp flint, 5 rags. We'll grab 2 of the handles. And now I don't need to be in here, because to actually assemble those, I don't need to have a surface to work on. Or am I a liar? Crude knife? Oh, I didn't make them into blades. That's the problem. Alright, so I gotta go back in there, because I gotta make them into blades. Alright. No water in that house? There is. I just forgot about the water because I'm feeling very stressed out by having all these corners that zombies can come around. That, you know, there's not a door left in this place. Cool, let's get back out of here. Okay, so now I can make a pair of knives. The one you trick that a sterilized rag is 0.1 lighter than a regular rag. Is it really? That's one of those things I could absolutely see being a thing. 0.1? I mean, there's still 0.1. It's fine, whatever. Okay, so we got 2 spare knives. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to try to walk down the street to where our station wagon is. So let's go here and remove these, because that's not where it is. If we go and station wagon home. There we go. This dirty rag is also lighter than a clean rag. That feels like a mistake. Yeah, and the reason I want to do that is we have a pickaxe in the station wagon. That'll let me get the flint really easily to make more weapons. So I am going to try and clear that way, but if it does look like I'm going to run out of weapons along the way, or otherwise, you know, the fight is coming to an end for right that moment. I thought we saw some, it's fine. Then we can deal with that. The good news is we actually have decent short blade skill. They go pretty quick. I also should keep aware, we've got a lot of flint on this side of the lake. Because those 2 are flint nodules, that's a flint nodule, I can do that, that's flint up there. I think I saw another flint spot north of us. Oh, I accidentally canceled out of it. I keep doing that. There we go. How's it going? It's going pretty good. I do love... I'm not sure if people have noticed our aesthetic we got going on here. So we got our wizard hat, we've got on our bathrobe, you know, just doing that. And we also have a secret, and that secret is I got a little bunny tail. But you can only see it when I turn so the backpack's out of the way. Because we found a D&D house, and of course, we could not take things for D&D. Yeah, the run's going pretty solid. We got bullied out. We got all the way down to here on this road, but we got bullied out by just like the perfect storm of a bad meta event, where it took the zombies from like the highest density area nearby and said, "What if those were on your lap?" The answer was no, sir. I don't like it. But we're starting to stabilize that situation again. You got a big some kind of knife stuck in you. Okay, there goes our kitchen knife we had found. A hunting knife. Go ahead and just put that on right now. Alright. This isn't looking nearly as bad as it was. I mean, it is interesting that when you see me pulling those giant groups of zombies... Ah, right, we had a terrible sleep, and I said I was going to use some caffeine tablets. And we're absolutely going to do that because... we had a really terrible sleep. Oh, we had 2 in there. Alright, I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. Just need twine? Yep. And we can make twine if I find 10. The problem is I need, like, 20 of it. Yeah, so it seems like the zombies we did have here have mostly cleared out. That's probably from that west to east meta event we had. It didn't really help us where we were at, but it looks like it helped down here. Alright. I believe we're almost to our car, because I had pulled it just down the road here. That's interesting. I never knew you took a hit point of damage when you shoved a zombie sometimes. For those who don't know, when you stomp on a zombie, every once in a while you'll take like 1 or 2 hit points of damage. It's like nothing meaningful, so it just disappears again real fast. But I just shoved that zombie and I took a hit point of damage. Which that's the first I've ever noticed of that. It doesn't matter. The only time that matters is when you're like maximum hypothermia. You can't actually die from that in vanilla. So you go down to 1 health, which means that if I did that at 1 health, I could potentially die. Or there's a couple other things that'll lower you down to like 1 health that, you know, then just that little extra push will take you over the edge. We're really close to our car. You think hypothermia kills you in build 42? I mean, I think it should. I haven't tested it, so maybe. There's just a handful of things that can cause you 1 health of damage. Stomping on a zombie, apparently pushing a zombie, which is what I was just mentioning there, as I took a hit point of damage from pushing. It could even be just attacking in general, maybe has a chance to cause 1 health of damage. Which is nothing, you recover from it quickly. So even if you went full force, you probably wouldn't be able to kill yourself normally doing that. But with stuff like, you know, cryogenic winter, really CDDA, standing out like when it's freezing cold, or in the rain when it's cold, that kind of thing. You'd be able to potentially kill yourself that way then. I mean, the machetes are getting better, for what it's worth. I was just sighing because I was happy to have the machetes off of us because they've been much more difficult for me to do higher kill counts because just the weight of them and everything makes them hard to use sustained. That sit was worthless. I shouldn't have bothered. It's fine. Kill these last two. Get arrested. I don't have much longer till we're drowsy, unfortunately. Alright. Okay, so we got zombies closing in from all sides because they heard me. So we're gonna just beeline to the one by itself, try and take it out quick. Thought I heard one above me. Cool. Sit back down and try and rest again. Alright. Like I said, I want to get to the station wagon just long enough to grab that pickaxe out. The problem is I don't remember. I don't think it's in my trunk right now. I think it's actually in the back passenger seat across from the generator. But I don't know that with confidence. Need to be along the side here so we can maybe find berries or whatever. Because we're in no real danger of starving, but we are in danger of carry weight penalties and all that becoming obnoxious. Okay. Alright, now's my last, like the last knife I have right now is my last knife. The good news is I did get that machete. The bad news is I did get a machete. And we're drowsy. So finish that off. We're just gonna go and try. Okay, so there's the station wagon right there. Let's grab our friends here. Honestly, that's not that many. Yeah, that's really not that many. We'll fight it. I was expecting this to be worse. Okay, the moment I switched the machete, we just suddenly went slow. Alright, I don't think we fight this out, because we're about to, like, we're already drowsy, we're already muscle strained, we're about to be exerted. Every one of those is a stacking penalty. So we're gonna go from doing damage to just straight up potato. So I'm gonna draw them down here, I'm gonna run to the station wagon, I'm gonna hop in real fast. What weapon is that? Machete. Ah, there's a zombie in that tree there. Boo, zombie.
Hey! 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 Hey!
We're gonna take the strategy of just grabbing a bunch, and like I said, I don't want to drive off in the car. The car's perfectly fine where it is. I just want to be able to get the pickaxe out. If we get the pickaxe out, that's fine.
Hey! Hey!
Oh, this is our third or fourth machete now. I don't like that they're way up here. Go for it. Like I said, I'm gonna assume, I think it's in the back seat. We can't stay in here long. Got it. Became what we needed to do. We got our pickaxe, so now I can make a bunch of weapons. And I'm trying to jog to ditch them. I don't like running because it uses a lot of endurance. But I'm hoping to ditch them over there versus all the way back here by the house we're trying to stay in tonight. But with that, I should be able to make myself a bunch of knives and get back to properly fighting. Okay, so stop running so that way if I do have to fight more, we're not already in bad shape when we go into the fight. Which means tomorrow's helicopter day? Absolutely. That's how this works. The zombies did move around enough that I'm going to have problems getting around them. We're going to try to get around them without aggroing more. See if we can't just slip into the house and call it a night. Actually, you know what? You're not seeing any zombies up here at all? You can sit down. Let's grab some water. Yeah, you're already packed there. Okay, and we're not overburned anymore. We'll take a moment to recover some endurance. Just again, that way if I get caught up in a fight, we're at least as good as we can be off. That'll have to do. Okay, and we're going to forage over here. Just in the off chance I could find myself some mushrooms or something else particularly good food-wise. Then I'm going to try and cut through where we've already carved through a bunch of zombies, because that's most likely where we'll find a clear or less... Oh, it's a red marker. It's like, what? Yeah, so over here we shouldn't see very many zombies. This is where we've been killing everything. So the big hope is that we don't have zombies having moved back into the house. If they have, that means we just do what we've been doing. Run up, plunk down the sleeping bag. But we've been getting some crap sleeps out of the sleeping bag because we're sleeping in pouring rain, and you apparently don't sleep well when you're in a sleeping bag with buckets of rain dumping on your head the whole night. I mean, I don't understand. Everyone knows the sound of rain is very soothing. Alright. So now here's the big question. Alright, so we do have zombies around the back over there. But will I be able to just sneak on in here real fast? Or will there be stuff in here that I gotta worry about? Alright, so we got water. Top that off. Cool. So with that, we can sit down in the corner here. I wonder if it considers this being bright enough to see with that window or not. It probably doesn't. Can't read that. And we really don't have much we can work on right now. Is this sharp? Yeah, so that's as sharp as it's gonna get. That's fine. So we got in here earlier. Let's see. Did you figure out what causes nightmares? So nightmares have always been an RNG thing, but that there were things that could escalate the risk of you having a nightmare. So if your character is stressed out, you are far more likely to have a nightmare. I believe if your character spends most of the day or like a decent amount of the day panicked, they have a much higher chance. But I don't remember the actual formula. I'm sure there's plenty of people in the community who have done lots of testing to figure that out. But generally, days that you spend a lot of the day panicked, just expect to have more nightmares. And then once your character's stressed out, that I know for a fact feeds nightmares. Alright. So I got a proper night's sleep. We definitely need to find food. Okay, so certainly, now that things are starting to stabilize, we are going to have a helicopter to just, you know, throw a grenade on things stabilizing. Alright, we have a day without garbage weather, which means I should be able to get a lot done, which means we're 100% having a helicopter, and no helicopter. So let's turn this off. We put it away. Alright. All day forward, do you think there may be prevalent forest areas? Yeah, so we're going to do a mix of, I'm going to forage some, and I'm going to get some weapons going. Right now, I've got zombies, like, on my front porch, and that needs to not be that way. Okay. And if we're really lucky, I'll find the last little bit of hemp I need, which is actually not a little bit. I'll find the last hemp I need to make ourselves a fishing pole. Because then that'll make food a little bit easier and we'll be able to start getting our weight back in order. Because we're getting pretty badly underweight. Cool. Can I manage to get up here before they see me? What are you doing? Did you hear me from way up there? Well, that's annoying. Yep, so we're already in lots of pain. And still aggroing more. You have a nightstick. Give. Give now. Where are you? Give. Friend. Thank you. Alright, so we're all clear for just a minute. Let's rest up here before we get pulled into another fight. Come on. There we go. Okay, so let's quickly see what people said in chat. Side assassin perk makes you 50% quieter or whatever. Nah, that's I definitely feel there needs to be a little bit more play around the noise you make with combat, because it's your character does like a little shout, like a hya kind of sound, and that seems to be what's dragging the zombies in from everywhere. I do think there should be something that, like, your character is more prone to do that the more panicked they are, versus less prone to do it the less panicked they are. You know, some way that you can kind of counterplay it, where you can't fully prevent it, but at least you can go, okay, if I'm very careful and I don't push my character too hard, my odds of this are pretty low, so I shouldn't have to worry about too much. Versus on the other side of it, if you just start throwing down, you know, your character is just very vocal and makes all sorts of noise, and that becomes its own problem. Give me them berries. Still have berries. We can mine this mineral deposit. Oh, when I hit that line there, I'll start starving. Keep trying to escape out of stuff, and that's not how that works in this game. So that's weird. I tried to mine those deposits with the stone hammer earlier, and it wouldn't let me. Yet now, I have a pickaxe in my inventory, and so it's like, no, it's cool, you can go ahead and mine that. With the stone hammer. Oh right, I still have berries, don't I? Good mushrooms. Yeah, it might just be some... Oh, that's why we're overburdened. They put the hammer in my main hand. So I have mushrooms, garlic. Could eat that. And then... It's interesting that it made the scrap of mushroom considered no longer wild. Mushrooms and garlic, which actually sounds like good food. It's raw, which is a little underwhelming. But I mean, sauteed mushrooms with garlic sounds pretty good. You can eat that. And that should probably have us not fully fed, but no longer struggling with hunger. Cool, so let's go ahead and mine this mineral deposit. Put away our pickaxe real fast. Okay. Alright, so we've got... Oh, nope, don't see me. Let's be chill. You don't need to die. You don't need to die. You can forget you saw me. We didn't see each other. Oh, never mind. Okay, too attractive. I mean, I am sporting a wizard's hat. Oh, I do not want to use this rock for my stuff. We'll use this one, because at least this rock I can see around. Okay, so with that, we would like to nap that flint. Because that'll give me a chance to recover. Think there's a relationship between yelling and muscle strain? I don't think so. Because it definitely hasn't seemed to correspond with it. You love the new max button? I know, right? It was so much better than like trying to deal with the old other way. Alright, so now I can go ahead and make 11 knives worth of blades. So it's 15.68. Yeah, so each time I turn one of those flint into a stone blade, it cuts its weight by half. Which is pretty nice. Alright. But then with that, I've got a bunch of the handles inside the house down there. And I believe... Actually, did we already grab the handles? Oh, hey. Hey, a friend. Do you mind? I'm just trying to do a little crafting. All right. They're just trying to make ourselves weapons so we can sustain the fight. Alright, so... It's saying it can only make 3 of these right now, so we'll make the 3 and we'll figure out what we're short on. Ah, rags. I got 8 handles. That's fine. Because the thing we're going to do is I'm going to leave the pickaxe in the house right now And this will just be where we do. Do you have any hemp in your car, or just the 5 on me? Just the 5 on me, unfortunately. We were chucking the hemp because I had no space in the car. Nor I had the stuff I was going to need to make stuff anyways. Yep, and I needed 20. It's like right now we're making weapons, because that's going to be the higher urgency thing. Alright, let's kill this zombie. Oh, wait. Sir, I'm gonna need your pants. Look, don't make it weird. What's the weight at? 66 last it looked, so it's 64. Yeah, so we're losing weight. It's not dangerous until we hit 35. When it hits 35, that's a problem. Alright. Yeah, because apparently 35 kilograms is when we're finally starving to death. Like, malnutritious starving to death. Alright, so I'm out of handles at this point, so we won't worry about grabbing more of that yet. I'm gonna go back to foraging. And like I said, I'm gonna ditch the pickaxe, I think, inside the building. Just to help with weight. No, we're not. I lied, we're not gonna do that. I'm gonna grab the water bottle. Take a sip of the water. We're gonna do it once around the house to make sure it's clear. And I am noticing some of these bodies are starting to disappear. And then once we do the once around the house and it's clear, we're gonna start working our way down the road again. Because I want to keep trying to secure this area as best we can. Yeah, there's so many zombies that hear me every time we're fighting. Okay. Okay, so cool. That didn't last very long. We can back off. Sit down and recover, taking our sip of our water. Just gonna eat the black sage just like it's food. It's not worth very much hunger, but I figure we're sitting here anyways. Might as well do some. How's the sharpness on our machete? It's pretty bad. So sharpen our machete. The wiki says underweight and severely underweight affects your strength. Does it actually remove XP from strength, or does it give you a % penalty to damage? It gives you a % penalty to damage. I don't believe it reduces your carry weight, though. Your hunger reduces your carry weight, but there's a difference between malnutrition hunger at, like, malnutrition starvation and, like, hunger starvation. Both will kill you. but they mechanically have different workings. Alright. While we're waiting for the stuff to go down, I'm just going to run around here and forage for a little bit. Like, it is a problem, but my immediate problem is not getting eaten by a zombie. And then my secondary problem is managing my food. If we do get to an issue where we start getting, like, dangerously low, like we start getting to, like, you know, 50 or so, then we'll back off and I'll just go out of my way to try and get that sorted. Yeah, I'm not going to poke any of that if I don't have to. Go this fast, this is not a good corner. Sorry about that. Just had a sneeze sneaking up on me. I didn't want to pull that one, but that's fine. We'll kill this one. I'm not going to go farther down. We're going to go up the road and see what we can find up that way. Try and locate some food and or hemp. Cool. Yep, so our hunger is starting to penalize our carry weight even more. One problem is all these glasses showing up. Oh, that's not glasses. But it's also not useful. Okay, so we can cut across here. We're going to go up to the road. Man, we keep finding black sage and all, which we can eat it. It's just, it's 1 hunger per unit, which is basically nothing. I'm partly killing these ones just in the hope that when we do get our fishing pole, I have way less cleanup to do. Alright. So sit here, cover endurance, and I'll go back to foraging. Now, one of the things is when you forage first thing in the morning, you actually get a lot better success out of your foraging. You have a bigger search radius, whatever you want to call it. Glasses. Always glasses. I don't need a pine cone. I just realized it's getting pretty late in this in-game day, so we're trying to not go that much farther out. Stop giving me pine cones. That means more knives, so I'll take it. Ah. Who was that in our nightstick? What do you have? Ah, fillet knife. Get out of here. No one wants that. Alright, so we are overburdened. Gonna try getting around this corner real fast. That's fine. I'm not gonna be able to see. That's fine. Okay. So we are weight juggling right now, which is okay. Or sorry, not weight juggling, hunger juggling. Our weight's terrible. So that's going okay right now. We are doing a pretty good job of killing zombies in the area. We're not making a huge amount of forward, like, progress distance-wise. There we go. I'm assuming it's too dark to do anything in here, right? Yeah, it's too dark. Alright. But yeah, so we just need to get our food under control, keep clearing the area. Once I got the area clear, I should hopefully be able to forage better, get that hemp, get our fishing pole. Because our weight is getting low. And you can see that we're just getting more and more penalties from the hunger and all that. But part of that is also I'm starting to get more and more just junk on our person. Like this book I probably shouldn't be carrying right now. But it is what it is. You can still craft by the pen light? Yes, I'm trying not to burn all of the batteries on it. So I just figured it's not that urgent. Where's the bed? Will that be your first time fishing in 42? Yeah. Cool, cool. So we got that. So before we go anywhere, let's just go ahead and carve the handles. So I can reduce the weight of that a little bit. Then I can drink the water. I'll get back to foraging and killing. Okay, just making sure it's actually attached. Cool. Okay, now if we do this at the first of the day, we have like this whole radius we can see. We don't care about the glasses. Alright, well I've got the giant radius. Let's go to the farm field to the north or west of us. See if we can't score ourselves a little bit of food from that. Because this whole area is being qualified as forest. Just take the glasses. I don't want to keep flagging on the glasses if I can help it. Yeah, a lot of bodies disappeared from here over the last night. Large stone we don't have much use for right now. Pine cone doesn't help us much right now. I can eat nettles. Those work as food in a pinch. Okay. Okay, and we're already not hungry anymore. That's all it takes. That's the reason I'm not stressed about, like, hunger hardly ever. Is just usually really easy to get your hunger back up. And then there's a stick here, and I can use the stick to make more handles. Actually, before I do that, let's chuck the sticks in the ground. Get these off of me for a second. And instead, let's approach it like this. Why did you not start it? And go ahead and take this stuff to make ourselves some more knives right now, which will lower our inventory carry weight. Okay. And with that, we can work on that. We can go here and start carving these while we wait to see if we have a helicopter. So that's good. So we've got our food temporarily sorted. We've got ourselves... Honestly, we've got a lot of weapons now. Like, I'm getting overburned by the amount of stuff we're doing. It is a helicopter day. Alright, so we're going to completely disregard anything with that. Change the plan. We stop what we're doing. Unequip this. We're not worried about fighting right now. We got places to be. Okay, so I can't clear that on my inventory. I've got you already stacked on here. We're already holding that in our hands, so I can't make it lighter. We can eat those nettles. Okay, so what we want to do is, like I said, we want to try and get to the west. To try and drag the zombies. I'm going to forage on the way. Until we start aggroing stuff properly. Because I am hoping to find the hemp and all that. But we've got to be careful because, as you can see, I'm already weighed down and I haven't done anything yet. Yeah, so I got a bunch more handles. Don't care. Don't care. And pretty soon we're gonna... Yeah, I'm gonna not be able to forage much longer. Because I want to go farther down this way. Oh, that's hemp. Okay. Alright, so what I want to do here is we're just working our way west in preparation for the helicopter. I'm hoping it's going to be like afternoon, so I have time to get in position. And I am hoping it will be one that goes relatively smooth and all that. We can put you here, that'll reduce your weight. Put you in the main bag. I'm up to 5 dog bane. Did I really not get more than that? Be quick. Thank you. There's 3 more. You have 6 in the fanny pack? Well, I had 2. Okay. We're getting there. We're at 9 and I need 20. Probably get out of this brush and into the actual field. And what are you? Get out of here. No time to care. There's no time, I missed it. Trying to forage while being chased is not great. Okay. Okay, so draw them over here. Because the acorns are also really good food. There's something else there. Nah, not gonna have time. It's fine. Yeah, I'm gonna not worry about that. It's also not exactly where I should be anyways. I need to be farther south. So we can just walk out in the field farther, cut south more. Alright, so it is 9:05. Okay, so let's look. We are right here. And then this is helicopter number 5, so 5th helicopter, and it was at 09/05/93. Alright, so that's going to be a sketchy one. That's a bug, don't care. That's a rock, don't care. I need to be more south than where I'm at. South and west. South being the higher priority. Now, I am expecting if this has more than like one pass, it's going to be a bad time. Because our last helicopter we dropped down there was extremely busy. And we're pretty close to it. So far, though, we've been lucky that the helicopter hasn't drawn much to me. But that's probably going to turn around pretty quick. Alright, here we go. Now I'm just going to try and cut right through the middle of this garbage. I just got to watch out for these hay bales. They are solid. We're just going to go ahead and divert here a little bit. No reason. Don't worry about it. Alright, let's try and get over to this field. Because these bushes, you can get snagged on them, and they'll slow you down. I don't want in those. That's a little rough still. Let's get this out of here and this out of here. We're not fighting right now. So like I said, my plan is just basically try and get down here somewhere with the hope that this will draw the zombies away from where we've been doing stuff. And away from Irvington proper. The downside is I gotta watch when I go back that I don't circle back to where I dropped all the zombies off. But here's hoping for a 3 or 4 passer, because the more it passes, the more we'll draw zombies from a distance over this way. Is that the end of the field down there? If it is, that's fine. That means we just end up circling in this area, unless there's another field right next to it. That looks like it's just straight up woods. Okay. So this is where this is going down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and ride the little wave of zombies here to keep them bunched up. To give myself a big pocket on this side, so as the zombies switch directions from the helicopter, I have, you know, more room to make my decision of where I'm going next. Just gotta watch out. Do these bushes actually snag you? No. Okay, those bushes are fine. You snag me? Okay, so these bushes are fine. I can cross through these. I wanted to test that before things got really bad, so I'd know if I need to dodge certain bushes or not. That bush snags you. I'm familiar with that one. Before they get bad? Yeah, this is... We only did our first pass. Every pass it's going to get worse usually. Usually. And this is pass 2 coming up. If I had more carry weight, I'd put my whistle on. Actually, how bad would this be if I do this? That's fine. Because the whistle is like a yell, but way louder. Way more range. Nah, like, there isn't... I don't believe there's, like, a hard canon of what the helicopter is. I believe the perceived canon is that in the world of Project Zomboid, just something goes down, and we, like... This is the outside world view. Like, inside there's more to it. But to the outside world, something happens in Knoxville County, Kentucky. The military is saying it's cool, don't worry about it, no one is allowed in or out, no exceptions. Lethal force will be used. And about a week goes by, and no one has heard anything from inside the exclusion zone, and this is, in theory, it's a reporter who has broken the exclusion zone. They've flown over, and they're just trying to figure out what the heck's going on. That's kind of the accepted lore. It's not official lore. And so the idea is they follow you around, realize they're putting you in danger, and they leave. And then by the time, like, normally you only get one time it shows up and then it doesn't come back, because if you listen to the radio broadcast and everything, let's just say, like all zombie apocalypses that they attempt to quarantine fails. And so Knox County is no longer that big of a concern, considering the entire world is kind of a concern. Interestingly enough, we have no zombies on our west side. I was not expecting that, because this is easy if they don't come from that side. I can just walk up and down. Because if they don't come from the west on any meaningful amount, I could just run west and then north when this is done. Whereas when they were coming from multiple sides, you saw I had to, like, do little jogs and all that to dodge my way through zombies to keep them all at bay. But as long as they're only coming from one side, this is easy peasy. Seems like it's done. I gotta wait a little longer. Nope. It's coming back for another pass. This will be pass number 3. And 4 is the maximum number of passes you can have on 1 hour days. Sure takes a little while to realize you're in danger. I mean, they don't have any knowledge that there's a zombie apocalypse. They're just like, why is this person being followed by other people? Like, what's going on? You know, and then they're like, wait a second. Like, and this is me paraphrasing what I would imagine. Like, if you're just going there and there's someone running around and, like, literally 100 people following them around, and you're going, what's happening in here? Because you have no context that there's been the zombie apocalypse that's outbroken or anything. You just know that the area is locked off. And to be like, what's going on? Why are there, like, 100 people following this person? Or, you know, why are there people smashing doors and windows? Why are the people acting weird? Yeah, and also in the normal game, it doesn't usually look quite like this. Alcohol in the US should be labeled better? Personal opinion? Oh, you mean where, like, you can drink something and you're like, wait a second, you turn it over and there's, like, the little down in the bottom corner, it's like, you know, 6% alcohol by volume. But if you don't notice that, you might not realize you're drinking alcohol for, you know, a little bit, depending on what it is. Some stuff you get one sip, you're like, oh, wait a second. I wouldn't disagree with that. There's definitely been stuff that I've looked at, I'm like, man, if I was a kid, I'd grab that 100% thinking that's a soda. It wasn't until I was an adult that I started realizing to, like, look for that in the corner. And I have no problems with alcohol, but I can agree that the labeling's not the best. Again, once you're an adult, you start getting the conga line right. Oh, we're not going to conga line fight these. And that's going to be helicopter pass number 4. So I believe when this help pass is done, it physically can't be here longer. I'm finding this whistle is extremely powerful for dealing with the helicopter because it's just louder than the helicopter and has like the whole area range. It lets me corral the zombies before the helicopter can like throw them all over the place. It's not perfect, but it makes it way easier to control them. Alright, if I'm not mistaken, that should be it for the helicopter. So my plan is this. I'm going to run around to the other side of them. We're going to put away the whistle, it's not needed anymore. And we're going to go all the way down here to the forest edge, cut straight to the west until we ditch them. Then we're going to cut to the north and circle back to where we came from and see what disaster we've left ourselves with. Okay, there's another field after this. Like, oh, that could have gotten bad if I would have been still moving this way and gone over here and it was just dense forest. I've done that where I've gotten myself pinned. And we don't need to eat any of that right now. So let's go ahead and get our stuff back out. Because now it's just a nice, relaxing, whatever day of the week this is, stroll. I'm going to assume it's Sunday in-game. It's probably not Sunday in-game. That's fine. I'm not really worried about the XP from discarding. I'm mostly just watching to see if we can get some of that. Some of the hemp we're missing, or other things of particular value. So there's a good chance a bunch of them will get snagged. Some of those bushes do mess with your ability to move around. Well, that's a lime. Could go ahead and eat that now. And we've ditched them all, so now we go north. We got lots of time before it's going to get dark today, so we can take our time about this now. Okay. Do they still get the 12 seconds? I don't know. For those who don't know what that thing that Butte's talking about, there was in build 42, is in build 42. I don't know exactly how it works. People have been testing it, but there's a whole thing where the zombies are kind of still aware of where you are 14 seconds after they lose track of you. Like, so far as like you've line of sighted them, they don't hear you. And so they kind of get like wall hacks. My understanding is that did exist in build 41, but it was like 3-4 seconds. And I think, and like the reason I think it is that they do that is when it comes to recalculating the pathing and all that, so that the zombies aren't like constantly updating, that there's like a delay that it does that and it goes, okay, where is it? Okay, where is it? Okay, where is it? Like that kind of thing. But it does have the unfortunate thing that it really has a negative effect on sneaking. Alright, so I'm going to start cutting to the east because if you look on our little mini-map here where we got like all those skulls, that was an awful place. And I don't want to go back there. Got way too much junk in this main inventory. So we're becoming northeast. And like I said, we'll see what the situation is. We will have moved a bunch of zombies around. The good news is if things go bad, I could just walk over here, plunk down a tent, or not tent, the sleeping bag, go to sleep and reassess. That's one of the reasons why we didn't have sleeping bags in Build 41 that I'm aware of any kind. But it was a thing that in Build 41 we had the tents. And the tent was always one of my biggest like, this is a big item to get. Because once I got a tent, I could, like, literally anytime things went wrong, I could just walk away, plunk it down, go to sleep. Didn't have to wait till ridiculously tired, that kind of thing. And you can use chairs and all that, which is what most people did. The tent actually gave you an okay quality sleep. Honestly, don't worry about the berries. My inventory is super overburned. Alright, we are going to aggro these. I'm just going to keep walking. There's no point in me fighting this far away from literally everything. I'll just get home tired. A little worrisome that these are all going north, though. Okay. I'd rather take my chances aggroing them than trying to maneuver through this brush where all those bigger plants will snag us.
Hey!
Okay. And it's up here that was the area that's like, this is a bad place. There was a fence line, and the fence was like, lagged the computer levels of zombies. Okay, so there's the gate that they get in and out, and luckily that's still intact. So any zombies that were in there probably still are in there. Okay. Okay. So this time there's like no zombies there. But that's probably we're far enough away that the helicopter didn't draw them that way. The helicopter may have drawn them another direction. I'm gonna do the same thing we did last time. Instead of going straight back to where we were, I'm gonna go north, try and ditch them up this way, and then circle back to the right. It gives you anxiety every time you see you cut through groups like that. Oh yeah, nuts. Oh yeah, you are right. There's more than likely there's a hole in that fence line as well. Somewhere. Yeah, there's nothing in there now. Alright. So let's start cutting over. Because we'll have ditched all those other zombies by now. But yeah, no, you learn to walk through the zombies like that. The place that I kind of picked up that skill was when you start 16 times population, and you start in any of the towns or whatever. It is just a thing at the very beginning there's no fighting. You end up just learning how to, like, weave between the zombies and to, like, bait them to one side of a road or the other, that kind of nonsense. You just have to do it. That's fine, it can just sit there. Like, there's no fighting it, there's no sneaking. There's just too many zombies. The moment you hit one, this is, again, build 41 without the little shout thing you do every time you're fighting. So it was like, you would start looting the building you spawn in, and then the moment you either finished or you got aggro, which usually you get aggro from something spotting you through a window, because there's just so many, you immediately drop everything and just book it. And then you run out of town, you get out into the where there's no zombies, like out in a place like this, and then you assess, like, okay, where am I going, that kind of thing, and make your plan. Alright, so far, the helicopter seems to have gone well. The real question is going to be when we get over to these houses and all that we've been staying at, will I have drug net new zombies through it, or... Huh, okay. Alright, so let's drop the bag for a minute here. And sit down. Just gonna eat that entire salad real quick. Oh, right, part of the reason we're having such issues is they still have the pickaxe. Yeah, what we can do is when I find a big rock, I can... Oh yeah, there's one right up there to the north. And take that flint nodule, smash it up, and now lower its weight. Yeah, it's all fine. I really dislike when it starts playing the combat music, and there's nothing nearby. You know, it makes you stop for a second and be like, am I okay? Alright, so that'll lower its weight a little bit. Now I can go here. That'll lower its weight a little bit more. Make sure I can't actually craft a weapon while we're at it. Nope, that's fine. What am I missing for being able to craft one? Do I have handles in here? Yeah, I got handles. I just need fabric. Well, there's fabric right here. And I got exactly one, which is perfect. Alright. Because then that lets me consolidate the weight again. Cool. Alright, so yeah, as you can see right now, I'm just trying to cut back to where we've been basing and all that. Is that a carrot? I think it is. Alright. Oh, another thing they did add with this is they've made it so the rate you get yourself scratched and last... What? Thought I heard some, like, it's whatever. The rate you get, like, scratched and lacerated and that off of, like, trees and bushes. My understanding is a lot of stuff just won't do it anymore. Barring, like, you know, if you're running at a tree or something like that. So that's nice, because it was one of those things that you cut into a field and just... Your character just got slashed to ribbons going through the cornfields and all that. Granted, I did see there was, like, arguably a benefit to those random little injuries. Because, like, it would let you get some first aid training naturally. But at the same time, it was obnoxious. Like, I'm cool with it, like, if you run into a tree or you run into a cornfield, so you're, like, actually jogging, I'm down for it scratching you up then. Just the same, like, when you jog and you try and bounce over a fence or whatever, you do have the risk of tripping and hurting yourself. We're actually still in the helicopter day, it's just, we're on our way home after the helicopter. Got a couple of stragglers out here. But the question is, how does the actual house look? If it's busy, we turn around and we find a place to sleep. You almost poked an eye out in the forest and tripped on roots. I mean, in real life, it's actually really hard to run through a forest without getting yourself just absolutely obliterated. Like, it's one thing when people have cleared paths, but yeah. There's a reason why when explorers were crossing areas, it was very slow going, as they had, like, hack and cut their way through the underbrush to get anywhere. You know, in actual forests, as opposed to, like, where you have, you know, they're growing pine trees or whatever for harvesting, where they're in those nice, neat rows. It was actually a comment that I made to Tomb the other day, is there's a greenbelt near our house, and I was like, you know, honestly, looking at the greenbelt, I was, like, surprised at how, like, tightly packed and dense the trees were. I'm like, you know, I couldn't imagine being the person like, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna build a farm here, and having to hack down and dig up all those trees to, you know, make a field. Just be like, there's good soil. Alright, let's, you know, pre-chainsaws, let's get our sharpened piece of metal on the end of a stick and start whacking at these trees. And I don't even know the old school way of pulling up a log. Or a tree trunk. I imagine it's, hey, start banging on it till it's, you know, small enough you can rip it up. Because it's not like you had trucks or something. Maybe ox. Get some big hooved animal to, like, just hack away at its roof and then have the big animal rip it out. I'm sure whatever it is, it sucked. Burn them. I mean, honestly, you know, that's actually probably how they actually cleared it. Was they just probably started a forest fire and walked away. It is practical. You know, not the best for the environment, but when we're talking about way back in the day. Let's hope that one doesn't see us. So we got a couple zombies in the area, but it's just stragglers. Yes, that one didn't see us. It just heard the sound. Yeah, no, that's, I know they still do that. Like, I remember that's a whole thing going on in Brazil with the rainforest that they were using burns to clear. Yeah, no fire. Yeah, I know. Well, so using fire to clear stuff has always been a thing. Forest fires have always been a thing. It can actually be a really bad thing if you don't have regular fires to clear out underbrush and all that. But there's also a difference between, like, the natural, like, a forest burns an area and it gets a chance to recover, and then burning an area and being like, okay, this is a farm now. Like, the issue is more, not the means that you created the farm, but rather a forest is no longer there. But yeah. Now is, a lot of places do control burns. That way, when you have, like, fires later, they're not as bad. But it also depends on your area. If you're in an area that you've got lots of wind and a lots of dry area, you can't really do controlled burns without them getting out of control. Versus even in Florida, we've done controlled burns, and even during the wet season, it still gets out of control. Like, that used to happen a lot. I think we just almost don't do control burns here anymore. We used to do them very regularly. Like, once every second or third year. Alright, so we need to sort out some inventory. And by that I mean we're probably just gonna kill some zombies. Yeah, because I can't put these in anything. Oh, we have that lime. Let's eat the lime. Alright, well, what's left on our machete? It's basically about done. Yep, ads pay the bills. Yeah, no, as far as controlled burns, the problem is situation. So you look at areas that they've had long-term droughts, and you can't do a controlled burn during a drought. All the plants are dry. It becomes, like I said, it becomes a not controlled burn very quickly. And even here in Florida, like I said, we do the controlled burns historically, and you'd have the wet season where it rains every afternoon, and even those fires got out of control a number of times. Not to the situation that we've seen in, like right now what's happening in California is kind of unprecedented in the sense that you had effectively tropical storm force winds and fire, which is just not something you can reasonably plan for. Like, it just, you know, where the people are going, oh, well, they should do burns more and it'd help. It's like, no, man, you don't understand. That fire is from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill in, like, a matter of single-digit minutes. That's just a combination that the only... Because I was actually talking to, yeah, fire hurricane is basically what it was. But, it's one of those things as, like, okay, let's say there's no money object, like, literally anything's on the table. What can we do to actually reduce the damage that would have done? And about the only thing I could come up with was for you to have building code that your houses are made out of something that's as basically hard to burn as possible. And sure, but then you also have to think about it's an area that gets hit with earthquakes. So a lot of the stuff that I can come up with that you build homes out of that really don't burn, you suddenly are on the other end, well, now they just crumble under earthquakes, because a lot of times you don't want brick and stone buildings with earthquakes. Those are the stuff that gets damaged really bad. Versus stuff with a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more give, can endure them better. I see that you're a machete, and I'm kind of upset about that. Because I like machete, but I can't do anything. I don't have the carry weight. I don't need to check that weather. That pickaxe... Oh, you know what I said I was going to do? I was going to leave the pickaxe in here. We'll put the pickaxe in the house. Yeah, so I'm not trying to leave a bunch in the house, because this isn't intended on being my home base or anything. This is just a stopover point. So I don't want to leave a bunch of stuff of value here, because I probably won't come back for it. But I will... Yeah, reinforced concrete? Right, but from a pragmatic standpoint, are you going to build every single house out of reinforced concrete? Can you... Like, I don't know, like, that might be a realistic thing. I genuinely don't know. That's just kind of the thing. There's the money pragmatism thing of going, okay, but does this suddenly increase your house cost by, like, a factor of 10 because now you're building them out of really expensive material? Which ultimately what that actually would boil down to is you would make building code that says you must build them out of this. But yeah, that's the thing. Right, no, I 100% agree. Where am I? Where's the pickaxe? There you are. Yeah, no, I got you out. You also have to consider how long it would last before needing to be replaced. Yep. There's a lot that goes into it. But, like, where you've got people who don't know what they're talking about being like, oh, yeah, well, I just need to trim the bushes back more. And you're like, no, that's not going to do literally anything, man. That's like going, oh, you need your houses to be a little bit better against earthquakes. All right, well, if you just go ahead and put a little super glue on the foundation on the outside, it'll be a little bit better. I mean, yes, in a technical sense, but that's kind of in the technical sense of, well, you could reduce the force of a hurricane by taking a desktop fan and pointing at it. Technically, you have reduced it a non-zero amount. You're like 4 decimal points down. So it's completely irrelevant. But technically, you have reduced the amount of wind ever so teeny tiny slightly, to a point it's completely unreasonable. But yeah, that's just the only thing I could think that would help would be like some pretty egregiously strict building codes, which again people would bristle at. And honestly, with good reason with the costs. It's just, natural disasters be scary. Okay. Well, I need you to stop because I don't really have the endurance to keep this going. Hey, Night Dweller, how's it going? Yeah, you definitely have, like, there's paints that resist fire. There's definitely more that could be done. Like I said, that'd probably be a building code thing. Alright. We good? Okay. You're not religious, but there's a passage about not building your house on stand. Yeah. That was one of the things I was also curious, is like a lot of the houses that really had problems were the ones that were like up in the hills, just because their ability to have fighters respond to it and all that is just much more difficult. And so it makes me wonder if like the perceived value of living in those places will go down as a result of this. I don't know if it will or won't, because here in Florida, the most dangerous place to build your houses is like right on the shore, and that's also like where most of the bougiest houses build. And so there's like, it's almost the fact that it is completely impractical is the draw to make people want to do it. I mean, don't get me wrong, beachfront property is a whole thing. But beachfront property in hurricanes is how you don't have your beachfront property anymore. The what you're looking for is slash and burn that's still done for clearing areas, completely not comparable to the effects of natural fire. Yeah. It's very different, because again, the problem is almost not the burning part, it's the forest is gone. That's the problem part of it. The means you do with it certainly can be better or worse. But the forest being gone, how it got to be gone, it's kind of the secondary concern. So you think mudslides in California? You found out they were building them on areas with little root support, prone water area. I mean, some of that only figures out after people have done it. We have plenty of like flooding issues that are going on now because of urban development here in Florida as well. Areas that didn't used to flood now do flood just because of how development has gone. I need to sit down and recover my stuff. It's all tricky. The big thing I was trying to get out of that was just, you'll have a lot of people who will pop in and are like, well, they just need to quack. Generally speaking, anytime you have an issue that is not getting resolved and is of a decent scale, and someone gives you a, you just need to one thing, it means they don't understand the issue they're talking about. Because if it was that simple, most likely it would have been solved. Yeah, it turns out things are complicated. Exactly. Let's see, ever since you started watching us, people know Florida Man. I know I've told this thing, so for all the people who've been here for a while, you could feel free to roll your eyes or whatever. For those who don't know the history of Florida Man, and for those I don't know how you wouldn't know about at this point, but as far as like what the meme is, so the meme of Florida Man is, you know, someone doing something ridiculous and stupid. Is pretty much the boiling down of it. Usually getting arrested or otherwise, you know, criminal activity. For those who don't know the source of what that is, it's actually on a fairly progressive law that we have here called the Sunshine Laws. And what it effectively is that most government records here in the state of Florida are public record, including police reports. So if you go and you get yourself arrested for something really dumb here in Florida, congratulations, it's public record. But as a consequence of that, what ends up happening is when you got a slow news week and you're looking for a story and you're like, man, there's just nothing going on, news agencies started getting in the habit of, you know, going and looking through Florida police record for whatever ridiculous thing. Like, we used to have a thing here in Florida that would be on the radio called Dumb Crook News. And you get the idea of it. But because of that, you know, a bunch of news agencies started reporting on, you know, Florida Man. Because, you know, slow news week, you just go and look to see what dumb person did some dumb thing and got in trouble for it. And there you go. Florida by per capita doesn't particularly have any more or less ridiculous people. We do have a lot of people. So we do, like, as far as a base number, have a very high number. But per capita, it's not particularly any different than anywhere else. Pretty much everyone has people who are going to do absolutely absurd things that are just going to make you roll your eyes. That said, it's a fun meme still. No, it was Dumb Crook News, Infinity Simplex. In case of the translation, crook is slang here in the US for, like, criminal, basically criminal. They don't do that anymore because they actually got in legal trouble because they would report, again, on police reports, which aren't necessarily the person actually getting found guilty of a crime or anything else. And so there were times that, you know, they'd have the Dumb Crook News, they would report that someone had done this thing, they wouldn't even say, like, allegedly or anything like that, they would just claim that, you know, person by this name did this thing, And of course, that's not always correct. And then you report that someone did something they didn't. They're not found guilty, they're actually found to have a perfectly solid alibi, yada yada. But now because you blasted it on public radio, you get where that goes. Where there was no actual damages because the person didn't do the thing, but now you have caused that person damages by claiming they did the thing. No, we need to sit longer. RV doesn't understand the phone? That's absolutely fair. There was a bunch of bits that radio station did that were a problem. They were also one of the ones that are like, you can win, you know, an Xbox 360, you just need to drink, like, as much water as possible. They weren't the one that, you know, the person died, but it was one of those things that they had lots of stuff like that. And, it became a thing later on the channel that they had because they had fired both the show hosts, because of some things they said, and then later rehired them because their new show hosts just were pretty terrible in their own rights. Sorry, just dealing with automod. Yeah, hold your Wii for a Wii. Yeah, people getting seriously hurt because that's actually really bad for you. Not just a little bit. Like, you can go to the hospital and or morgue. Bad for you. Which it doesn't sound like it would be. And then you realize, like, there's lots of things that can go wrong with that, especially if you've got, like, health problems. Yeah, water can be bad for you in a number of ways. Like, one, it could just be a volume thing. You know, your stomach has only so much capacity. And then another thing is, honestly, over-drinking water way too much. And we're not talking like, oh, 8 glasses or whatever, you know, that over-drinking or whatever. That's fine. But, like, seriously over-drinking, water does draw minerals out of your body. And that's fine a little bit. There's actually reasons that could be good. But, yeah, going way above and beyond on it can be bad. It can make it really hard for you to keep your, keep enough iron, keep enough zinc, keep enough of that in your system. It's just usually a thing you don't have to worry about because you gotta really go overboard with it. Alright. So good news is, this is the day after a helicopter. And we were able to get to sleep in our place. We killed all the zombies around the front and the back of it. And we're just rolling right down the road as if nothing's wrong. So that is about the way you want a helicopter event to go. It's also one of those things for, like where you're at, like, beginning player, intermediate player, advanced player. Learning to use the helicopters as a tool, like, and when you start getting to, you know, try hard sweaty settings, that's kind of one of those things that you're like, alright, you've moved on to advanced player. Let's see, if you drink 4 liters plus in an hour, or was it 2, you may experience water poisoning. That's a lot of water. That is a lot of water. Though, honestly, there's a lot of things that you can get dangerous amounts of that you would expect it to be higher before it gets dangerous. Like, caffeine is another one of those things that you can get dangerous amounts of caffeine and not even realize it. Like, we're not talking about, it's like, oh, this might have an adverse effect. I mean, like, actually dangerous. Like, you know, your life might be in jeopardy drinking this amount. And you would think it's a much larger amount. You're like, oh, really? Is it only, like, just 4 of those energy drinks? Holy crap, man. The Panera drink? Yeah, the Panera drink was definitely... I think it would have been fine if they were better about marketing, being like, hey man, this is basically an energy drink. This isn't lemonade. Because they're like, what was it? Energized lemonade or something was like what it was called. And it wasn't that it had caffeine, it's that it actually had a lot of caffeine in it. Like a lot of caffeine in it. And so it's just one of those things that, you know, a random person walking up and ordering a drink wouldn't be expecting to get a lemonade that's effectively an energy drink. So they just really need to make that crap clear. Yeah, charged lemonade, that's right. Yeah, and all it was is like, I think it was a perfectly fine product. They needed to make it very clear that you knew what you were buying. Because, like, if I went into Chipotle, and they're like, hey, man, do you want, like... I'm trying to come up with a brand name or whatever. Do you want an energized, like, iced tea or something like that? I'd be like, okay. You know, okay, like, this is like a soda. And then, you know, it's like, oh no, like, this is like slamming 2 Monster Energy drinks. We're like, wait a second, hang on. Hang on. Let's see, someone who used to work with would drink far too much water and had a stroke. The doctors linked it to daily water intake. Thankfully, they made a full recovery. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. Like, and to be clear, that doesn't mean water bad, avoid it. Like, the typical, like, oh, drink, what is it, like 8 or 12 cups a day? That's more than you need. It's not going to be enough that you're going to get yourself water poisoning or anything like that. It's just getting more water than you need is better than getting not enough. Like, dehydration is also extremely dangerous, and it's more common that people will accidentally dehydrate themselves without even realizing it. Way more than someone's going to overhydrate themselves to the point of danger. Yeah, that's actually what we're talking about, Internet Dragons. Just drinking a lot of water in a short window can be potentially dangerous. It's just most of the time you're not gonna get yourself to like water poisoning levels without doing some pretty outlier. Versus again, dehydration sneaks up on you fast. I've known a number of people have ended up in the hospital from dehydration. And the worst thing is they'll even be like, no, but I've been drinking water and all that. Like I've been good about keeping fluids up. It's just they don't realize how much water they're shedding out in the heat. So even though they are drinking a lot of fluids, it's just they're getting rid of way more. Especially when it's humid and hot, you just dehydrate so fast. Because when it's humid and hot, sweating does almost nothing. Because it needs to actually evaporate off your body, and when the air has already got a ton of moisture in it, the evaporation part doesn't go so well. You just feel sticky with sweat. Alright, we need to rest again. Cool. Dehydration can be delayed effect 2 or 3 days. Yeah, takes a while for it to go, and that's the thing. You can have a day that you didn't get, like you were at a net negative so far as fluids and not have it register, and it can be a thing that you're just kind of gradually burning yourself down on your fluids. You don't realize it. And even until you start hitting like really severe dehydration, you really don't notice the symptoms that much. Like, the one friend who went into the hospital for dehydration, the thing that actually got them there was they were just getting headaches, and they weren't used to having headaches. And like, man, I've been getting bad headaches for the last couple of days. Like, you know, let me see the doctor, because this is not going away. And the doctor was like, oh, we need to get you an IV with fluids, because you are like in danger of having heart problems level of dehydration. This is not a minor thing. This is, you are in real dire shape. I remember that. He was in the hospital for a good, I think it was like a good 3-4 days Because they just had to have him on, like, an IV just putting saline in him. Because I want to say, isn't saline just, like, salt water? I mean, not literally salt water, but it's like a water mix to get water in you. Alright, new second nightstick. You get migraine occasionally. Your migraines medicines doesn't work. Turns out it to be dehydration. Yeah. Like it's like, and the worst thing is you can drink a lot of fluids. It just depends on what you're doing. Like the general rule of thumb is if you're thirsty, drink something. Like don't put it off. Your body doesn't tell you you're thirsty until you're already on your path to dehydration. You're already partially dehydrated. Not dangerously so. Depends on how much you process other things. Yeah, and there's lots that gets into it. So you're not sure what the US uses, but it's essentially water with NaCl or NaCl, just to keep the osmotic pressure the same. Yeah, that's what I was remembering. It's a way of just getting water into your system that just has some stuff to make it so putting straight up water into an IV into a person is extremely dangerous. You will kill someone. So that's the reasons why they do that. Because remember, that's things that, you know, people not knowing any better will do. Like, they'll be like, haha, college buddy, yeah, I'm gonna just give you, like, I got this needle, let's go give you water or something like that. You know, pretend it's a drug, and then the person has, you know, has to be hospitalized or dies or whatever. Or, you know, just like an empty, like it's got air in it needle, and then they cause someone a heart attack. Because they got this big pocket of air in their blood. Your heart's just a glorified pump. Pumps don't run well on air. It also has potassium and calcium? Yeah. Air needles aren't actually as dangerous as one would think. Gotcha. I was always warned that, like, a needle with air in it was extremely dangerous, but I'm also not a doctor. And the only medical I had anything was being first aid certified forever ago. So I knew how to do CPR. That's an umbrella, okay. So I knew how to do, like, CPR, like, I know how to do CPR. Like, I know, like, basic dressing of injuries and that, but nothing, like, if we're talking to the point of, you know, serious injury, out of my depth. So you're scared as a kid from The Omen, where the kid puts air in mom's IV? Oh, like, I'm guessing that's a movie, probably just one I'm not familiar with. Yeah, no, there's a lot of cursed stuff. That was, oh man. Was it an Ultra's chat? I think it was an Ultrasaurus' chat. I could be mixing people up. Is there Ultrasaurus? I think it was Ultras. That they were talking about, you know, old like, 90s cartoons, so like, Ren and Stimpy, Courage the Cowardly Dog, Dog Cat, all that. And just, I remember, like, watching Ren and Stimpy when I was a kid a little bit. And that was a show I watched a couple of times, and there was, like, you'd laugh, you'd have a good time, and then you'd be utterly disgusted, like, one scene later. And it definitely got to the point that after watching it, you know, a good couple episodes, I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna do something else. The disgusted stuff just got a little bit much for me. You told my nurses that their teachers injected themselves with a needle with a substantial amount of air for demonstration. Yeah, the only one I remember is one of the few bad experiences I've had donating blood. You know, they put in the IV and all that, and I don't know what they did wrong. I wasn't paying attention. I'm not a doctor, but there were air bubbles going up like from the needle the wrong way. And I remember that lady just grabbing the needle and yanking it out of my arm and be like, you're not donating today. And they made me stay there for a little while. All I know is that hurt like hell when she just like ripped that thing right out. Apparently they just messed up the IV something fierce. Cow and chicken, yeah, that was in there. Yeah, no, and I've had nothing, like, I've had, for the most part, nothing but good experiences donating blood. That was the outlier exception. I used to be really good about donating. Admittedly, I've not been the best lately. Not because of that or any specific reason, just... You gotta make time, and then I forget about it, and when I forget about it, I don't do it. Oddly enough, you donated blood the first time yesterday? Well, thank you for the donating. It helps. So specifically changing the content because needle talk makes you antsy. Is Subnautica Below Zero any good? You feel like one of the few sequels, a great game that didn't hit the mark? Yeah, we can switch the topic. I know a lot of people, needle, medical, that stuff, get some real ick. Did they give you the cookie? You're dang straight they gave me the cookie. And they gave me the movie tickets. But, yeah, Rocco's Modern Life is also... I really enjoyed Rocco's Modern Life. Like, that's the thing. It was Ren and Stimpy specifically was the one I'm like, this... Nope. This one here, not feeling it. Like, I remember having fond memories of stuff like, you know, they had... What was it, Log? And all that. But man, there was just scenes where they would like zoom in and do like the gross out, and you're like, nope, I'm good. But yeah, so Below Zero is a good game. It is not as good as Subnautica 1 in my opinion. So where people will sit there and like go, oh, it's terrible, it's awful, and all that, it's like, no, it's a solid game. But it was definitely nowhere near as strong as Subnautica the original. Like, I feel like Subnautica 1 with the big submarine that you can kind of have as like a mobile base of operations or whatever really just hit a sweet spot. Or like you have a vehicle / base. And Subnautica 2 with like the like it was almost like a truck you could connect like separate parts onto the back, was trying to kind of be the same thing but different, and just it really felt like the vehicles in Subnautica Below Zero were kind of the place where it's like, they're not bad. But, you know, we're drinking that wine. We're having a good day. Our character just survived the helicopter just fine. How many? A full liter of wine. I mean, I guess a full liter of wine. Oh. That's new. I hate that.
Thank you, Penny Meowie, for subscribing for 3 months. Thanks to Randall Thor1812 for my sub-gift. Rual hype, Rual hype, Rual hype.
And thank you, Penny Meowie, for subscribing a tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. For your sub-gift. But okay, yeah, so you got sub-gift and then you subbed. Okay, I'm on the same page. But thank you so much for that. I do really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy yourself some nice advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes. So yeah, actually, box wine, best wine. Low-key, like, don't get me wrong, I enjoy a decent wine or all that. Low-key, some of those, like, budget wine cooler level, like, store brand wines, they're not quality. But they're enjoyable. I enjoy one. They taste good kind of thing. Like we have in Florida, we have Publix has, I think their brand is Arbor Mist. It's a wine cooler. It's some cheap wine. But hey man, for like $2 or $3 for a bottle, it's probably like $6 now. But when I was buying it, like $2-3 a bottle for a whole thing of wine as like a broke college student, that was good times. It's like Kool-Aid, but it has alcohol. Let's see, Below Zero does have a great soundtrack, though. Oh yeah, no, the other thing I felt was a thing that the Subnautica did well that's Below Zero missed on, was Subnautica, and I'll try not to spoil this too much, there is a very strong feeling of you are alone and things are desperate on the world. I won't dig into that more to avoid spoilers. In Below Zero, you are very not alone. And that's also not getting into spoilers, like, unless I start elaborating more on that. And just between those two things, I feel like that, you know, you're alone, things are desperate, and that just really kind of hits way better for the vibe of the game versus, like, the plot, and I'm not going to spoil it, the plot for Subnautica 1 is you're basically shipwrecked on the planet, and things are bad. Versus Subnautica Below Zero, you have willingly gone to this planet you're not supposed to go to. There's a very different vibe there. One is like, oh, you were just, you know, you were living your life and bad things happened. The other one is like, hey, you shouldn't do this, and you did it, and these are the consequences of your actions. And I can't say more about why Subnautica Below Zero didn't hit nearly as well for me on the story without getting into spoilers. No, you didn't watch the opening cutscene. Exactly, it's literally the opening cutscene. There's a lot more we could go into that would be spoiler territory, but we'll leave it alone. But yeah, so if you haven't played Subnautica and you like Survivor Crafters, amazing. Amazing game, very, very much would recommend. If you are someone who gets totally sketched out with deep water, like diving into deep water, you're going to be in for a bad time because you're going to be doing that most of the game. But if that doesn't totally sketch you out, it is a wonderful game. It is not a long game, which I want to say that because I actually held off playing Subnautica for the longest time because I was like, this is a game I know I will love, but I want to make sure I have enough time to properly get into it. And I kept telling myself that, just thinking in my head it was going to be one of these games that's going to put 80, 90, 100 hours into. It's not that long. It's a game you're going to put like 20, 30 hours into to play through the whole story. And I don't mean like, bad game so short. There's a lot you can unpack in there too. It's just not a game you're going to sink hundreds and hundreds of hours in. Not, like, maybe with mods or something, but I don't remember it having a particularly strong modding scene. I also didn't look, so it could just be blissfully unaware. Alright. Let's see, it's a lot longer if you stall going to the scary parts. You have to, like I did. Yeah, no, it's, there's definitely a point where you're looking going, I need to do this, and I'm not going to say what. I need to do this. It's not going to happen otherwise. Just, for me, I've played tons of games like this where death is hugely punishing. So playing Subnautica just regular, it's like, okay, if I die, I just leave my stuff. That's a big nothing burger. I'll just go back and get it later. So just because I've played games with way worse consequences, it's kind of easier for me to not sweat when the consequence of death is very minor. It's part of the reason I do enjoy some of these games where it's like, no, death is punishing. Alright, there's literally no zombies in visible range of that house. So we move up the road. So what's probably going to happen here, chat, is trying to wait for the ad break to happen to use the restroom. But I've been drinking a lot of soda and water and all that tonight. So I don't think that waiting is going to happen. And we have just discussed the whole drinking a lot and then using the restroom is really bad for your health. Not that I think I'm anywhere near that. Hold your Wii for a zombie. But I don't want a zombie? Then that's just Automod grabbed it. Automod has been grabbing people talking about Wii a lot tonight. And there's a shotgun there too. Okay, so what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I need to use the restroom real fast. So I'm gonna go ahead and it's running the ad break a little bit early, but that just means it'll be like an hour and a half to the next one. But I gotta use the restroom, so I'm gonna do that real fast, and I'll be back here in just a minute. And thank you again for tuning in. All right. Would you go away? I'm trying to commit crime. Oh, you absolute jerk. That is absolute BS. Will had the plan. He shot the rhino next to me.
Jesus, that one was tortured.
We'll deal with that in a minute. Okay, just clarifying, that mole rat came out of the dirt, shot into orbit, and then fell to its death. Could someone clip that? No. I'll just... We don't accidentally overpoison ourselves. Hope we have antibiotics? Nope. Action the path I just took. So there's a good chance I'm getting myself boxed in. Okay, we're... Oh, no, we're not fine. We're definitely dead. Oh, no, wait, we're fine. That was a trip injury. That wasn't a zombie hit. That was a trip. We're fine. We're okay. And the good news is my left arm, not my right, because your right arm is your weapon arm. There's no left-handed people in Project Zomboid. Right, and I did see there's that raid coming in. So thank you so much for the raid, Warren. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you had yourself a good stream. Sorry you raided into an ad break. It is what it is. It do be how it do. So let me go ahead and get a shout out for Warren, who's another fantastic content creator on the platform. So let me get this out of the way. What were you playing? How's it going? Was it RimWorld? So you're playing some RimWorld. For those who don't know, I mean, that's what Twitch is telling me, and Twitch does lie about it sometimes. For those who don't know Warren, absolutely fantastic content creator. Played as a lot of, playing Project Zomboid? Cool. I figured it was, but, you know, again, Twitch lies. But plays RimWorld, has played Project Zomboid as well. Gotcha, that's why. But when they play RimWorld, they often will play, like, 500% no pause, you know, sweaty, try hard, do all that stuff. I don't mean try hard negative, like, you know, sweaty, I want to suffer kind of gameplay. Also been playing some Project Zomboid. I actually have no idea where you are in the spectrum with Project Zomboid so far as, like, I think I've caught. I just don't remember if you're relatively new to it or, you know, doing sweaty, try hard stuff. Either way. But definitely, you hit 4 months, doing good, excellent. I feel like you did play a lot of Project Zomboid. I feel like I remember you being fairly knowledgeable. On your first ever character in Build 42, nice, that's going better than mine was. I have been dealing with rough things. I'm also playing on 16 times pop and all that. But this is going really well because on this character, this is what, our third or fourth stream on this character? I've got my generator magazine, I got my generator, I've got a working car, it has gas in it, not much left, I'm trying to get to the gas station. I got the herbalist magazine, I got a hiking backpack, I've got a sleeping bag. You get the idea. It has been like unethical levels of loot happening here. Considering this is 16 times population, which means I haven't gotten into a city yet, because that's just how 16 times pop works. So it's been wild. Yeah, You learn so much. You love this game. Oh yeah, no, Product Zomboid's amazing. But yeah, again, so check out Warren. Did I shout out Penny? Let me make sure I also shout out Penny, which was who popped in here earlier. Because I feel like I did, but I also want to make sure I did. Because for those who don't know, Penny Meowie also been playing Project Zomboid and our fantastic content creator as well. So just getting the shout-outs out of the way while we're nice and paused and doing all that. But also plays a variety of games. Has played a bunch of stuff that we have played here, like Farm Sim and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So definitely if you enjoy this content, either Warren or Penny Meowie, both fantastic creators to tune into. Very different vibe between the two of them, but both of them absolutely fun times. Let's see, you up the population one category, not sure what the number is, and you turned off respawns. The other APOL, the other Apocalypse not touched. Yeah, so if you're on, there was the normal population settings for Apocalypse is 0.6 times population. I don't know for a fact what high pop is, which is what you would have changed it to. I think that's 2 or 3 times pop. Whereas I'm playing on 16. But yeah, that's good. The other changes I have is I have the helicopter set to sometimes. And for those who don't know what that means is normally you have the helicopter, it shows up once in a roughly 1 week. That sucker keeps coming back. It can come back as frequently as every 10 days, but it's like 10 days the start of the window it can show up. I don't actually know what the max is. I think I've seen it around 20. But yeah, no, high pop is pretty good. And for those who don't know, once you get over like 6 times population, the game really doesn't get harder. It gets slower. So going from like 6 or 8 times pop to 16, you're not really playing a harder game. You're playing a slower game. All right, let's get back to fighting while we talk. So we're doing that. But yeah, so we got our setup here. You'll like our nice little cosplay we got. We were originally doing a purple vibe. But then I found a wizard hat, so we put on a wizard hat and a bathrobe, so we are cosplaying as a wizard. And we also have a secret, which is we have a rabbit tail. Little poopy rabbit tail. Because I found a person dressed like a Playboy bunny and I took their tail. And we've been making do. But we've been living a very nomadic life, making a lot of weapons and doing that out in the wilderness. We got lucky recently and found 2 nightsticks like back to back, but it's been mostly making stone axes and knives and all that, and a bunch of D&D dice. Yeah, we got our full set of dice. We are ready for some tabletop gaming. All right, let's go ahead and get our walkie-talkie out. We just had our helicopter, so it won't be for a while. But it's still good to keep track of the weather, of like knowing when you're gonna have like a very thick fog day, or if a tropical storm is rolling in and stuff like that. And you can do that every single day using the emergency channel. It'll be all static today because we're in a storm. It'll also warn you a couple days before the power goes out. I think it's up to 3 days before it'll be like, oh, power grid fluctuations. So it's really helpful, and you have to find it. The frequency changes every, oh, my nightstick broke. Okay, so we got fog tomorrow. Just light fog, though, so that won't be that big a deal. Pushing that muscle strain way too far. We're also playing on the internal build. We are not playing the unstable build. We are playing the internal test build. So you will notice some differences that I have in my game versus what you're probably seeing on yours. These will be coming to everyone else. It's just, you know, still ironing out the bugs and all that before they get to you. We need to stop because that muscle strain is getting way out of hand. I've come to accept that I really like the short plays right now. Because their lower weight makes it so they don't, like, the muscle strain takes way longer to build up, and they don't use endurance nearly as fast. Alright. You want to see what gets fixed next patch? Oh man. Let me put it this way. We've had two patches on the internal build. The first patch was like 500 line items long, the patch notes, of which about a third of them were bug fixes, maybe about a third to a fourth of them were like balance stuff. There was a bunch of new things as well. And then on top of that, we had a new update today. That was a much smaller one. I'd guess maybe 50 to 80 line items. I didn't count, so I'm probably off by a lot. Which had some more bug fixes and all that. Like, right now, if they rolled out what we have right now, I think it would be a good addition. The one we had yesterday, before today's update, it had one really bad bug that it was like, nah, that's gotta wait. But they already got that resolved. It was, where you go to hit a zombie and you'd hit the one behind it instead. There was a bug that made it so our weapons could hit much farther than they were supposed to, which exacerbated that problem. And that got real bad. But otherwise, it's been good stuff. Like they've increased the calories and nutrients you get from butchering animals. I haven't gotten to test to see how good it is yet. They did nerf butter, but it's still pretty good. It's just not the ridiculously amazing it was before. And when I say they nerfed it, it was like by a factor of 10. But it's still, with 1 or 2 cows, you can keep yourself to whatever weight you want to be. Versus before, 1 cow, you could deal with it once in a long while and be set for a week. Fishing is still ridiculously strong. Supposedly they've fixed where everything you go to grow just dies. I haven't gone to test that though yet. So that who knows. Oh man, we pushed that muscle strain real far if we're still sitting here struggling with it. To be fair, I did just kind of go ham with the nightstick, and our short blunt skill is not particularly good. The problem with the regular Joe character, sitting on his butt all day, needs calorie intake, about world-class bodybuilder, to keep his weight up. Yeah, I mean, the calories, even in build 41, was very high, that just walking around burned a decent amount of calories. And, like, don't get me wrong, when they first did that switch, and it wasn't right at the beginning of build 41, it was about halfway through, that did get people in a pretty rough spot at first, and then people learned to trap and fish, and it was a non-issue. But, yeah, so it's a catch-22 on that one. Because if they don't have your character burning a lot of calories, then it becomes like trivial to the point of not an issue. And already in Product Zomboid Build 41, I would refer to as a survivor light, because managing food and weight and all that was like... Wait a second, did that say poison mushroom? Okay. It's probably fine. I'm also not that brave. Because even though right now, like, I know the unstable branch, you can get away with eating a lot of poisonous stuff you probably shouldn't be able to, I'm not taking my chances on this branch until, like, I'm on a character I don't care about. Because you can get away with eating a lot of poison stuff on unstable right now. More than you used to. Like, build 41, if you ate a poisonous mushroom, like you nibbled on it, you were just killing your character. Like, you can have lemongrass, you can have everything, you're just going to be a dead character. Poison berries you could juggle. That's always been a thing, you just had to be careful how much you ate. But as far as what's going on in the game right now, I should probably play catch up on that. We are trying to move into Irvington. Ooh, give me that kitchen knife. I want that. That's mine now. So much like real life mushrooms are scary. Oh yeah, no, you, like... It was a thing in Project Zomboid that if you ate a safe mushroom, you're good, but if you ate a poison mushroom, it was his thing. Torch mushrooms have always been safe. Yeah, I'm still paranoid about it. I've killed my character once or twice in the past with messing with mushrooms. And honestly, food is like a non-issue in the game. Like even on like the most ridiculously unreasonable settings for abundance for nature and all that, you can usually manage your weight. Not weight, sorry. You can manage your hunger just fine. Weight takes a little more work. Alright, so I just saw a zombie hop into this building, so let's go deal with that. They're trying to keep the buildings cleared, because that's where a would you stop bouncing back and forth between that window? Alright. But yeah, no, stuff with like the mushrooms and all that, those are the kind of things that I always get leery getting comfortable with. Because like the berries, you always figure it's like, okay, in real life, most poisonous berries are just going to really mess with your digestive tract. They're usually not lethal unless something else is already wrong, but they're just really not good for you, really a bad time. And so expect Project Zomboid to reflect that. Yeah, you know what I'm not doing? Oh, there's no bullets in it anyways. I say I'm not popping off with that gun right here. You know, versus real life, eating a mushroom you don't recognize is really, really dangerous. Like in North America, we have a mushroom called death cap. It's not get kinda sick, it's called death cap. We got that name for a good reason. Hey, Informatic, how's it going? All right. I was really hoping she'd fall down in time for me to stomp this one. We got a lot moving. This isn't a migration, is it? No, it's just a couple more. Probably just the whole thing where your character practically shouts as they fight now. I'm really hoping that these nightsticks get way better later on. Because they're solid weapons still, but like, for a sustained fight, they're proving to be pretty bad. Alright, just 3 more. The problem is we're taking some pretty severe damage penalties between the muscle strain, the pain, and the exertion. We're probably only doing like 20-ish% damage or something like that. Would be my guess just with that. Like, I haven't done the math. Because that out of breath is a 50% damage penalty. So literally just the exertion, nothing else, is roughly half damage. And you might be like, well, 50% is exactly half damage. No, because the way the calculation works is a little weird. That you start at 100% damage, you get bonuses from your levels and all that. And so your base damage is technically already over 100%. Put that on the left side. What's a good melee weapon? Honestly, so like all the weapon categories are good. The thing about the melee weapons is they all have balance considerations. Right now, I would say spears are the worst. Like, just of the categories. That, with how much it costs to make them, how low their durability is, they exert you pretty quickly, that I definitely feel like spears are in a pretty weak place right now. But, otherwise, I would say for me personally, I have been finding the short blade weapons to be my favorite category right now. Alright, so we can sit here in the corner and rest. But, the short blades have been really, really strong just because the exertion and the muscle strain, once you get like 1 or 2 levels into it, really falls off. Axes have been relatively good. They muscle strain you pretty quickly. They do exert you pretty quickly, but at least they do a good job of killing stuff rapidly. I haven't gotten to experiment much with long blunt, but they seem like they're pretty good. Crowbar's still a good all-rounder. I actually have, I don't think I've found a crowbar since I found one crowbar since I've hit build 42. It seemed fine, but I want to say I got pretty bad muscle strain out of it. Basically, the heavier the weapon, the more muscle strain you're going to get, especially if it's a one-handed weapon. So, like, early game, the machete is actually pretty bad right now, because it's very heavy for a one-handed. Once you get some levels into it, it definitely feels way better. But I've been actually finding the machetes a little underwhelming. Like, I think they'll get really strong once I get a couple more levels in long blade. But when I was at, like, 1 long blade, it was just, I'd hit 2 zombies and I'd already be muscle strained. Yeah, we pushed way too long, so that muscle strain's gonna take a while. Because for those who haven't noticed the muscle strain, it's kind of the more it builds up, the more it ends up getting built up on top of there. So it's kind of like exertion. When you get a little bit exerted, you're more likely to get far more exerted faster, just because you have to do that many more swings to do the same thing. You haven't seen a single machete in build 42? I've seen like 5 or 6. They definitely still have a thing where they can only show up after a certain period of time. I think it may have changed how long it is. We'll see. You love the rain? Yeah, the rain's nice. But yeah, we've had 4 or 5 machetes this run. Yeah, I've actually got a machete on me right now. And I've been holding off using it because, like I said, they're a little tough to use right now because they do cause a lot of muscle strain because of their weight. Because if you look at, for example, the kitchen knife is 0.7, whereas the machete is 2. And so every swing, this is going to have almost 3 times as much muscle strain per swing, if not more. I don't know the actual math and how it works, but you get the idea. Is you generate a lot of muscle strain when you're using heavy weapons. Because 2 is honestly the weight of most of your two-handed weapons, or like 2, sometimes 2.5, 3. Versus like if we check out the nightstick, I believe the nightstick's 1. 1.5. So you get the idea. The nightstick's a little heavy, so it's causing us a decent amount of muscle strain as well. Alright, so it's gonna be dark soon, so I'm gonna do a lap around the back, just check to see if there's anyone behind the house before we go on. Cool. But yeah, because the primary things that factor into muscle strain is the weight of the weapon. Are you using it one- or two-handed? Two-handed, you will you won't strain as fast as one-handed if you are using it as a two-handed weapon. If you use a two-handed weapon one-handed, it's absolutely awful. Don't do it. You have your character's strength also will mitigate it. And then the last thing that mitigates it is the weapon's skill. So, like, if I'm using a short blade, the higher level I am in short blade, the slower it picks up. Which does have a compounding effect, because for every level I have in my weapon type, I do more damage, I have a higher chance of crit. It uses less endurance. It generates less muscle strain per swing. And so I'm going to need less swings to kill stuff because of the damage. So you get the idea. Each level is a very significant increase in efficiency. Which has always been true. It's just muscle strain is yet another factor on that. I need to... There we go. Ditch a little weight. Apparently everyone's gonna crawl to... Oh. Oh, hi. Like... Okay, let's back up from that nonsense. I'm down to fight a couple extras, but like an extra 20 is a little steep. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, so we down to 6 it looks like? Yeah, 6 is fine. Looks like she expected cleric instead of wizard pass. I mean, yeah, it's if it's D&D rules, cleric's got some silly nonsense. To be fair, wizards have silly nonsense. Like I don't play much Dungeons and Dragons, but I remember my buddies venting about high level characters and like the utter shenanigans they have to deal with. Thank you for the follow. Oh, come on. Give me a break. I feel like I had to search by... Oh, you learn not to do that. You learn very quickly that there's just no need to search the bodies. Not absolutely no need. Okay, so you dropped off. The problem is it's going to be dark soon. Let's just ignore them, completely back off, go to the two-lake house that we've been going to. If anyone follows me this far, we'll deal with them. Yeah, no, exactly. Usually the only times you worry about really looting a body is if you specifically see something on the model that's like, oh, I want it. You know, like they got a really good backpack or... You want the outfit they're rocking. Okay, cool. So we ditched everyone else. Yeah. I definitely check farmers a lot, because like they usually have seeds and all sorts of goodies. Well, how I find underwear? I mean, I usually don't take the underwear off the zombies. I know there's people who that's like a whole thing, is they like to collect the underwear and whatever, and that's... Hey, man. I can't say much. I've had, like, cursed doll rooms in places. Like, my character that's still alive in build 41 with the, with 180,000, 178,000, whatever it is, kills, their main base is the checkpoint going into Louisville. One of the trailers, every single doll we find, I put in that trailer. It's really uncomfortable. You go in that room and there's just this grid of dolls and you're like, don't worry about it. It's only deeply disturbing. So if you meet another survivor, you get a very distinct impression. That's always the thing. It's like, you can imagine the other person who just, not video game, but like real world, finds that person. You're like, oh, you know, finally I found someone else. Oh yeah, you seem pretty cool. It's like, it's good to finally not be alone. And then you like find the trailer full of dolls, and you're like, okay, am I better off on my own? Should I skip town now? It feels like I should skip town now. Okay, gotta juggle stuff around a little bit. Put this away. So let's unequip the pen light. Okay, so your battery's still okay. It is getting low though. Go ahead and eat our violets and all that. You'd want to be like Princess from The Walking Dead. Unfortunately, I don't know. Like, I only watched like the first episode or two of The Walking Dead. I just don't watch much shows. It's neither something saying for or against the show. I just don't watch much shows in general. Okay. Do we have enough room to chuck you in here? Alright. That'll just have to do for now. Cool. She's fun, very eccentric. Gotcha. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, we can go back to sleep wherever the bed is. There it is. And another day of slaying, knocked out. How has... Yeah, so you've killed about 1,000 zombies today. Like this stream, I mean. So that's good. So we're killing around 1,000 zombies a day now. Fine, I'll pull out the light. I can't figure out where the door is. There you are. Still no hemp? No, we haven't been making much progress there. I've got tons of wooden handles. One. Oh, I've got a bunch in here already. Yeah, let's grab one wooden handle. It's too dark, it won't let me do stuff in there. Put the pen light away. Alright, and I will need one piece of ripped cloth, so let's get that real quick. Yeah, and I've been getting tied up in the fights. Like I said, I'm not super worried about it. We're still at 61 kilograms. We are definitely getting to that dangerous point of like, okay, I kind of probably should be prioritizing this. But I haven't been. Because I still need 11 more hemp. Because with 11 more hemp, I can make the twine. With the twine, I can make the fishing pole. And with the fishing pole, I can go get fish. And this lake has fish. I just gotta find the bubbles and go fish in it. Yep, and those are poisonous. You can go on the body. I also keep forgetting to forage. Etel is still on their quest for hemp. It's so funny because my other character, I had like no problems getting hemp. Like I had made literally entire walls of stuff using rope and all that. Just going ahead and breaking up this flint real fast. Make herself another knife. Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I know I found them a lot in farms. Like, one big problem is I'm just literally throwing down the zombies to, like, try and get to the gas station. I mean, another thing that's been happening is we've been having, like, bad weather, like, every single day, just about. We get, like, 1 day of nice weather and then, like, 5-6 days of garbage. Which all penalizes our foraging. Yeah, that's right, Tree. I'll hit you again with the nightstick if you don't calm down. Okay. Clearing up the group of like 20 that followed me up. Okay. Cool. Yeah, discarding does give you XP again in this build. That wasn't a deliberate thing. That was a bug. There does seem to be a couple items that don't give us XP when we discard them. But usually, I think it's because I'm pretty high level in foraging now. And those particular items are very low level items. So I think it's just I've hit a point that they don't have enough XP value to be anything. Yeah, so you saw like that one gave me 6 for finding and 20 for getting rid of it. Alright. What I might do is I might try going up north here and foraging and seeing about hemp, because I keep forgetting that this is something that I do probably need to get done sooner rather than later. Because what's going to happen is if I don't get this sorted, things will get rough on my weight side. Because I'm assuming with the fish, it's going to take me a couple of attempts to get a fish that's got enough to gain my weight. And then on top of that, I will have to do that multiple times to keep that gaining sustained, because especially I don't have power or refrigerator or anything. So the fish is only good as long as the fish is good. If I get a giant fish, it's gonna make it work. Yeah, this is all forest back here, not farmland. And like I said, I know I've seen plenty of hemp in farmland. Alright, nothing stood out to me on that radio broadcast. Can't be able to wait with can't be able to help with bugs with this build? Yeah. The other thing is I'm trying not to wander aimlessly forever just in the hopes that someday I find the hemp. Because it could also be I just get to the next house and straight up find 2 twine. And then the hemp doesn't matter at that point. At least not long term. Or not short term. Okay. The last one's around the house cleaned up. Alright. Yeah, and that's my car that's fully functional. We only have a quarter of a tank of gas. That's actually what I'm trying to clear to, is there's a gas station right down here, just down the road around the corner. But at 16 times pop, I can't just like roll in and get there. If I try, I won't have a car anymore. And or potentially won't be a living character anymore. Yeah, so we're getting to the cell right next to the town. That's part of the reason, like, this is probably another cell wall there. So this will be like a new cell. So I'm gonna have to chip away at the zombies in that cell until there's, you know, a few of them that they don't backfill each other. Alright, Kazmora, you have a good one. Thank you for tuning in. Alright, so we got you. Oh, there is also a bug on this build. You'll notice my range is a bit farther than it should be. That's just a bug on the current build. I imagine it's going to get nerfed back down because it's a little ridiculous. But nothing I can do about it. It's where the range is right now. Yeah, no, that's part of the reason we're doing the wizard. I'm just using kinetic blast. Like, this isn't a knife, it's a wand, and we're just yelling lightning bolt every single time we swing it. Oop, no, let's wait on that second wave. That's either videos on the internet about contact this martial arts BS. Are you one of them? No. But Kira here is. For that, the record is this character's name, which all these names are random that I choose. So this is Kara Adama. I don't know. Yeah, definitely they are. Except they actually do it. They just attack him with their chi. Oh, Bad Muscle Strike's like, man, you're really taking your time. Alright. Let's deal with you. I don't like you looming over there. Lethal quantities of bad vibes and ill intent. Alright. You are just not going to give me a chance to rest. Okay, and you definitely hurt us. Yeah, one thing we're getting is we aren't getting a damage penalty because we're so far underweight. That is just a thing. But that's gonna last until I get the hemp to fix it. Okay, can we rest now? Alright. And it might be one of those things that I just need to make a proper detour, walk it behind. There's like farmland behind all this place. Just walk over to those farms and go for it or something like that. If we start to get properly hungry, we can do that. But yeah, by the time we hit like weight 50, I definitely want to have all that squared away, because that's when we're starting to kind of really push into the dangerous territory. Okay. Alright. Rest for a minute. Drink some water. Okay, so I think I need to detour and actually get ourselves some food and all that. Keep putting it off, but our weight's definitely not getting better. Or sorry, not our weight, our hunger's definitely not getting better. Okay, have ourselves some berry salad. Yeah, we found, the last time we found hemp is when we were going for the helicopter and we cut across a bunch of farms. We did find like 8 or 9. I found a lot of hemp in the middle of the roads, but I think that there's parts of the map that the roads are, like if you look here, that's what's going to determine what kind of stuff you can find there. And that a lot of the roads were being labeled as farmland. Just because it was up against farmland. It's like right now this is still forest, which isn't helping. That's what I think I'm going to try and cut back here, where I know there's some... Oh, ginger root? Okay. Just try and cut back here where I'm pretty sure there is actual farmland and see if we can't both secure food and maybe get that hemp sorted, because I am starting to go, alright, this weight needs to get under control soon or we're going to be in trouble. Okay. Alright, like I said, gonna keep going up this way. Pretty sure there's farmland just west of us. I'm just gonna kind of cut across there. And hopefully that'll get our stuff thing. Is the gameplay aside, the rain makes for some easy listening? Oh yeah, no, the rain is wonderful. Check the other side of the road, maybe. 'Cause right now we're still forest. It's definitely not farm down there. That's farm. Those hay bales will definitely be farm. Gotta be careful though, this is really close to where we took our last helicopter and it's starting to get hard to see. You want to avoid the worst of those. Because those things, if I fight one of them, more than likely will aggro more and more and just get into a cycle. If I'm going to fight a ton, I might as well fight a ton towards where I want to go. Trying to avoid getting the fights of these, see if we can't maneuver around. You got zombies moving around a bunch out here. Eat that too. And we can eat that. Okay. I mean, at least we're finding food. Oh, nope, 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 nope. Yeah, that's gonna be the stuff we ditched with the helicopter. I was figuring that was gonna happen if I kept going that way, but that's okay. I'm just wandering around here trying to find help, and then once that's just... like, either the jig's up and I gotta deal with the zombies, which means walking away, or we find what we're looking for, or it gets late, or whatever. The downsides of just not finding any. And part of me is wondering if some of these bushes would end up being things that we could dig up for hemp or whatever. Alright. They got aggro on like one or two. Oh, that's bad. I forgot when you start the animation, it won't let you cancel that. That's okay though, we got saved by our clothes, thankfully. Let me guess, we got a big rip in our robe. We got lucky on that one. What took the hit? Oh, hey, I don't want to actually fight here. Alright, note to self. Let's not forge in that situation. Yeah, so a rogue took a hit. It does have some scratch defense. Yeah, so we got a hole in our pants and a hole in our robe. So not sure which one actually saved us. But it wasn't a huge amount of resistance, so we got lucky on that roll. That was me not thinking that through. Okay, forging... Oh, it was the wild garlic. Weirdly, it just gave me credit now. Yeah, so it is a thing that if you choose to go to pick it up, I can probably hit escape to maybe cancel it. But normally most animations you can move to cancel. For whatever reason, forging doesn't let you. Which is what got me hit there. Luckily, no injury. It also could be sometimes your hat will get knocked off and it'll save you an injury. So that could have been what it was. Is that the hit would have been on my head and the hat got knocked off. It's not a guarantee, it's a low chance. Do you have any tips doing metalworking? I haven't done metalworking yet. Right now, you're just going to have to craft stuff. Usually, the bigger the thing is, the more XP you get out of it. So, there is the whole juggle. Do you make a lot of really cheap, small things and grind a bunch? Or bigger, more expensive, fewer things? And I haven't sat down and figured out what the, what makes the most sense. Alright. Yeah, so wandering around like a whole day, we didn't get any hemp. Getting overburned at this point. That's fine. We'll figure out. Worst case, I'll probably be able to get into a couple more houses. We might get lucky and just get the twine straight out. Alright. Go down here, we'll kill a couple of the zombies we see floating around out here. And grab herself another knife. Okay, we should be back to the road pretty soon. It's a shame. Like earlier on, I saw some. We didn't keep it, or we didn't keep picking it up because I was just so low on inventory space. Like I gotta make choices, and I've been so lucky on finding hemp that I was like, I don't need to grab this. And now or later on, I'm like, no, actually, I really need it. I wish I knew what is under. I don't think it's I mean, it could be crops. so let's rest. We're gonna kill some more zombies just to keep stuff moving today. Because then we're gonna have to back out and start resting again. It'll be all that. Okay, so got all that down there. Yeah, and I remember finding so much... Hemp is under firewood? That's a really weird thing. Actually, you know what we can probably find? Nah, it doesn't tell me one way or the other. I was curious if its category was going to be something weird like wood. All right. It's probably easily flammable. No, you're not wrong. That's easily flammable. It's just still to me like firewood. It's like, okay, that's certainly a decision, I guess. Because I would assume crop, because, you know, people do grow hemp as a crop for, like, making textiles and all that in real life. Versus, like, I could see it, like, fire start or whatever. But calling it firewood is just, like, a really weird choice if that is the case. Okay. Alright, so we need to go back towards the house because it's going to get dark. It's already hard enough trying to forage in this. Okay. Maybe it grows wild in the same places. But yeah, no, we definitely were finding it when we were much farther north, a lot, along all the farmlands. But I'm not willing to go that far for it unless, like, we are desperate. Like, if it gets that bad of a situation, more likely what I'm going to do is I'm going to work my way up to where we know all those pigs are. And we're going to start killing a whole bunch of pigs. Oh, it's a cigar. Okay. You're not ready for a character to sleep quite yet. We'll just search around the outside of the house, that area. Okay. Just trying to see if we can't find anything. But yeah, no, like I said, I've had some luck finding it in farmlands. I know you can find in forestry because I've seen it before. I mean, that's where we got some. Yeah. Crouching, it increases your radius, but it's not going to do it enough to make it worth my while. Let's cut in with all the bushes and trees. Because there is stuff that, like, there is a higher likelihood of finding certain things based on what is going on in the tile. So if you see, like, a pile of trash, you are more likely to find stuff like bottles and cans in the pile of trash, even if it's not, like, an interactable thing. Okay, so let's wander our way back. The big thing is when we go in the morning, we have the giant radius. Let's see, huh? Yeah, hemp dogbane in the forest good as luophile has a category of firewood and shows up most often in forest vegetation, farmland, and farm areas. Deep forest is the lowest. Hey, you know what? That's good enough for me. We'll try it. Because what this will do is it'll replace some of the stuff. The downside is going to be a lot of actual wood. And I'm not too excited about getting a lot of wood right now because I don't really need it. But that is what it is. I need the hemp. Because we need to be able to start fishing because we're losing weight fast. Granted, you can't look at the files in the eternal build. That's fair, but I don't expect something like that to have changed much. Okay, I guess whatever it was is gone. Can we see the stats? Sure, I'll show you right once again inside here. Alright, so let's go take a look at the stats. So where we're at right now is I am at, axe is about, 3 2/3. We're at 1 long blunt. We're just about to hit short blunt 3. Long blade, we barely got to 3. We're working on that. Short blade, we're about not quite 2/3 of the way to level 4. Maintenance, we're at 6. Carving, we're just about to hit level 2. Cooking, we're at 2. Napping, we're about 3.5. Our fitness, we're at about 3.5. Strength, we're at 4 1/3. Light-footed, no one cares about. Running, no one cares about. Sneaking, no one cares about. Nimble, we're at about 2 2/3. And then foraging, we're at about 6 1/3 as well. So that's going well. We have killed 3,091 zombies so far. About 1,000-ish of those were today, about 1,000 were yesterday, and then the 2 streams before it were the other 1,000. We are losing weight fast, so we are at about 61 kilograms until we get our fish sorted out, and then weight should be easy to handle after that. I've already got the stuff, I just need the hemp. But otherwise, things have been going relatively well. If we check our map, I'll need to get out here where it's light to do that. If we check our map, as far as our progress has gone, the first day we ran all of this area up there, and then just vaguely got down into this area. Second day we got all the way around to this corner. Third day we got around here. And then, third day we got all the way to somewhere in this area. And then fourth day we've gotten our station wagons down in here. But we are starting to run into the actual city proper zombie population, which is the reason why we went really fast along here and it started to just slow down more and more despite our kill counts getting higher and higher each day, is because there's just more zombies to deal with. That said, let's go ahead and eat something really fast. And again, thank you for that follow. Welcome to stream. Because what I'm going to go ahead and do is make ourselves some salads. Then go ahead and do the onion. We can do the rose hips for seasoning. Thistles for seasoning. Garlic for seasoning. Mushrooms. Dandelions. Grape leaves. So it is a heckin' fancy salad. Have that. We need a sip of our water. Alright, we're gonna get ourselves to actually getting to sleep. Let's see, when did you get long blades? You saw the machete you used yesterday, I think? Alright, we just had a meta event. We're already inside and it's already pitch black, so we're just gonna ride out. The chances of a zombie randomly walking in here and to the door is basically next to 0. Crossing through the building is certainly something. So we're gonna not know what our situation we're waking up to in the morning is. Like, there's gonna be zombies that are gonna be moved around somewhere. But that's okay. That happens. Alright. So we did wake up earlier than I wanted. That's fine. We could finish our salad here. And I can make myself another quick salad. Basically getting as much mileage out of our food as we can. Plus, we're leveling up our cooking skill, which does mean we'll eventually be able to cook with rotten food and all that and still work. So that's good. We'll be able to get a bit more mileage out of our high-calorie food as well. Cooking is really powerful, and it just takes you doing this kind of thing. It also keeps your character happy, which means you don't have to worry about animation speed penalties. Alright. So with that, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. So let me go ahead and put this away real fast. So if you are watching over on YouTube, the stream will be abruptly going down because I can't do the equivalent of rating over there because I don't have enough subscribers, so don't forget to subscribe. If you are over here on Twitch, don't go anywhere, and don't forget to follow, that way you can find your way back here in the future, because what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and I'm going to go find someone for us to raid.